Well, in the wise words of a certain Patrick Leonard, it is a beautiful day to have a beautiful day here in Montenegro, the final table of the Triton main event. I've got Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And Alex, there's a bit of a buzz here in the booth, in the production. We had some of the production guys come over to us and say, guys, let's get it.
Yeah,
Final table
100K
time.
main event. You got to love it. Right after the 200K Invitational. Bang, bang. A couple of the marquee events right in a row here at Triton. And looking forward to another great day. It was a beautiful morning here in Montenegro as well.
It was indeed. The 100K main, event number 10, 159 entrants, 15.9 million in the prize pool. We've got 3.5 million up top. It's one of the most prestigious titles in poker, let's be honest. And of course, that Jacob & Co. Triton Epic X watch. We're down to the final 9, all guaranteed $356,000, sorry, but playing for 3.5 million.
Yeah, 3.5 up top. That's what everybody's thinking about right now. And yesterday was a long day as, you know, we picked things up with registration ending at the start of the day and then playing all the way down to a final table. And it was quite a long bubble as well. With Jesse Lonis and Curtis Knight, they were two of the shortest stacks on the bubble, but wasn't actually one of those players who bubbled.
Yeah, they were actually joking. Was it? I believe Jesse was saying to Curtis, "Hey, listen, buddy, I'm gonna outlast you." And Curtis Knight was on fumes, trying to outlast each other, you know, on the feature. But it was eventually Thomas Boyvan got it in with queens against the ace king of Ike Haxton, and there was an ace on the river, spiked by Haxton to send Thomas home empty-handed.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it felt like the two short stacks were trying to outlast each other, and then someone else on another table busts, and you know, freedom.
Let's take a look at your Triton Poker Plus app. I know you've got the leaderboard up and the final table. So it is Danny Tang coming in with the chip lead. Is there anything else that kind of stands out to you at this final table, Alex?
I'd say what stands out is that this is something we've actually seen quite a bit throughout the course of this series, is that there's not really a runaway chip leader. You see Danny Tang there. He's got the head in chips. Leon Sturm right behind him, Wang Ye. There's a bit of a separation down to the next pack, but nobody's run away with it, which means that the ICM pressure situations might be a little bit different. It's not like everyone has to fear this big stack. You know, if anyone doubles up, they can become the chip leader. So there's a little bit more incentive to get involved and to get tangled.
Yeah, we've got Sturm, Wang Ye, Clemens, and Kong all looking for their maiden title. We've got Mikolaitis and Alex Kulev looking for title number 2. And how about none other than the Hall of Famer, Patrick Antonius? I don't know what it is about Montenegro. 44% cash rate coming into the series. You pointed out yesterday that he was, I want to say, 3 for 8. So if he was to cash this, it'd be 4 for 9. So again, just bang on that 44% cash rate. And he's just making runs, man. He's got 17.7 million in earnings, and he's looking to become the second player ever to win the Invitational and main event title.
And if you look there at those caches that Patrick has here in Montenegro, you notice it's a 7th, a 7th, and a 5th. So not just all caches, but all final tables. You can see that overall 2 titles, 46 caches, over $17 million in earnings here at Triton. And it's great to see him playing so consistently and such a high level again. I feel like there was a period where he wasn't playing as much volume, but now he's back grinding.
Well, we'll see how he gets on at the final table. Elsewhere in the room last night, the 50K Turbo event number 11. So Watts, how's he done it again? Title number 7, beating Linus Loniger heads up. Look at that final table. Alex Foxon, Jason Kuhn, Artur Martirosyan, and Zlotnikov unable to overcome Sir Watts, who becomes the second player ever to move up to 7 titles. Now, Fantasy main event. Massive shout out to Rambo1999, who tops the leaderboard with 4 of the final 9. Ladies and gents, get involved. You know, signed hoodies, caps, t-shirts available up for grabs. And we've also got that 150K anniversary starting today. So when day 1 ends at 22:45 local time, you'll be able to enter that fantasy draft with your fresh team. Good luck to everyone in that one.
So is that your burner account, Henry? Because, you know, I'm Rumbo on fantasy. Somebody's rumming chess. Somebody's kind of being my imposter. And then you're Rambo. And then all of a sudden, Rambo 1999 is leading. Is this your protege, your burner?
I don't know.
What's
Maybe
the story?
it's me from 5 years in the future. I don't know. But best of luck to Rambo 1999, and best of luck to everyone else who is going to enter event number 12, the 150K anniversary special leaderboard. More prizes up for grabs in that one. Signed merchandise, you know, hoodies, t-shirts, cards. Yeah, head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, as we are just moments away from throwing it down to the main stage. Our very own Margot Brook going to introduce the final table of the 100K main event here in Montenegro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro for the final table of the $100,000 No Limit Hold'em main event. For the past 2 days, some of the biggest names in poker have battled through one of the strongest main event fields ever assembled in Triton Poker history. 159 entries create a prize pool of $15.9 million. But today, only 9 players remain in the hunt for the $3.5 million prize and the coveted Triton title. And now, let me introduce your finalists. One of the brightest young talents in the world of poker, the German phenom now makes his first Triton main event final table appearance. In seat 1, Leon Sturm.
One of the best players in the world without a Triton title. Is this the moment that changes everything for Sturm?
A Triton ambassador and former Ivan Liao Player of the Year, a player so synonymous with this tour, Triton chips might just run through his veins. In seat 2, Danny Tang.
What more can you say about this man? A Triton institution chasing his 6th Triton title.
He may not play many Triton events, but every appearance seems to leave a mark. Time and time again, he has found a way to survive, earning him the nickname King Kong. In seat 3, Kong Pham.
You can't kill King Kong. He shows up for the biggest events and always seems to run deep. Good luck to him.
Representing the new wave of elite Chinese poker talent, he has become a beast in the biggest buy-in events in the game. And this is now his 8th Triton final table. In seat 5, Wang Ye.
Fearless, unpredictable. Is this when he finally captures his first Triton title?
A 3-time Triton champion who always seems to be there when the biggest prizes are on the line. Once again, one of the tour's ever-present forces goes deep. In seat 6, Kiat Lee.
Enters as the short stack, number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list, looking for number 4 here in this main.
Bulgaria's all-time money leader and one of the most aggressive forces in the high-stakes game. His first Triton title came right here in Montenegro, and now he returns chasing title number 2. In seat 7, Alex Kulev.
This is the 12th Triton final table for one of Europe's elite tournament talents.
A Poker Hall of Famer, former Invitational winner, and one of the true legends of the game. Few players command respect quite like this great Finnish icon. In seat 8, Patrick Antonius.
Patrick is looking to become only the 2nd player in Triton history to win both an invitational and a main event title.
The emerging force from Austria. A rapid rise through the high-stakes world now leads to the biggest final table of his career. In seat 9, Clemens Reuter.
He's an increasingly familiar face at the final tables of Triton's biggest buy-in events.
A Triton champion and proud member of the feared Lithuanian poker crew. Now chasing a 2nd Triton title on the biggest stage of them all. In seat 10, Dominikis Mikolaitis.
The Lithuanian reaching his 9th Triton final table, his first ever in a main, on the hunt for number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shuffle up and deal.
Well, thank you, Margot Brooke. You heard her. Dealer, shuffle up and deal. Here are your chip counts. Coming into today's final table, it's Danny Tang out in pole position. But we've got a 35 big blind average FT. So it kind of feels like this is anyone's to play for, including Kiat Lee, bottom of the chip counts. As once again, if I'm not mistaken, do we have 9 different representations at this final table?
Henry, it's funny you say that. I was just about to go there myself. 9 flags, and this has just become such a common occurrence at this point. It's really such an international game. Triton encompasses that. It's Danny Tang at the top, Kiat Lee at the bottom, but it's anyone's ball game.
Really interesting seat draw, I think. Wang Ye certainly getting the best of it. 2 to Danny's left, 3 to Sturm's left. Can just pick on the likes of Lee, Kulev, Antonius, Reuter. I'd say Mikolaitis and Reuter probably have the worst seat draws. They've got Sturm and Tang on their left, but then for Sturm, even with Danny Tang in position on him, he doesn't care when he's dealt aces.
Let's see if he picks up any action.
This could be really fun on this side of the table. Wang Ye's always open to an invitation to a sword fight. Same for Kong Pham. Look at this. I think 10-6-0 hits the muck a lot of the time for a lot of people.
I agree, especially covered at a final table. Plenty of players would just choose to pick a better spot, but Wang Ye's a fighter. Hopefully he doesn't fight too hard here.
8 deuce deuce. If there was ever a board to check and set the trap, it would be this. But Leon's just going to keep it simple. This is how he would play his entire range.
Yeah, exactly. Just a range bet board, one would think. Sometimes on paired boards you play a bit more deference against big blind, but the deuce innocuous enough.
First hand.
Shows the bullets.
Came from yesterday. Yeah, only have aces 4 times.
还好没骚操作，不累一下。我在想要不要累一下。
搞他。
不是正经的。
Yesterday. I saw it yesterday.
You think since yesterday I had 5 or 6 times?
70杂花。
4 times yesterday. 4 times including today. Yesterday and today.
边缘嘛。
Yeah, total 5 or 6.
Okay, so you use, for the.
No. I can get them again. Don't you worry.
I'm sure.
我靠，第一把还好没骚操作。OK, I think it's good.
Shout out Wang Ye, cracking jokes about his English. Danny Tang, 5-time champion.
260.
Came into this final table as the chip leader.
No change for you. Okay.
But 50 is closer, right? I don't know.
Okay. I'll call it 275.
Home game.
Danny wanted to raise it up to 260.
I'm sorry, brother.
You are a favorite to do that, buddy.
I'm not in favor to do that. You are in favor to do that.
I think it might be. It's in the big blind.
How does that change?
If you in position me, and you have 2 big blind extra.
-1.
Yeah.
Is that Kiat saying to Kulev that he's going to try and outlast him?
Maybe it'll last longer.
Just see 1
Yeah,
minus.
but you'd love that though. Like anyone
King of
has to
Spades turn. Check through on the 955.
No one gonna do it.
Yeah, Danny Tang can definitely check some overpairs here. By no means is he indicating any weakness by checking the flop. Difficult board for Kong Pham to do much on. Maybe tempted picking up the gutter, but 2 red cards in a sea of black cards.
Negative bounce. Negative bounce.
Yeah, you have to pay for that if you must be.
So this one's actually going to check all the way down to the river. Backdoor spades getting there, neither player with a spade. Danny likely content
Would be a good format.
to try and get this ace-jack to showdown.
Which one?
Yeah, no reason for Danny to bet. Kong can definitely consider firing stone bottom, but
And it's like hidden, and you have
Let's see.
you have an indicator for every player how much you get negative, and you can't see.
Yeah, here we
Like
go.
The other people can't see that.
250 the request. Can DT sniff this one out?
Danny probably feels like ace 10 type hands, ace 8 suited even might just check back as Kong fam. So basically he's beating queen jack, jack 10, queen 10. Maybe some 10-8 suited. Not a ton of hands he's going to beat at this point.
Nice little pickup there for Kong. Well navigated.
Gamble.
For that size, Kong can represent any pair.
Sixes.
Yeah, 7x, 9x. All those hands can value bet small
1.25.
when it's been checked down.
Thank you, my brother. No handshake?
Love that Kulev's wearing the jacket. Bringing out the blazer for a main event final table. I respect it.
Yeah, and gotta say, it looks pretty relaxed out there, Henry. You know, it's a 100K main event final table. Like you mentioned, bit of a home game atmosphere. Something I've noticed here in general, the players know each other so well that
Yeah.
there's a lot of friendships, there's a lot of mutual respect. And maybe it feels a little less tense than
250.
some other final tables on other circuits might feel. Raise and take it for the Austrian, Clemens Reuter. We've seen him at a bunch of final tables
So you don't want to call?
in marquee events.
You want to call and check full flop?
No coaching on the table, please.
Still looking for his
So I'll
first
take it
title.
More closer. More excited, you know?
Alex Kulev fresh off taking down the 250K
What is the
in Monte Carlo
Have a
just a
look,
few
buddy.
weeks back.
The pride of Malaysia.
Did he chop that with
Sure.
Bryn Kenny? Or did Bryn
Believe
get
so.
second? Yeah.
Believe so.
80K. It's only 80. Happy.
Yeah, Kulev, an absolute monster.
Our relationship is more than 80K.
This is quite a young final table, by the way.
Yeah, and how about Clemens? Fresh off the PLO main event FT in Jeju, only what, 6 weeks ago. Now doing it in the Hold'em main. That's pretty strong.
Absolutely. Patrick, the elder statesman of this final table. Kulev, only 31 years old. Number 1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list.
What about Kong and Wang Ye?
I think you're.
Let me get you some info on those guys.
Whoa, you
It's going to lose some chips here as you look into that. 10-7 deuce.
Wang Ye's 35.
By playing your toes? Yeah. Don't you do that?
We
Sometimes?
don't have
Just-
an age
just rub
listed
the
for
big toe, and
Confam.
then you rub the little toe, and
Okay.
then you rub the second big
He's a
toe,
spy.
Yeah.
and then with the middle one, you do. The German thing?
6-7-5 out there. Kulev continuing for 1-7-5. It's bad news for the Bulgarian.
Impressive. I put on socks.
Yeah, Patrick mostly will just call this in position. I think his hand plays quite well and stacks are shallow enough. He could also employ just a tiny raise, which is something he could do with a bluff and be prepared to get it in. If you raise, I like really small. Gets it through.
Patrick finds
My
these
brother.
really unorthodox type lines where I feel like a lot of people would just call in that spot, like let Kulev blast off. You know, we've got top pair, we're never folding.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's definitely a spot where if you raise, you want to raise. You would never want to move in because then you're just going to fold out all those
like
airy
before
hands.
anyway.
If you raise, you want to raise a size that looks like you
so
could be going for a cheap bluff
Too much.
and try to
Too
induce
deep.
something from your opponent. That's what Patrick went with. general, I like leaning call a bit more when we have position and leaning raise a little more when we're out of position. But you can definitely mix both plays.
All right, for some reason, we have someone chirping away about Watson in the chat and how we've not mentioned it. If you actually watch the show, then you would know that we actually had a segment at the start of the show congratulating Sir Watts on his achievement and how insane it is that he picked up his second title here, the final table he had to overcome. But, you know, you guys just prefer using your keyboards and talking nonsense, so that's fine by me. You do that.
But congrats to Watson for once again. Number 7. So he's alone at 7 now. It's Kuhn at 12, Watson at 7, Punsri and Ibinger at 6, and then a host of players at 5. Danny Tang looking to join the number 6 club.
It's just so incredible. He's picked up 2 turbo titles here. He's on 7. DT potentially going to find a way to win this one. Open the suited king from early position.
Actually not very sharp.
Loose open from Danny, but just leaning on that chip lead. And he's flopped well. King high flush draw. 2 overs for Clemens. Would expect he peels one here, but without a club, it starts to become a little bit murky. Still a good price.
Oh, you can see the hand, but you can't see the cards.
Yeah.
He could feel there's some reverse implied odds here as well.
Like it.
There definitely are. If Danny's c-betting here with ace-king, ace-queen, we turn an ace and we're in a pretty grim spot. Well, that's not the case here though. Danny's got just king high. And it's maybe a turn card that Danny is going to continue blasting on.
Yeah, it would be very reasonable to keep betting here. You get hands like King Jack of Hearts to fold right away. You can get an 8x to fold right away.
No money?
No money.
There's hands like 7-6 even that have reasonable equity in the check-check line that will fold. Your range is strong here. He's just run into a hand that will not fold. Clemens, very clear call with ace-10, and then check and puke if you face a massive bet.
It really is a puke spot. I mean, Clemens 4th in chips at the start of this hand. Tangling with Danny. Started in 2nd.
Shout out from someone in chat. Continuing on the joke, saying, Henry, how dare you not acknowledge Jules Dickerson for finishing 13th in this
My
event?
bad. My bad. Shout out Jules Dickerson.
Shout out Jules.
Shout out Clemens. 2.5 in the middle. He's going to move up to 3rd in chips if he can hold tight here. Needs to fade a club. And fade he does. Double paired board now. For Danny, I think we can safely remove 8x from Clemens' range after this big bet on the turn. Maybe not.
So Danny plays the board now, which is interesting because it's not like he can check back and just beat a hand like 7-6 of clubs. Just a minor consideration. But it does feel difficult to fire a 3rd here.
Against the big blind range, like Clemens can still very well have a 4 here. Does check through. And Reuter up to 6.1 million.
Yeah, and because the fact that the chips were so tightly bunched to start this final table, Tang now moving into 4th position. Leon Sturm at the top. Clemens into 2nd. All eyes on Kiat Lee and Alex Kulev, who were joking about outlasting each other. They're both at 10 big blinds, with Antonius next shortest at 30.
Shout out to Clemens Reuter, by the way. What an absolute insane couple of years he's had. Not just at Triton, but he took down the Millie Maker last summer. He really is just on an absolute tear. No cashes for him this series. It's been a tough trip, but I guess if you're going to save it for anything, save it for the biggest buy-in of the series for him. He didn't play the 200K Invitational. There was a similar situation actually in Jeju. He just cashed the big stuff. He final tabled the 150K and final tabled the 100K PLO main.
Seems like the way to go. Make it count when it matters most. Nikolaitis got an absolutely savage bluff through yesterday against Patrick Antonius.
That was got to be one of the sickest bluffs of the tournament.
And that was pre-money, right? That was
Yeah.
maybe table off or so?
No, if you recall, we had just lost Bryn Kenny in 31st place, so there was 30 left.
That's
and
right.
we were going into that like break just before the soft bubble.
That's right. So,
So
27
3 off.
paid. And
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what a great end to our show yesterday. Just 3 really cool hands in a row. Leon Sturm getting that bet 3 bet in.
People requesting the mystery hands. We love them as much as you guys do. I'm sure we'll have a couple of really good ones.
Gotta say, our production team did a great job with those yesterday. We had one every frame. They were very well chosen, so I would expect more of the same today. And while we have a little downtime, guys, hit us with your BLTs. We'll do a few shout outs when we get a chance. But Kiat Lee has put most of his chips in here in early position. Mid position. That's gonna get through. It's a question of when the next stop is. Is it Jeju? Yes, that's right. We'll be returning to Jeju early September.
Yes, September 4th till September 21st.
And then Cyprus after that in November.
Cyprus after that in November. You can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, build your team, climb leaderboards, and win rewards. Play Triton Fancy now. Scan the QR code. You'll be able to enter that 10th anniversary special custom leaderboard where we will be giving out so many different prizes. Hoodies, caps, t-shirts, deck of cards, signed merch. Free to enter. Good luck to all of you playing in that one. You got to get your head in the game.
That's right.
You know? Get your head in the game.
Question from a member of our chat asking how commentator fantasy is going. I believe Randy's still leading, but
Whoa.
you're looking good in the main. Is that right? We didn't play double units in the main. We maybe could have.
Man,
As there was nothing to bet today, was there? But we will have, starting at the end of play tonight, you'll be able to jump in the fantasy league for the 150K, and there's some extra merch available for that one. Signed hoodies, t-shirts, that sort of thing.
Who do you have up with? The one that
How
you
bad do I run?
Thomas Santurni. Santurni. Thomas. Good call.
Oh.
Would we ever see Gambledore back at Triton? Really miss seeing him at the tables. You're not the only one.
You guys shop?
Last stop for him was Montenegro last year.
You own him.
Yeah, he kind of just showed up, did his thing, took the money, and
That's why you're the
vanished.
best.
Poof.
Well, that was in Monte Carlo. Montenegro last year was,
Right.
was Brick City.
Came back, gave a bit back.
That's right.
I didn't shop with this guy as well, but he fucked me up. You know, you keep fucking me up.
Top pair for Tang in a blind battle.
Oh yeah.
Nothing going for Sturm, but he'll fire.
Covering stack picks up equity on Queen 10-8 spade.
He didn't get it in a head. That's not mandatory at all.
Out of the.
About winning.
And yeah, I feel like it is pretty chirpy out there so far this morning. I think it's just a byproduct of the fact that we're super deep, like 35 big blind average coming into this FT. Everyone just recognizing it's going to be a grind. No need to get too serious about it right now.
Yeah, entertaining on our end. The more they talk, the less we have to.
Wait, don't you get paid by the word?
I'm trying to negotiate that into my next contract.
This hand should be over and done with. Danny Tang Came in as chip leader. He's lost a little bit back, but it is just so tight at the top there. I mean, if he wins this pot, which he will, majority of the time, unless Sturm somehow gets him off top pair on the river, then he's going to be tied with Wang Yi and Clemens tied for second, and they're only going to be a couple of big blinds behind Sturm.
I like the size from Danny. His hand more than qualifies for putting in value. Obviously on a dynamic board we size up a bit, but then with ICM we size down a bit. He lands on 2/3 pot.
The old size up, size down.
Yeah. The numbers are churning.
We started with 40.
You know, it's funny how different people think about sizing and poker in general. Field players, they just let their intuition allow them to arrive on a size. And then the more studied, calculated players, they're combining different variables that might tweak their sizes, and often they'll land on the same number.
Right on your budget.
But it's different
Just for you.
brain patterns that are leading to that same conclusion. Kia, ace jack, does he want to just put it all in?
My brother, I go for it. You sit tight.
He and Kulev sitting next to each other, the two short stacks.
It's so good.
Good banter.
I like what Kiat said to Kulev earlier. It's like, you know, there's only 75k difference between 9th and 8th, and their friendship's worth more than that.
I mean, it's really true, though, in these tournaments, all the big pay jumps at the top. So just trying to squeeze out a 75k jump right now, maybe not the best strategy for some of the mid stacks, given that being in first is within reach for all of them. Anyone from Antonius in 7th all the way up to Sturm in first doubles through somebody else, you know, they're going to be sizable chip leader.
Got Jamie in the chat saying, is there a way to check who has cashed this stop? For example, Antonius, I just downloaded the app. It looks amazing. Well, firstly, congrats on downloading the app because it is incredible. You're going to have a lot of fun. And yeah, you can click into the Montenegro stop. You can then click on any player and you'll see all of their results, not only from this stop, but from all previous stops as well. As Kulev, +1, ace queen. He's going to run it, and it looks like Clemens is interested. Ace-9, I'm not sure.
Too early a position, I think, and just a few too many chips from Kulev.
Anyone else behind? No? He's just going to pick it up.
Crushing, huh?
Destroying them, bruh.
Crushing. We got their number.
They don't know. We so thinking for this one, right?
100, bro.
85, 85. I have 15 with Danny Tank as well.
Oh, okay.
He's not laughing today. Danny, can you give me a smile or two?
When I talk, you don't like it. When I don't talk, you don't like it.
Oh, he's such a diva. He's such a diva.
I rewatched the table yesterday. Not the hands, just you talk our
And the
interaction.
hand. And the
I
hand.
was studying our interaction.
You just listen to it as a podcast.
Yeah.
He's trying to read the intention.
Let's just play some poker.
Sounds like late night drama.
Yeah, I think things got a little chippy between the two of them towards the end of the night, but mystery hand now.
Mystery hand. You guys asked for it. Production crew delivered.
Shout out to the crew just hitting us with a mystery hand early. Sturm opening hijack. And I suppose Kiat Lee's tournament life maybe will be threatened by the end of this hand, given it's a mystery.
So it's going to flop middle pair.
How
All
about
three
trip
of a
queens?
kind. Turns obviously 10 of spades. 6, 7, 5 out there. Sturm opening from the hijack.
That's 125,000.
It's going to continue for one big. Yeah, just kind of deliberating all of the options here. Would he ever check raise non-all in with some flush draws, maybe some gut shots, and then mixing in some trip queens with that? He decides to just come with check call turn. Ace of hearts, king 10 getting there, of course. Queen 5 now losing to aces as well.
Yeah, I think Kia can mix the flop. Takes the passive route. Versus such a small bet, Sturm knows he's calling all straight draws, flush draws, maybe some ace highs, so nice to have some stronger hands in there as well.
275,000.
Get your guesses in. He's gone small again. Someone in the chat saying Sturm with the Abrams. Maybe. The American Airlines. Stronger queen. Pocket jacks. And what about the bluffs? Pocket tens, perhaps?
Yeah, 10s, 10-9, 10-8 could all make sense. Some king X of spades maybe, 10x of spades.
Yeah, making the call. 1.5 out there, just 1 million back. SPR 0.66. As the 10 of hearts rolls off, and this is one of the worst runouts for Kia. Now losing to pocket tens, losing to a hand like king 9 that was maybe barreling turn, even 9-8.
Kiat did nothing wrong here. He's just gotten a terrible run out. And he's going to have a difficult decision if Leon moves in.
Some guesses of Sturm bluffing, pocket 4s through 7s. Certainly could be the case. If he has pocket 6s, I'll do a giveaway. I was going to say I'll eat my socks, but I don't want to do that. Get your guesses in. One, if you think he's bluffing when he goes all in.
So it's an interesting spot because Sturm has all the strongest hands. You know, all the pocket aces, pocket queens, pocket jacks, hands that Kiat is unlikely to have. Maybe he can occasionally slow play aces, but for the most part, Sturm has a big advantage in the full houses here. But Kiat can have plenty of king X, of spades. So the wizard wants to call 100% of the time, thinking that the queen just a good enough blocker to value, right? Interfering with all those full houses that contain a queen. Interfering with king, queen. But easier said than done in game. You have to come up with where do those bluffs come from? Will Leon find them all? I tend to think somebody like Leon will not have a problem coming up with bluffs.
Oh, for sure.
Which would incline me to calling this combo, but it's way easier said than done when you're on a big final table like this, and he needs to trust his intuition and his reads.
I'm going with pocket 7s. Kiat Lee is in a world of pain right now. It's one of those ones where he knows if he calls and he's right, he's right back in the mix, up to 30 big blinds. If he calls and he's wrong, he's out in 9th. And if he folds, he's down to 8 bigs. What do you think, ladies and gents? Do you think Kiat's even going to call? I feel like he's going to fold. Such an incredible hand of poker. What do you think, Mr. Lee? Fold and be down to 8 bigs. Or call and be the hero. Or potentially be out the door. He's folded.
Show the bluff.
Wow.
Just a stone nothing from Leon Sturm. And this is the problem with
Scared of aces.
making a big fold is Leon can show you some unexpected bluff combos. So you can just have nothing. On the converse, a player like Leon can get away with value shoving thin in a lot of spots because he has that reputation, because he finds those bluffs. It's just a tough style to play against.
It's called a flop. Called a turn, sure.
Oh, Leon Sturm, man. Savage bluff. Emptying the clip. 7-5 of diamonds. 0 interaction with the board. No pair blockers, no straight blockers, no nothing. Just goes 1, 2, 3 on his man. Takes it down. I want to see you this summer, Livingston.
Yeah,
I want to see you just pulling that deep in the monster stack.
Yeah. It's a little easier to do it deep in the monster stack, I'll be honest with you.
The friendship's on the line.
Okay, my brother.
My brother, I think recording. I looked at one.
The friendship. Is
Whoa.
We're live.
Okay. Safe.
We should have called the last one.
Kia now saying.
必殺技，出必殺技，左手攬過去，左手快啲攬過去。佢撚啲咩？
咁撚咗個女。
只能说没占你鏊子。
Yeah, saying he wished he would have called the last one now.
One queen 4 too. You take ace king, I take queen 4. We side bet.
No.
35.
Good luck, lads. The two short stacks colliding. Ace 10-8.
裂开。
Top pair, top kicker
9 a diamond.
for the Bulgarian.
Jack a diamond.
9 of diamonds, jack of diamonds
Jack of
requested.
鱼啊，牌都不会喊。
Cannot be too, too one-sided. GG.
Dead.
GG.
GG cat.
He had a class act.
Wow.
Could have been different if he made that call against Leon, but can't live in the past.
还不如3把根了。他说他什么牌？
That one's got his thing, yeah. Because
我觉得他这一句话好像
you're just a call away from playing 3.5 million, and instead you fold, and then very next hand you're out the door as we lose number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list. Kiat Lee out in 9th for $356,000. Congrats to him as he just continues to make runs here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. It feels like every stop is in contention to lift the trophy. Well, he's gonna have to add Leon Sturm to the hit list.
Saw Kong Pham just relinquish the ace-8 of spades in the cutoff against the Reuter under the gun open. What does Kulev want to do with Jack 10 of spades? Versus a later position open, I think he just plays jam. How does he want to play it against an under the gun raise? Just bows out.
By the way,
So a lot of respect given to Clemens Reuter there. Some strong hands folding.
Because I can see them like doing this for the TV,
I think they're superstitious, and they were here 2
There
years
last time.
ago.
I love it. I love it. Legit reason. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
This new live thing is very good, right?
I enjoy it very much.
I think so.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that and the TV behind it.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, when you're in another tournament, it's like very fun to sweat,
when,
isn't it?
when the people cheer the.
Yeah.
Was it for? Who was it for again?
Adrian and
And the
basically
Belarus.
whoever you're supporting.
Never so loud in the poker room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a football match.
Yeah, it was fun.
Sounds like the lads have been enjoying having the no delayed stream feed up in the poker room.
Yeah, so they get to see the action as it happens, but without hole cards. And there was an eruption in the room yesterday, or
Yeah.
yeah, it was yesterday, wasn't it? I'm losing track of time, or was it 2 days ago now?
When Adrian won,
When
2 days
Adrian
ago.
when Adrian won, yeah, it was 2 days ago now.
Wait, was it?
I think so. Yeah. Yesterday we wait.
No, yesterday, right? Wait, what day is it today? Dude, I'm completely
Yesterday
lost. I
we
think it was
covered the
2
100K
days.
main day one.
Day 2.
Day 2, right? But so it's 2 days ago that the 200K wrapped up. It's all a blur in here. Yeah, there was a lot of support from Maher Neura. There was also a lot of support from Mateos, of course, and just watching the players react to that in real time was pretty cool.
What was this? Day 13?
Something like that. We started on the
What?
day 11.
No, none of us are right.
It's day 11.
Wow. 11 days in.
Sorry, guys, we're losing our minds here in Montenegro. Every day is just the same. You wake up, you play tennis, you've got the view, the breakfast is delicious, and then by the time you're midway through your shift in the booth, you're somehow delirious already.
Storm Rider saying day drinking in the booth.
No. No. Just one tequila shot with breakfast.
You
Hey,
guys
that's
call it Super Saiyan?
mandatory in Montenegro. Schnapps.
You don't watch it? Wow, what did you watch? Oh, you were younger, so they were cartoon. What did you watch?
75K, 150K. Blinds going up.
No, but this is when you're younger, innit? Like 5,
No
6.
immediate
What
short
about 9,
stack
10?
now.
Did you start watching poker when you're 9, 10 already?
Yes.
How to check raise people and shit?
Yes.
No, it would make sense, you know? Phil Ivey went into, like, I don't know, games when he was 14.
325. I played when I was 10.
No home Jerome.
Yeah, for
Like, really playing.
no, for like half a year. Just like randomly on my laptop.
That's crazy, man.
It was engraved into my path. But no, like, no cartoons for me after the age of 13, 14. Even though I think I would have loved anime, but it would have sucked out so much of my time. Right? Like if you get into that, it's bottomless.
Every time when I speak to you guys, it just comes to a realization how not hardworking I am.
Not hard. I mean, I'm not even talking about work. Just like
That's crazy.
I would
Sturm started playing when he was 10 years old.
That's insane.
watching that.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that anyway with TV shows. I watched a lot of TV shows.
TV shows?
TV shows.
Oh,
like,
TV.
Just like normal.
Right.
Learned from his mother, apparently.
Yeah.
Nikolaitis can
That's hard work.
consider raising here with 2 overs in the spade draw.
I'm in your team.
Huh?
Maybe he just plays at his call.
Really? So you just gifted?
I play a lot. Playing a lot.
I think so. I feel like I learn the best when I'm playing.
I think we're like that.
I'm very
Conversation going on
like
between
now I know I
DT
can check call these.
and Sturm.
But you've seen it.
It's an interesting
Well, I know,
subject,
I would
talking
just
about
put that
whether,
into my
you know, do you actually need to go and study,
You know, try to build my
or
own ranges around it.
is playing
No,
the best way to learn?
Say Arsenal.
I like saying that too in this context, but not many people do.
No, that was just because you're a Man United fan.
Yeah, and they also just won, right, Arsenal?
Yeah.
No, but
So you were needed.
I know.
Essentially. No, I know.
Welcome sight for Dominicus on the turn.
Yeah,
what I
beautiful
was
turn
thinking
card
about
for
the
him.
first time I heard about you was when you did a video with Ben.
Ben CB?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
I think so at least. That was like the first thing I saw from you. And that was like 6 years ago or something.
Yeah,
Something like that.
yeah,
You look completely different too. You had like beard and everything.
yeah.
Send me the link. I want
Was
to
it? No, before
This
you
is
got
going to be
like,
ill-timed
this stage,
aggression
did
for
you
Kong
ever think,
Pham.
Fuck, I bet these guys are all super good and all that. And when you hear, you're like, fuck, they probably don't know more than me.
No,
Do you like come to that kind of realization?
there's lots of people who are
Right?
with realization that you can compete with this.
Not just can compete, it's like you probably are more knowledgeable than them.
It depends.
A lot. There's a lot of them.
Nicolaitis with 95% of the equity. Just needs to fade an ace going to the river.
For a bit, if you don't know numbers. I definitely noticed that. But you can build your own thing, and then those can clash.
People saying it's a bad bet. I disagree.
The one very
This puts so much pressure on like an 8 or a 3
structure is against this wild one, and the wild one
against
is
the
like
+2
losing
open.
confidence or like
And
questioning
Mikolaitis
yourself,
started
and
the
just
hand middle of the
terrible
pack,
swallow.
or 6th in chips.
But
To bust out in 8th would be a disaster.
exposure, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's a fair battle. I don't know. Tough to put into numbers.
I think he's just posturing. Oh, is he reaching for raising chips? I thought he was just going to play this as call with a hand that can continue to withstand
I
aggression.
don't know how I ended up on
all
NCB's
rivers.
video, you know.
I think it was a good fit.
He's got different ideas.
When he did a like online interview with me.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you also did a hand history review. I'm pretty sure you did.
I thought
You reviewed
check
one
call
of
was
them,
just
and you went
incoming.
in, and you went
Problem
through
with this
it, I think.
raise is you're going to shed all the air balls.
Because I don't remember, I'm not
But
very good at
maybe
hand
he
review.
just feels
And
like
obviously I'm very hand-on person.
he can induce something,
Trust me, I have fucking no idea what we talk, like no idea.
get value
what
from
I'm
club
thinking, no idea.
draws.
That's why I do zero.
Kong pretty lucky here in the sense that
Obviously,
he
I'm not knowledgeable,
could have
I'm not
potentially
technical,
gone blasting on club rivers.
You don't need to be. You can articulate your thoughts over hand history.
I'm not.
Yeah, if you
When I see a hand,
if that's not natural to you, if you need to be in the moment, then fair enough.
when I see a hand, I don't know what's going on.
Big pickup for Mikolaitis.
Yeah, I
Joins
love
that
friends
lead
like
group.
that. Like
They're up, right?
articulate your thoughts. Come on, like it's
They were up.
like what's going on here? Talk to me, and he was like, just have to put into words. I don't know.
It really is.
Kong chewing on that one. Is it ever like 5, 6 of spades? Some sort of combo draw. Trying to just check raise and get me off of ace king. Had options to check back the ace king.
Yeah, interesting hand from both on the turn there, as Kong Fam's hand could have gone either way, and I expected Mikolaitis just to call, felt more natural.
Clement's one of the most stylish people on tour. Every final table just rocking up with the new jacket.
Agreed.
Nicolaitis going to limp in. Sturm in the big. Queen 5-0. He's going to check his option, it seems. So heads up to a flop. Some savagery from Leon Sturm early into this FT. And we said at the beginning, you know, he has one of the worst seat draws. There's Danny Tang and Wang Ye on his direct left. Danny Tang came into this final table as chip leader. Wang Ye is second. It's no longer the case.
Yeah, and it's funny because while he did have a bad seat draw, I feel like it's the type of thing that Sturm doesn't even think about. Seems like he has a really good mental game, so he just, you know, thinks about how do I best play my stack in my situation, but he doesn't waste mental energy being upset about a seat draw. Dwelling on things. Seems very, very zen for a man who's just, what is he, 20?
25?
5 years old, is that
Been
right?
playing since he was 10.
Had to double check it because it just seems so young, but indeed.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, 25, wow. Born in 2001.
Sturm content to get his queen high to showdown. See if Mikolaitis wants to try and get some value now from a queen high, a jack high. I think he comfortably knows that Sturm never has an ace or a king as played. Now he's just going to check it on over.
Fair and square.
10 years old, man. That's pretty crazy. And he said from the age of 13 it was GG's, cartoons, stop watching TV,
Not really.
and it was all about watching poker.
That's pretty cool.
I
I mean, you see it in chess. You see kids get into chess
Is it better to
very young and reach the grandmaster level. I think the youngest ever was at 12.
Computer, not even.
Without the mouse, it's impossible to play ego shooter.
Yeah.
Need a mouse.
It is very possible. People are very good,
Yeah, but
especially.
Really?
Yeah, but Counter-Strike is the one where it's like not even close.
You need to be very precise in Counter-Strike.
No, but the problem is, if people are that precise, and I go play computer now, I just get headshot every time.
Yeah. You need,
So I might have a better experience playing,
yeah. You're
right?
300,000.
I used
Shout
to
out
play
Counter-Strike.
Is it Modern Warfare 2? Or Modern Warfare 3? That's when I was in uni. That was a lot of fun.
I've only played Call of Duty.
Wait, that is Call of Duty,
Yeah,
no?
Modern Warfare is Call of Duty.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you played an earlier version or.
No, I played that. I think I played all. I got hooked very late on, 2 years ago.
Danny 9-4 suited.
I played
Just
it
gonna
up
let it
until
go.
3 months ago.
Yeah.
I like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Not very good at it.
I used to play Call of Duty 2, I think. LAN parties. When I was 12. Or maybe 14.
I played a lot of FIFA when I was younger.
I still play FIFA now.
I played a lot of FIFA.
Ultimate?
Less for Ultimate, because I was the fish that spent
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
money opening packs.
I mean, that's what gets people in there, no?
A lot.
And it's also quite fun.
Well, I played FIFA since FIFA 98, I think, or 97 even.
Oh, you're older than me.
I'm 1990.
Oh, yeah, you're older than me. I started playing 03. Edgar Davids was the front cover.
Sick.
Juventus.
Yes. Wow. Ooh, I didn't see. I really didn't see.
I think my earliest FIFA was probably in
It went this way.
1999, 2000.
You know Edgar Davids were
Yeah.
I didn't
met
play
him in
much
person.
in the way of video games
Yeah, in
myself.
Holland, yeah.
just lucky or?
Just lucky running.
300,000.
But you can see that competitiveness from all these players comes from playing other games. Leon was playing Counter-Strike as a teenager, had a job selling skins on that platform.
I don't know if I'd call that a job or just a
Side
hustle.
hustle.
Yeah.
Side hustle.
Yeah. I know.
Entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah, I know quite a few people that from a young age made a decent chunk of change selling skins.
Good flop here for Clemens Reuter, aces and nines. Could definitely get some action from Danny, who's got middle pair with back doors.
That's 250,000.
250k is the bet. Don't think Danny can go anywhere middle pair and 60% of a straight flush.
I think he just plays this as call, but you know, you could raise here at a non-zero clip because you can have some ace queen off that just decides to flat at this depth. Try to get something like ace five of clubs to consider folding, but call feels most natural with the playability across different runouts.
Brick turn. This hand should be over and done with.
I think so. We'd expect Clemens to size up, and Danny's hand, which made a clear continue on the flop, now becomes very troubling on the turn. There's been some jousting and jabbing, but No runaway leader yet. Sturm with 7.1 million. Wang closely behind him. Clemens will move up there after this pot.
That's a big bet. Pot size bet on the turn from Clemens.
Yeah, he's trying to get it all against a hand like ace-10 or ace-jack. Not let spade draws draw cheaply.
Sure.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on whereabouts in the world you are joining us from. Final table of this 100K main. We've had one elimination so far. Kiat Lee out in 9th. Just ripped in his final 7.5 bigs from the small blind against Kiat Lee. Sorry, against Alex Kulev rather, who woke up with ace king. Hand of the day by far was that bluff from Leon Sturm with just 7 high on a queen queen jack ace 10 board. Managed to get Lee to fold trip queens. We're playing down to a winner today.
Yeah, that was our mystery hand.
Mystery hand.
And the fans are clamoring for more and more mystery hands.
Yeah, we're normally pretty on top of things. Production crew doing an incredible job.
Without a doubt. Hit us with your BLTs if you haven't already. Didn't get a chance to shout those out earlier. Single raise pot here between Sturm and Wang Ye, 2 of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, interesting to see Wang Ye again elect to flat a hand like 8-6-0. We saw him defend, I want to say it was 10-6 offsuit earlier on.
Yeah, 10-6 off felt quite wide. 8-6 off versus cutoff feels more standard, though there are players that would fold a hand like this just covered against someone as tough as Sturm out of position with this ICM. So
absolutely,
Wang Ye is a battler. Will he battle here with a wrap around the 7, but no heart in hand, no spade in hand? Oh, he does have a spade. Just the 1. If you're wondering why that matters, it just denies a little bit of equity to... It makes it less likely your opponent has a backdoor flush draw, basically, so you get check raises through a little bit more often, but he does attack here.
Well, I don't know if this is going to work, although I guess if there ever was a world in which it would work, it would be by using this size, because it's a pretty sizable check raise.
Yeah, he goes big, and for Sturm, he's got no heart in hand. He doesn't have backdoor spades or anything like that. He's got that gut shot. He's got that dog in him.
He does have that dog in him. Here he comes. 25 years old, bracelet winner, millions of dollars in earnings. Still the best hand. Surely Wang Ye just not going to run a 0 equity bluff here. I think the idea was to check raise big and then bomb, you know, a 4-5-9 turn.
Yeah, and even if he does bet, it's not clear to me that Sturm is going to fold, because at that point, what is Wang Ye repping? What kind of queen X hands check raise flop does the 7 want to keep barreling? Indeed, he does pump the brakes.
Let's see how Sturm feels about this turn card. One of those ones where I kind of like betting, in the sense that when we're behind, we're way behind. We're not going to be forced to fold a ton of equity, right? Like just having a gut shot, say we were up against, you know, a set or 2 pair.
25.
But we can just put so much pressure on Wang Ye's entire range here with this double barrel.
I agree. If Wang Ye does somehow have a flush draw, you actually get chips in ahead with ace high. Unless, of course, he has ace or queen X of hearts. If he's got an air ball, you deny a bit of equity. And you can start pressuring 7X maybe if you're going to consider following through on some rivers as well. You still have some equity yourself. Note that a lot of players would have just folded Sturm's hand on the flop.
Note that a lot of players would have folded Wang Ye's hand pre-flop.
Or on the flop.
And even now, like, Wang Ye just doesn't believe him. This isn't posturing. He is genuinely thinking about a double check raise. He doesn't want to give Sturm the runaway chip lead dynamic, but he is going to let it go. Sturm's up to 8.5 million.
Fun hand. Fun start to this final table. Leon Sturm, our chip leader. Viewers tuning in from Florida, Malta, United Kingdom, Colorado.
Get a avocado and 2 eggs, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
yes, please.
I had some eggs and avocado this morning myself.
We've got a new
No, this is me.
sound engineer by the looks of it, Randy Liu.
Good.
No longer on commentary duties. He's over there with the sound team. It's going to be,
You're a vegan,
he's our
right?
new director.
He's a jack of all
Absolutely.
trades,
Yeah,
is Randy.
It's just funny how people say a vegan. Like it's what I am. Like,
Mechanical engineer
You ask me
in
everything.
his spare time.
You ask me everything.
Fantasy team
You're
extraordinaire.
vegan.
Yeah.
I'm also that kind.
Pickleball
I
legend.
to Lagama.
Yeah. Now I have it in my apartment all the time.
But,
You have it in your arsenal.
but he won't touch
have
the
it in my-
tennis courts.
I have it so in my arsenal.
You have it in your Man United.
It's actually important to have it in my arsenal. Yesterday I had a very spicy curry here. I would have not have survived without of my Laoganma practice.
Cranberry grape
Where did
juice
you
in
get the curry?
Cleveland.
It's very spicy.
Look at this from Wang Ye, by the way. He's tired of being pushed around. I knew it was coming. This feels so out of line to me.
Basmati rice.
And does it look steamy to the other players just after check
rice
raising
that you eat with, like,
and then check folding 4th Street?
What's it called? Basmati?
Potentially, yeah.
Big sizing here from Wang Ye.
So sugar doesn't spike right after eating this, I think. So you don't get tired.
It's really hard for Michaelitis to do anything with King 8 of spades, but he may feel suspicious.
I will gladly be your guinea pig.
Passes.
Wang Ye's had so much success on the Triton Tour in 6-figure plus buy-ins. 8.5 million in earnings. This is his 8th final table. No title yet. And this is the thing about him, this is how he builds stacks, is he just doesn't play by the rules, if you will.
Right.
Like,
Nice. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Field player, cash game background.
that's it.
Right.
That's a nice one. For sure.
Randy's really making himself at home over there. I thought it was just
It's all about
Quick
doing
stop.
Things that make sense.
see how things operate. He looks like he's about to start pushing some buttons. So if our sound goes off, you guys know who to
Other
blame.
operators, not finding the things that make sense.
I'm very
If Randy
excited
told
to
me
play
he
the
was a
rest of
pilot, I'd believe him.
What
Tens.
can't he do? 10s against 8s. Now I think Michaelitis will just play this as flat given the
Even you
positions.
know?
Oh, he folds.
No, right?
That's a surprisingly snug fold. Understand that in ICM, sometimes having an ace blocker more important than having a medium to big pair, but
Yeah, the legendary.
would have thought he'd at least peel that one.
I'm pretty surprised by that as well.
Just didn't want to get involved in any dicey scenarios with that many players behind. But that's a snug fold.
Pure bliss.
The
Maybe
problem
watching that one back.
like with vegetarians, right, is let's say you want to go for a nice meal out. Like what happens there? You just grill some green pepper or some eggplants.
Danny.
And then more.
Danny's just...
If you put in the research, I think you're fine. Research in terms of which place to go to.
Like some people like to
Danny's struggling to
There's great replacements for that.
put together a, you know,
would,
meal options for
wouldn't know
vegetarians
how
at
much,
restaurants.
you make with a vegan menu. Like,
Did you ever have a vegetarian or vegan phase?
No,
No.
no. Just get too tough for me to not eat steak, dude.
Yeah, I like red meat myself. My fiance eats fish, but not red meat.
Okay, big
Vegetarian
fish fan as well.
prawn dumpling.
The fish here is excellent.
So in my head, I'm like, why are you trying to eat prawn dumplings when
No folding of the tens from Sturm.
Danny Tang needs to get his own show.
The Danny Tang show?
Yeah,
What would the theme of the show be? Just general life discussions?
I think so.
Okay.
I
Would you
think
be
so.
a guest on that show?
I would love to. We need to speak to the Triton crew because we used to have a podcast.
Okay, I didn't know that. Well, Alex Kulev would be the first guest, right, on the Danny Tang show?
And the thing is, I feel like Danny asks provocative questions, and he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind having like uncomfortable conversations as well.
Yeah, that seems accurate.
So it could be very fun.
Nicolaitis set mining against Sturm, whiffs. But the type of board that
coming to Vegas, Danny?
could see him continuing versus a bet on.
Highly likely. Let's go to Crossroads in how's it called? Resorts World, the vegan fine dining restaurant. I'd like to invite you.
225,000.
Oh, you bring your fiance, wife, girlfriend, whatever. I bring mine.
Thank you for the offer, man. I really appreciate it. I would love to go. Really? Yes, thank you. It might
So
change
Danny's
my
got a dinner date set up in Vegas as Sturm is going to snack on some of these chips here of Michaelitis. 3 of diamonds turn. Dominicus does pick up an open ender.
When was that? How many years ago?
Yeah, so he's going to feel compelled to continue if he faces another street of aggression. Will Dominicus. Ducks can still be best, and now the open ender to go with them.
And I thought, why kill animals when you just have this? But then it was like a 1-year process where I introduced more and more vegetarian and vegan food. And
See if
after 1
Sturm
year,
finds a double barrel here. It's one of the more pesky turn cards in the deck. 3 straights completing.
yeah, I'm not that.
If you
Goes
somehow
big.
manage, I might actually be upset. I might miss the meaning.
This makes things less comfortable for Michaelitis.
It's very hard to convince somebody. Yeah, you can plant an idea in your head and
Would still think he continues,
have to. But
but it's awkward.
It's deep in the tank. There's so much future game stuff going on as well. So we're out of position against a very aggressive Leon Sturm. If we call and remain unimproved, how do we proceed with the Ducks? Is he thinking of turning it into a bluff?
He is.
Oh my word.
And he goes with just a min raise, basically a very polarizing sizing. Sturm is way ahead of the bluffs, way behind the value region.
This is such a sick play and such a grim spot for Sturm as well. If he can somehow find this call, because it's not just the 1,050,000 that's being asked of. Michaelitis has 2.7 back as well.
Right, I think given the price with position, we need to just call here. and make Michaelitis fire one more, and then we can go into the tank. Oh, he lets it go. So not giving Michaelitis enough credit for finding the bluffs in that spot. Sturm makes a big fold, and Dominicus Michaelitis, a couple hands after folding those tens, plays the deuces out of the big, gets a huge check raise through on the turn, and it's extremely bunched at the top now.
Practically 3 players tied
Does
for the
the
chip
fine
lead.
dine take a long time? That fine dine?
Depends.
Wow.
2 hours?
Could be anywhere between 60 minutes and 120 minutes, I guess. Depends how.
It's okay.
No
Big fold
pressure,
from
man.
Leon.
No,
If you don't want to.
No, I think it would be. It's quite fascinating what they would.
His hand had
Widen-
bad playability
widen
across
your
rivers.
broaden
Yeah,
your horizon
exactly.
and
Exactly.
see what's possible.
Do you think I can self-invite myself to this fine dining vegan experience with Clemens? I would be yeah, I'd be curious to try that out. Just as a fan of food.
So Clemens is fully vegan?
I believe so. I believe, and Leon as well.
Ah,
That's kind of what prompted this whole conversation. I believe I might be wrong, but
of course, Negreanu has been vegan for many years. I will say, have you ever been to like a really top-line vegan restaurant before? I'm not saying it doesn't have to be a Michelin star or super expensive, but just like a
have.
very good
yeah,
quality.
LA, Santa Barbara. I've been to a few kind of just like places where you just go and pick up different snacks and stuff. I really enjoyed it.
I went to one somewhere in Melbourne, I believe, and it was incredible. But it's difficult just on an everyday basis to eat that lifestyle. I mean, of course it's doable.
Depends how much you want it.
Like anything, I suppose. As Wang Ye has top pair here, Leon Sturm flopped a diamond draw. Surely will face another barrel and will have a very uncomfortable decision based on sizing.
1.4 in the middle. I mean, versus big bet. Some reverse implied odds. I think we just fold the ace, the 8 high flush draw.
I would agree. Let's see if Wang Ye does indeed go big. You'd think he would on such a dynamic board.
There we go. Snap fold
Button is good.
from Sturm. What could have been? What could have been? Clemens Reuter, now the chip leader.
And if I'm Alex Kulev, who's got 13 big blinds, he's the short stack, you don't maybe feel as much of a sense of urgency to get your chips in the middle with all the big pots being played. It feels like there could just be one of these massive collisions given how willing these other players are to fight against each other.
I couldn't agree more.
Kong Pham in the same boat, one of the short stacks, but it's so bunched at the top. 4 men between 6 and 7 million. There's one of them.
Now he's got queens. No, there's 2 bigs between first and third. There's only 4 bigs between first and fourth.
I must say these types of final tables are a little more appealing to me than ones where you have a runaway chip leader, because there's more incentive for the big stacks to battle each other.
That's right.
There's less just letting the big stack run you over, and it leads to some interesting post-flop play. Tang gonna just let this one go, wisely timed. Doesn't want to play the weakest suited hands out of position with his middling stack.
Feels like a lifetime ago that we lost Kiat Lee.
Yeah, sure does. 8's the magic number, Henry. We've had a lot of tournaments where we've been stuck on 8 for a while.
That's true, actually. That's been the theme of this series, hasn't it? Started off with that 25k that Zlotnikov won. 8-handed for the better part of, what, 3 hours?
Yeah, that one was crazy. And then, of course, the Invitational. stuck on 8 for quite some time. Zlotnikov a part of that one as well. He eventually bowed out, I believe, in 6th. Kulev opting just to min-raise this hand. Had options to shove, but from such an early position, prefers to play it as raise fold. About halfway through this 150, 300K level, a little over, sorry, that's 75, 150K level, a little over that.
Yeah, just 8 hands left. It's quietened down a little bit out there.
Goes in waves.
Yeah, mainly by proxy of Danny Tang being busy with his food. He's normally the one drumming up the conversations at the table.
There's always an action driver, isn't there? Both of the play at the table and of the conversations. And Tang certainly enjoys chatting. Sturm's got a hand.
Danny just thinking, how strong would it look if I cut out a 3-bet now as I'm eating my food?
Kong Pham has a very good clean all-in here with 6s. He's got fold equity against a cutoff opening range. Just is the best way to play the hand, in my opinion. He goes for it. And it's a little close as Sturm. I think this is opponent dependent. I think there are players against whom you call here. He has to decide if Kong Pham is one of them. It's for about a third of his chips. Right on the border, just given the tournament situation.
So he's got 2 invested, has to call 13 big blinds more. I'll defer to the man that's been playing poker since the age of 10 and what he believes is the right play. He's made the call.
You can tell he didn't really want to, but felt it was just towards the bottom of his calling range in this spot.
Well, good luck, gents. Can't state how important this is for both. And like you said, Alex Kulev just gets to watch on at a potential ladder here. As it's come 9-7 deuce. Some backdoors for Sturm. Jack or a 10. Club.
Take a 6. 8 for the sweat. That's not how it works, right? Wait, it's really.
Kong now just needs to fade 6 outs once. Sturm's going to go from chip leader to 6th in chips. What a hold. You can't kill King Kong. And it's just crazy to me, the butterfly effect of how this final table's playing out. Clemens opened under the gun. Dominicus folded 10s 1 seat over. Couple of hands later, Dominicus defended the big blind with deuces. Check raise turn against Leon Sturm's double barrel. 10s folded.
Yeah, there's been a couple big folds so far at this final table. Kiat Lee folding the queen 5 to the 3 barrels after flopping trip queens, and then Leon folding the 2 10s on the turn. And it's easy to be results oriented and to say that they were 2 bad folds, but you have to remember that the opponents in both hands very capable of finding all the bluffs, all the value hands, trying to force indifference with these bluff catchers. And sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. You're not going to get every spot right in these critical moments.
I think it's time to lock in, ladies and gents. 33 big blind average, shortest stack with 16 bigs, chip leader with 46. This is anyone's game.
Second time I've seen Kong Pham just snap fold a suited ace in a spot some players might have considered doing something. And will Kulev defend this one? It would be a bad spot for him as he's Up against an overpair to his highest card.
The Bulgarian's going to defend.
Better hope the flop doesn't come 10 or 8 high.
Well, there is an 8 out there, but fortunately for Kulev, there's an ace on board as well, which is very much a card that Danny could be opening from the cutoff. But having said that, I don't know if the Bulgarian can fold to this. 225 the request from Danny.
Yeah, I don't think we can fold an 8 yet. Danny can just range bet this flop for this size. And though you're going to face pressure across turn and river a lot of the time, sometimes you just turn trip 8s or 10s and 8s. Sometimes Danny has a hand like 6s or 7s that just checks back turn and you're able to realize your equity with those 8s.
Turn should go check, check. One would assume. Although for Danny, probably thinking to himself, okay, well, a lot of ace-X would potentially rip pre-flop.
Yeah, Danny's exact hand feels like a natural check, but his range wants to do a lot of continuing to bet this card. He could construct a strategy where he has very high aggression on this card. But Jacks feels right in the middle. If you do bet a hand like Jacks, it's going to be for a small sizing, and it's going to say you're basically just range betting this card. So you'd go something like 350, but he does check. Feels like the most clean option with his exact holding. And I would assume that Kulev just plays a check here thinking he has a bit of showdown value. But no, is he doing something different? Okay, just looking at his cards.
I don't know, man. Jacks with a club. Do we want to turn it into a bluff? No. Checking it back, and he's going to take this one down. He's up to 5.4 million. I think at this stack depth, Danny just thinking that Kulev can have far too many ace-X from the big.
I think Kulev may have thought he won there for a second by the way that Danny checked on the end. It was like, I can't bluff this hand.
I agree. Yeah, potentially could have.
So there's a bit of maybe psychological frustration there sometimes as Kulev.
Cue the music. Quick dealer change. You can win a 25k seat into the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. In a free roll, ladies and gentlemen. Use code Triton on sign up over on CoinPoker. Head on over to tritonfreeroll.com. Enter code Triton to be in with a chance to win a 25k seat. Just such an insane giveaway.
There's a comment in chat that I have to agree with, that Patrick Antonius has just aged like a fine wine. It really is true. He doesn't look much different than when he first started appearing on televised poker shows.
I mean, the guy is all about nutrition and fitness.
Yeah.
If you check out his Instagram, some of the workouts he's getting in, eats super clean, really just takes care of himself. Part of the reason he can show up and compete at this level.
So he's got the same hand we just saw Kulev defend with. But you can see Patrick letting it go. A slight difference in styles there. Facing an earlier position open as well.
对，我也觉得有点奇怪。
You also want break earlier?
Yeah. 哎，他问什么？
你要去休息吗
我不想。
？No.
Just play.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he
You can
doesn't want to
play
break.
cash game 3 days, no need sleep. Very happy.
No substances?
No, nothing. The game is his substance.
That is very true.
I like that.
3 days.
3 days.
No, we're not
3
young anymore.
days.
Come.
No, I can't do 3 days.
Yeah, no need, no need. We play 10 hours, very happy, go sleep, wake up, continue. Very happy.
Yeah,
No
I
need
can't
3
do it
days.
anymore.
I play 10
I used to be able to do 3-day
3 days
sessions,
also no
but
need lah.
3-day sessions?
oh yeah,
I mean, you were sleeping
Why?
surely at some point.
at the table, yeah, in
play.
between hands.
Come on.
What? No, dude.
No, you lose it.
What's your actual record at a live table for longest consecutive hours?
It must be around the 3-day mark for sure. Yeah.
That's wild. I think 28 hours is the most I've ever done.
Good idea. 10, 12. Yes. We are now
Yeah.
no, we're
Back in the days, used to have a.
playing just for the money now, you know, right?
I don't know if I want to tell this on stream,
Yeah,
but
well,
yeah, 17 years old, somehow managing to get into certain venues.
Go play tennis.
Start on a Friday, finish on a Sunday.
11, 12.
public games.
Public private game in Eastern
For
Europe,
life.
How often does that work out for you?
in the back room of a.
Hold 'em.
Yeah. Yeah, the good old days. I used to order food, you know, we just like order pizza or takeaway, whatever.
To work and you feel like an absolute piece of.
Well, here you're going to continue with the Cowboys.
When you win, you
Clemens backdoor diamonds, but such a Jack 9-6, 2 clubs.
I think he needs to give this one up.
So tough.
Yeah, it might not be that similar if you have like a night out and you get
Yeah, there we go.
kind of
Let's
team.
just get out the way.
so you don't play nights.
Like look at Triton, it's perfect. You literally wake up, coffee, gym, tennis, beach, play a new tournament of, say, day 2. Boom, 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 boom. It's not always you make day 2, right? So sometimes you're done by 11, 12. If you're lucky, then
And then
1:30.
you have more time in the morning too.
yeah,
Which,
it's
I mean, for
great.
me
It's
is
phenomenal.
for me it's necessary. Otherwise, I
It's
don't.
so phenomenal.
Yeah, the experience here is just incredible. The tennis court, the paddle court, the beach, the view. Great breakfast options along the
These
water.
tournaments are playing until 4 a.m. now. Oh,
Hit the steam room today.
The view.
Or even with this tournament.
not this, some tournaments.
Doesn't get old.
I mean, some player do.
1 minute.
You hit the steam room, yeah?
I did, yeah.
Nice.
That's what I mean. I cannot have, I can win some of the win stuff.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
wow,
very lit.
Jesus.
But I think that's enjoyable. Kind of.
Oh,
Like all the
good luck,
people that are,
lads.
like, on the night out, around,
Nikolaitis in the big. Has Kulev dominated? We could be down to 7.
They know.
You know.
Alex Kulev
Maybe
with
he's
his
a king.
parents
Doable.
on the rail. Watching him at another final table. They just saw him with a tournament victory in Monte Carlo. He's going to need to find a king or some diamonds here if it's going to be the same here in Montenegro. Okay, he's picked up additional rounds.
10 would do it.
King or a 10 for the Bulgarian. Anything else, Mikolaitis will take the chip lead. We're 1 card away from being down to 7. And a potential $160,000 ladder. If there's no king or 10, GG, sir. Good luck, gentlemen, announced.
So our 2 shortest stacks coming into this final table, Kiat Lee and Alex Kulev, are the first 2 to go. The chip lead has really swung around a lot. Clemens Reuter had it at one point, Leon Sturm, Wang Ye, but now it's Mikolaitis at the top.
Shout out to the parents, by the way, of Alex Kulev. just showing up to support their son on the biggest stage in poker. What an honor it must be for them to see just how much success he's had playing this game of cards for a living. 431,000 we'll have to do as a consolation prize, as he was short stacked.
Cool. Why not?
And we're down to 7, 595. The next payout.
But I wonder what she's gonna do every day. That's the problem.
You live in England or?
No, Hong Kong.
You grew up in England?
It's every year. It's her birthday as well during this time.
Ah,
Her birthday was 3 days ago.
perfect.
But then what is she gonna do? You can't just spar every day.
You can just spar every day.
I'm sure there are people doing that. There's definitely people playing paddle every day, tennis every day.
Aces on the puck for Reuter. Dominicus Mikulaitis is your new chip leader. He looks interested. 4-5 of clubs in the small. Could pill, could 3-bet, could fold. All options on the table.
Agreed. Maybe you lean aggressive if you're going to VPip it. No, he calls.
I'm going to get out of that. 38 big blind average, shortest stack with 22 bigs. This one could go on a while. I saw that 3 of clubs in the middle. I was hoping for something more, but Queen 9-3 is all Reuter.
Very clean for Clemens. Backdoor hearts to boot. Different sizing options available to him here. Or that. You know, if you're ever going to slow play an overpair, often it's going to be aces with that backdoor flush draw. Hand that can withstand aggression.
Queen of Diamonds turn means that Mikulaitis is officially drawing dead.
Let's see if Mikulaitis gets frisky as the new chip leader. See if he tries to put some pressure on what he might perceive as an ace high. He's got the no pair, no draw, but that hasn't stopped players from activating in the past.
I was going to say, this final table has been pretty absurd when it's come to some of these zero equity bluffs. Check, Clemens. Check.
Will he find another trappy line here? Nope.
Hands over.
That's 450,000 plus.
We're supposed to remain impartial in the booth, but it's hard not to root for a new Triton trophy lifter or winner. Clemens looking for his first, Wang Ye looking for his first, same for Leon Sturm and Kong Pham. Obviously be great to see Danny Tang lift number 6. Patrick Antonius looking to become the second player to have ever lifted both a main event and invitational trophy. And then Mikulaitis, part of that really tough Lithuanian crew, looking for his second. But getting that monkey off your back, first title coming in a main event, that's special.
Yeah, amazing. Here's our chip leader, Mikulaitis, ace on the button.
Raise 300,000 plus.
Ace 5 for Danny. As he raises an eyebrow. Options.
Yeah, you know, I would think he mostly just plays this as call, covered against the chip leader. Doesn't really want to 3-bet fold this hand. Maybe not deep enough to go for the old 3-bet 5-bet and wrong stage in the tournament.
Well, as played, does face a C-bet on the Jack 10-6. Rainbow is going to be tough to continue in any capacity.
I gotta tell you, Henry, that 150K anniversary event has already started, and I'm looking at the list of names, and there are no soft spots from what I can see.
Absolute killers.
It's just killer after killer. It's Linus Loliger at the top, John Jaffe, Dan Smith, Adrian Mateos, Jamil Wakil. Those are your top 5, but it's a tough one out there.
Yeah, that one's going to be a lot of fun.
5 seconds.
A lot of people have actually left early.
Yeah, I've noticed that, and I was talking to Jesse Lonis this morning. He said he plans to leave after this 150K, so likely not to stick around for those PLO events. And
Oh, really? That's interesting.
said he misses his kids. That was
Okay.
kind of the primary motivation. I know that Triton also overlapping a little bit with the start of WSOP. Some players maybe wanted to get back for that.
I thought he loved PLO.
He does, but, you know, and things could change. You never know. People sometimes say they're going to leave, and then
Right.
they stick around. Of course, if he has a deep run in the 150, maybe we see him stick around.
That
but
makes sense, yeah.
what we will be seeing,
Even though
I'm sure, is a lot of specialists flying in for those PLO events. And probably arriving today, many of them.
I was going to say, we finish on the 28th. Wang Ye opening with the Ace-Jack-O.
Yeah, so tomorrow we have that 30K half-half event. And then the following day is the 100K PLO main.
Yeah, so we'll have final table of the 150K 10th anniversary special on Monday, the 25th.
5 seconds.
And then once we wrap up with that, it'll be PLO main event coverage to the 27th. And then, yeah, the 75K PLO finishing on the 28th.
Meanwhile, Danny Tang has picked up King-Queen offsuit in the small blind against an early position open from Wang Ye, and he's making a very large 3-bet.
1,450,000.
Well timed, because against this hand, I think it's going to work. Bit of a dicey one for Danny. I mean, 3-betting to 1.4 million. If it doesn't go your way, all of a sudden, you know, you're heading towards that danger zone, sub 20.
Yeah, I would think he needs to play this as a 3-bet fold, despite committing a decent chunk of his stack, but he's got to be thinking that those king and queen blockers are so useful. But look at this. Wang Ye, who has a lot of faith in his post-flop abilities, is going to make the call, even though the stack-to-pot ratio just won here. Critical flop for both.
This is huge. 3.3 in the middle. Danny needs help, and he doesn't find it on the 10-6 deuce. If he can find a C-bet, though, Alex, surely Wang Ye bows out with the Ace-Jack-O.
Yeah, I would have to think you're right. How will they navigate this one? Both players completely whiffing the board. What range of hands is Danny Tang putting Wang Ye on? I don't think he expected to see many flats.
850.
Does find quarter pot. And it's hard to imagine that Wang Ye can continue here. No backdoor flush draw. The naked overs.
You just have to put Danny on a complete airball here. And this is the first move we've really seen Danny make. I'm inclined to believe him. I mean, I can see the cards, and I'm convinced. Oh, my word.
He makes the call, so Wang Ye does not believe Danny Tang.
There's 5 million chips in the middle.
He likes the price.
Is Danny Tang just going to be out of this tournament in 7th?
Let's see what Tang comes with here. I think if you continue, you go small. The wizard recommending just a give up here.
This is such an insane hand of poker. 3-bet pre from Danny, absolutely fine. I thought Wang Ye was going to fold pre-flop.
I think you can just bet something like 750 if you want to bet here, and that just sheds hands like pocket sevens. And it also gives you a good price to draw at your Broadway draw.
Oh, he's going bigger.
But this just will not work against a turn top pair.
1.3 million.
Wang Ye did not come this far to now fold ace jack.
We're going to have a runaway train. Wang Ye is going to be up to 11 million. Unless he just flats and a jack pings off on the river.
That would be wild.
There's the call. 7.6 out there. Everyone else watching on as the biggest hand of the final table plays out, and they've still got money behind. 8 of spades. Surely now DT gives up.
He went big enough on the turn that he can start to discount a lot of hands worse than an ace from Wang Ye's range, as I believe a hand like sevens would have just turbo folded. He gives up. Wang Ye may just feel that Danny never plays a better hand this way, checking the river with so little behind. May just think he's on a free roll to get the rest of it if Danny somehow has a really weak ace.
Wang Ye rips it in. He's up to 11.1 million. Danny just putting Wang Ye on aces, given the way the hand played out. It certainly felt that way. It wasn't. It's just ace jack O.
This guy's stickier than super glue.
Not even discipline, we're not just throwing money down the drain.
全 K 啊！
Wow, did Wang Ye just call out Danny's hand? That's pretty crazy. Well, how the tables have turned. Danny Tang came into this final table as chip leader. Things just not gone his way at all. Now he's 7 of 7.
There's a question in chat about favorite bracelet events, as I'm playing some of those. I'm playing pretty full schedule, Henry. I'll play as small as a $600 bracelet event, and as big as probably the 50K PPC will be the biggest one I play. And
let's go.
That's probably my favorite, but I really love all the 10K mixed game events. So all the freeze out championships for those various mixed games, they really get my interest.
Now, I told you, you're not allowed back in the booth in Jeju if you don't pick up a bracelet, so...
Oh, there's one coming, at least one.
At least one.
I feel it. I feel it this year. I was on a bit of a downswing for a lot of the early part of 2025, even the middle part of 2025, and then last 7 or 8 months, things have been a lot better, so I feel like momentum is good going into WSOP this year.
Get in the game, Alex.
Get in the game.
Get your head in the game. Bracelet on the way. I've got a funny feeling after this upcoming break, we're going to be watching the Wang Ye show. Because when he's got the chip lead, he goes blasting. He's going to be putting everyone in really tough spots.
Patrick defending the ace-8 of clubs. 1 in 200 now. Things are getting big.
Oh, 9 in the window. What a beautiful window card for Clemens. Set of 9s. Patrick has a gut shot, but nothing else really working for him. He's going to fire out C-bet. More than third pot, rather. I just don't think we can call as Patrick. You've got Danny sat on 7 bigs. Yes, we have a gut shot. There's some reverse implied odds when the 10 does roll off. Especially when an ace rolls off as well.
Yeah, I like the fold. No spade in hand. You make good points about those reverse implied odds. Up against an early position open, and Reuter not a lock to bet that board with everything either. He'll play some checkbacks on that flop, so very difficult to proceed.
How the turns have tabled, Alex. How the turns have tabled. Long old day of poker ahead of us here. Playing down to a champion in this one. Are we 11 days in? You said 11 of 16, so we've got the 150K 10th anniversary special. Be covering that for the next couple of days. I'm buzzing for that PLO 50K mystery bounty. That was one of the funnest events of the Jeju stop.
I'm excited for any and all PLO action. That hybrid event tomorrow, 30K half PLO, half no limit. So of course we'll be focusing most of our attention on the 150K anniversary special. 10th anniversary, celebrating a decade dealt in gold here at Triton.
I think we can be very useful. Maybe we need to start a support group.
Our chip leader has opened up with Queen 6 offsuit.
You okay? I'm not sure if I'm even going to get a second chance.
Whatever, innit? Usually get plenty of second chances, so let's double the cards and double the fun.
Double the cards, double the fun. Sounds about right. Great game of PLO.
5 seconds.
Which of these players will we see in those PLO
Wrong
events?
color, man.
Reuter, Antonius.
Yeah, Clemens for sure, Antonius for sure, Kong for sure. Patrick play PLO? Yeah.
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 Patrick has a famous PLO hand.
The one against Roble.
That's right. They ran it 4 times. How did it work? Was it Patrick who was a 3-1 favorite and Roble scooped running it 4 times?
I think so. Sounds about right.
Swang Ye's made trip 6s. Clemens Reuter with just 10 high after turn goes check, check. He called the flop. Does he bluff here? Close to bottom of range.
Things are just going Wang Ye's way. He's an absolute crusher in 6-figure plus buy-ins. 8 final tables, 8.5 million in earnings. And he's about to extract some more value here, or chips out of Reuter, because I don't see how Reuter can just wave the white flag on this board. 10 high, never good. Try and fold out any ace high, king high.
1.3 million.
And we have got a runaway train of a chip leader. He's so entertaining to watch.
And Wang Ye definitely can go for a value raise here with the Queen 6.
他妈的，他
Everyone's just like, what is going on?
3.1 million.
Clemens snap folds. Wang Ye's up to 13.5 million. 5.7 million chip average.
Turn was check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Check turn with a 1.3.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Saying he's the devil. Saying he had 3 of them.
Look at that absolute mountain of chips in front of Wang Ye. He's got more than double average. Here he is again, pocket eights.
Smooth sailing.
This is
for
going to be
Wang
going
Ye.
in.
Yeah, King Jack suited feels like a lot of hand here. Wang Ye is just opening very wide with that chip lead. Patrick has fold equity and is ahead of plenty of the hands that Wang Ye is opening. And it's going to be a clear call for our chip leader.
打得好，至少可以挑一
Good
次，
luck, gents.
至少可以挑一次，可以吗？80多万我不会太相信哎。
Patrick Antonius needs to convert this 49% to keep the dream alive, becoming the second player to have ever won both a invitational and main. The only other person to have done that is Bryn Kenny.
帮帮手，
I don't know, dude. It feels like Wang Ye's day.
Certainly has been so far.
If there's ever a man to do it, it'd be Patrick. Queen 5. Some backdoors for Antonius. King or a jack, the immediate outs. Could chop it.
Disgusting.
Chop it on a 5. GG, sir.
A little frustration from Patrick. He's had a lot of finishes right around that position
With that blow.
this series.
All the nights.
A 5th, 2 7ths leading up to this one. Now another 7th.
How about this, man? Wang Ye, 16.6 million chip stack now. And how the tables have turned. We came into this final table, Danny Tang as chip leader, Leon Sturm in second. Patrick Antonius was comfortably in the hunt for a title, but things just not going his way. He's out in 7th. We'll have to collect 595,000. Another FT for the Poker Hall of Famer. And take a look at your chip counts. Wang Ye with more than double what Dominicus Mikulaitis has in second. Wang Ye almost has 3 times average now. 817,000. The on-tap payout. I don't even know how to kind of just explain what happened in the last 15 minutes, but Wang Ye, it just all started off with that ace-jack against the king-queen of Danny Tang, and from there, look at what he's done.
Yeah, Danny making a move with the king-queen, not just pre-flop, but following through on flop and turn, and Wang Ye with that top pair winning a massive pot and then eliminating Antonius there in a standard flip. So we were talking at the top of the hour about how we didn't really have a runaway chip
That's
leader.
right.
It was very bunched at the top. It was that way much of the beginning of the final table, but now Wang Ye has clearly established himself as the man to beat.
Yeah, and you kind of called it as well. You said, you know, those big stacks, because there is no runaway chip leader, they're going to have to fight for it and try and, you know, get down to a position where they can pull away, and that's what's happened. We're stepping away for all of 15 minutes. When we return, going to continue coverage of this 100K main. We'll see you shortly.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in. Call.
Triton.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Studying our interaction.
You just listen to it as a podcast.
Yeah.
He's trying to read the intention.
Let's just play some poker.
Sounds like late night drama.
Yeah, I think things got a little chippy between the two of them towards the end of the night, but mystery hand now.
Mystery hand. You guys asked for it. Production crew delivered.
Shout out to the crew just hitting us with a mystery hand early. Sturm opening hijack. And I suppose Kiat Lee's tournament life maybe will be threatened by the end of this hand, given it's a mystery.
So it's going to flop middle pair.
How
All
about
three
trip
of a
queens?
kind. Turns obviously 10 of spades. 6, 7, 5 out there. Sturm opening from the hijack.
That's 125,000.
It's going to continue for one big. Yeah, just kind of deliberating all of the options here. Would he ever check raise non all in with some flush draws, maybe some gut shots, and then mixing in some trip queens with that? He decides to just come with check call turn. Ace of hearts, king 10 getting there, of course. Queen 5 now losing to aces as well.
Yeah, I think Kiat can mix the flop. Takes the passive route. Versus such a small bet, Sturm knows he's calling all straight draws, flush draws, maybe some ace highs, so nice to have some stronger hands in there as well.
275,000.
Get your guesses in. He's gone small again. Someone in the chat saying Sturm with the Abrams. Maybe. The American Airlines. Stronger Queen. Pocket Jacks. And what about the bluffs? Pocket tens? Perhaps?
Yeah, 10s, 10-9, 10-8 could all make sense. Some King X of spades maybe, 10X of spades.
Kiat making the call. 1.5 out there, just 1 million back. SPR 0.66. As the 10 of hearts rolls off, and this is one of the worst runouts for Kiat. Now losing to pocket tens, losing to a hand like King 9 that was maybe barreling turn, even 9-8.
Kiat did nothing wrong here. He's just gotten a terrible run out. And he's going to have a difficult decision if Leon moves in.
Some guesses of Sturm bluffing, pocket fours through sevens. Certainly could be the case. If he has pocket sixes, I'll do a giveaway. I was going to say I'll eat my socks, but I don't want to do that. Get your guesses in. One, if you think he's bluffing when he goes all in.
So it's an interesting spot because Sturm has all the strongest hands. You know, all the pocket aces, pocket queens, pocket jacks, hands that Kiat is unlikely to have. Maybe he can occasionally slow play aces, but for the most part, Sturm has a big advantage in the full houses here. But Kiat can have plenty of King X, of spades. So the wizard wants to call 100% of the time, thinking that the queen just a good enough blocker to value, right? Interfering with all those full houses that contain a queen. Interfering with king, queen. But easier said than done in game. You have to come up with where do those bluffs come from? Will Leon find them all? I tend to think somebody like Leon will not have a problem coming up with bluffs.
Oh, for sure.
Which would incline me to calling this combo, but it's way easier said than done when you're on a big final table like this, and he needs to trust his intuition and his reads.
I'm going with pocket sevens. Kiat Lee is in a world of pain right now. It's one of those ones where he knows if he calls and he's right, he's right back in the mix, up to 30 big blinds. If he calls and he's wrong, he's out in ninth. And if he folds, he's down to 8 bigs. What do you think, ladies and gents? Do you think Kiat's even going to call? I feel like he's going to fold. Such an incredible hand of poker. What do you think, Mr. Lee? Fold and be down to 8 bigs. Or call and be the hero. Or potentially be out the door. He's folded.
Show the bluff.
Wow. Just a stone nothing from Leon Sturm. And you know, this is the problem with
Scared of aces.
making a big fold is Leon can show you some unexpected.
Emptying the clip. 7-5 of diamonds. 0 interaction with the board. No pair blockers, no straight blockers, no nothing. Just goes 1, 2, 3 on his man. Takes it down. I want to see you this summer, Livingston.
Yeah, one of these FTs?
I want to see you just pulling that deep in the monster stack.
Yeah. It's a little easier to do it deep in the monster stack, I'll be honest with you.
The friendship's on the line.
Okay, my brother.
My brother, I think recording. I looked at one.
The friendship.
Ah.
Whoa.
We're live.
Okay. Safe. Safe.
We should have called last one.
Kia now saying.
必殺技，出必殺技，左手攬過去，左手快啲攬過去。佢撚啲咩？
揾咗個女。
只能說沒佔你2子。
Yeah, saying he wished he would have called the last one now.
One queen 4 too. You take ace king, I take queen 4. We side bet. No, 35.
Good luck, lads. The two short stacks colliding. Ace 10-8.
裂開。
Top pair, top kicker
9 of diamonds.
for the Bulgarian.
Jack a diamond.
9 of diamonds, jack of diamonds
Jack of
requested.
魚啊，牌都唔會行。
Cannot be too, too one-sided. GG.
Dead.
My brother.
GG.
He had a class act.
Wow.
Could have been different if he made that call against Leon, but can't live in the past.
還不如3把根了。他說他什麼牌？
That one's got his thing, yeah. Because
我覺得他這一句話好像
you're just a call away from playing 3.5 million, and instead you fold, and then very next hand you're out the door as we lose number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list. Kiat Lee out in 9th for 350 at the table.
There's always an action driver, isn't there? Both of the play at the table and of the conversations, and Tang certainly enjoys chatting. Sturm's got a hand.
Danny just thinking, how strong would it look if I cut out a 3-bet now as I'm eating my food? Well, a very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the $100,000 Triton Super High Roller Series main event. We are down to 6 players, and it was the Hall of Famer, Patrick Antonis, unable to win a flip against the runaway train, Wang Ye, just before we went on break, Alex.
Well, what a 15-20 minutes to close our frame that was for Wang Ye as he got ace-jack against Danny Tang's king-queen. Tang was very aggressive, and Wang Ye made top pair of aces, and then shortly after that, winning that flip against the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's right. And there've just been a lot of signs of Wang Ye just, even before he got that chip lead, defending with the 10-6, defending with the 8-6 against Leon Sturm, where he check-raised the 7-3 deuce board. He fights. He fights for every hand, and even in hands where most people would just bow out, he seems to be finding these aggressive lines. And I know Randy's a massive fan of Wang Ye because we've seen him in like the 1K, 2K, 4K cash games. And to him, I don't want to say the money's irrelevant, but let's, be fair. This guy's played cash game pots worth more than first prize.
Yeah, that's right. He's got so much experience playing deep stacked, playing against a lot of pressure. And I think the cash game players tend to get a little bit more sticky facing check raises. They tend to find more creative check raises. They're a little bit less willing to relinquish their hand in the face of aggression. And we've seen that from Wang Ye so far, and it's just worked out great for him.
It has indeed. He's got 83 bigs. Second in chips is Dominicus Mikolaitis, the Lithuanian, with 1 title. He's got 42 bigs, and then everyone else is playing less than average, the average stack being 33 big blinds right now. Danny Tang, the 5-time champion, shortest stack in the room. He came in as the chip leader, but that unsuccessful bluff against Wang Ye has left him with just 7 blinds. And yeah, he's going to be in the big fairly soon, so he needs to spin the wheel.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's a 250K jump between 6th and 5th positions. And so everyone in the middle kind of has to be a little bit more cautious now, both because Wang Ye has such a big lead at the top and because Danny Tang has so much separation at the bottom. So we're going to see more ICM pressure than we did at the beginning of the final table.
Absolutely. I want to watch the Wang Ye show. Grab your popcorn, grab whatever beverage of choice, get your BLTs in the chat, because Wang Ye is going to try and steamroll the likes of Reuter, Sturm, and Kong Pham, while Danny Tang is on 7 bigs, as he's on the hunt for his first title. Live from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Got 2 more hours of play before our next break, so enjoy the show. Wang Ye, 83 big blinds, 14 hands left at big blind 200K.
For Michaelitis, this would be his 2nd title. It was in this casino last year in the 50K tournament that he took down the win for 1.25 million. But this would be a banner win for the Lithuanian, as there's 3.5 million up top. That Jacob & Co. watch. And just winning one of these main events comes with a lot of recognition from your peers. It's one of those real true notches on your career accomplishments.
Here we go, hand 1 back from break, and just as we anticipated, Wang Ye activating.
Wang Ye is not going to make it easy on his opponents here. You can see him finding this 3-bet bluff with ace-10 off. And Clemens really can't do anything, I wouldn't think.
Ace-10 suited hitting the mark. Oh, but this won't be.
Yeah, this can do something, as every single ace in the deck was busy in the hands of these 6 players. 2 ace-10s and ace-8, and now Sturm with a clear jam from the big. One that will take down the pot, and that'll be a substantial addition to his chip stack.
You know who's going to love seeing this jam? Danny Tang on 7 bigs.
Oh yeah, Tang has got dreams of a 3-way all-in, but won't be that.
Kong Pham caught speeding.
Well, if Kong Pham was speeding, Wang Ye was just arrested for driving at more than 50 miles an hour above the speed limit. What they call that? There's different categorizations of speeding.
I don't know, man, but I feel like that's the type where you just get your license taken away from you and you get thrown in jail.
Reckless driving.
Something like that.
There's some term. Car goes to the pound. It's a great pickup there for Leon Sturm.
You just cry for stuff and it happens.
That's how it's supposed to.
Did you not?
Sometimes I
What did you do?
I don't know, go into paralyzed mode. Don't say anything.
Maybe I get a walk.
It's possible.
Childhood trauma being
Walk would be good
discussed.
enough. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
So close. Don't touch me.
Maybe a step too far.
I'm gonna have to cry a little louder, sir.
Call.
Really, I have a very good hand.
I have a very, very good
I
hand.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh.
What a cooler.
Scam.
That is
That's
crazy.
how it works.
You have ace queen, right?
Yeah, I have ace queen.
Blind versus blind.
Queen of clubs.
Ace king suited, I'm in raise.
I know you raised in the blind. I know you raised.
Just have to ask nicely, huh?
That wasn't nicely.
You just cry it in sometimes.
Wait, can I?
I mean, I haven't won yet. Can I
can I
just
reverse it,
at least
though?
win the hand?
No, you cannot bust. I can bust. No.
Yeah, I guess
No,
you're right.
no, no.
I guess you're right. I
Please.
will not cry.
Oh. 2.4 in the middle.
No.
Hey, queen of clubs will be fair, no?
No.
I mean, yeah.
It's so fair.
Queen of clubs.
Is it? So
Wait,
many outs.
am I equity behind if comes Jack Queen of Clubs? Right. I don't want to be equity behind.
Yeah, but
How about 5? Okay, how's that? We both take a step back. 5 on the turn. Okay, there's a chop opportunity.
Not the
at
five of
least.
clubs. fair, right?
5 of spades. 5, 4, 3, do
5 of
10,
spades.
5 for me. Okay. I have a flush draw.
Queen and a queen only needed for Sturm.
No, he'll stay. We'll both stay. Everyone stay. You know? Please, no. No. No.
What an insane hand.
Okay. One for the good.
Danny Tang with ace-king suited in the
Wow,
big
that was
blind.
Very nice of you.
First time I can recall poker players impersonating babies at a final table.
I agree.
But here we have it.
Huh?
Well played.
Thank you.
What a fine hand of poker that was.
I think this deck is rigged.
What is rigged?
The deck.
The deck?
Crucial double up for Danny.
Danny crying it in.
Sturm gives a few of those chips back that he gained in the previous
No more
hand.
bluffing. I swear, no more bluffing.
No more bluffing announced. I'm not a believer. So Sturm on the back of getting that jam through and picking up the 2 million dead money. He's given half of it back to Danny.
Million, I think, right? No.
This one's playing out perfectly for Wang Ye. Can really lean on the likes of Reuter and Sturm.
Could have easily been 4 million. Apples, peas. What do you mean?
Yeah, sure. Actually, could have. It would make sense.
I was expecting it.
I'm betting
expecting
4
apples,
grapes.
right?
Huh?
You were expecting apples.
Who's matching my bet?
I'm always expecting apples. Apples and oranges.
Sturm seemed a bit surprised at Min Open. Thought that he was just going to rip for 4 million, having everyone covered by a large margin.
Yeah, definitely a spot where he'd have some shoves, but can also find some smaller raises.
Danny, 12 bigs.
Danny can consider shoving this one.
Bluffing.
Just folding is an option too.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Kong goading him into a fold.
Close.
I'm just going to try and limp in against Wang Ye. I just don't see how this ever works.
It's never fun to go up against the chip leader out of the small blind, but because Wang Ye knows that Kong Fam's going to tighten up his range somewhat, he knows there's some traps in there. He can't just go completely animal trying to ISO. So he does allow Kong Fam to realize his equity, but it's a whiff for King Kong.
Yeah, and it's top pair for Wang Ye. Fam gonna set fire to 200,000.
Just stabbing in the hopes that both players missed and he can take it right now. Once he faces resistance, perhaps he'll slow down, though something like a black 6 could give him reason to continue barreling. Or this 6.
Wow. What a turn card. For entertainment purposes.
Yeah, it feels like he wants to at least consider double barreling now because you can get some pairs to fold immediately and you have equity versus everything but a flush, but he slows down.
As played, Wang Ye with top pair. Does he want to? No, he's just going to check it back as well.
Which has given Kong Fam a way to win the hand with a 5 or a 10, but instead it's the black 3.
I think Fam, similar to that Jack 10 hand earlier on at the FT, just stone bottom. But no, he's just going to wave the white flag and credit where credit's due, because it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded a bluff there from Fam just because Wang Ye can peel flop with some single diamond hands, doesn't need to have a pair.
I really don't like hearing that, right? Like the, yeah,
but wisely slows down.
My neck, my shoulder.
Wang Ye going for full pot. on the
Everyone
river.
is, sorry about that, Henry, cut you off.
Talk to me.
Just going to say, everyone is really enjoying Danny Tang. The chat is very fond of the fact that he's talking, animated, sort of giving the fans a bit of entertainment, whereas a lot of our chat doesn't enjoy those players who just sit there in silence, don't give you anything. Understandable. You know, you look back at the old days of TV poker, and almost everyone on the screen was some type of character. Who is the guy with the shark? Humberto Brenes?
Okay.
Yeah, do you remember him?
I don't, but the name rings a bell.
Just one of many characters you would have seen across the years in televised poker, and I agree, it's fun to get some emotion out of these players. The chatting is always good. Makes our job easier. But I understand both sides. I understand that there's players who just want to lock in, and the way that they focus is just by sort of staying within themselves. For me, I'm an extrovert, so I lean more Tang's direction. I enjoy getting to know the table. I enjoy a bit of banter. Even some, you know, in a heads-up pot, even some mid-hand banter can be fun. I know that that's sometimes considered against the rules. It's a gray area in heads-up pots, certainly multi-way. You should be quiet.
Multi-way for sure, but heads up, I think. You know.
I think anything should go.
Yeah.
And usually you can get away with almost anything. I know at certain venues there's certain rules, but...
I agree. I'm a big Danny Tang fan in general. He's just great energy, a lot of fun. And then similarly to you, at the same time, I have so much respect for the likes of Adrian Mateos, who is super intense in every hand, but then away from the table, super friendly, super chatty, just an amazing person. Each to their own. As we have a quick dealer change and an opportunity to shout out one of our partners of the Super High Roller Series. I'm talking about Predict Lab. I believe I saw something over on their IG this morning about Danny Tang closing this one out. So make sure you check them out every morning before we go live, because there's some really fun bets that you can get involved in. It's an interesting conversation, right, Alex? I mean, with the introduction of solvers and the introduction of high stakes poker by, byproduct of the Triton Super High Roller Series, a lot of elite players like Jason Kuhn, Makita, Chidwick, all of those guys, they've spoken about this and how important it is to preserve energy, and they're not there to entertain, like they're there to work, and they see it as a job, and they don't want to give anything away. They're out here grinding for 16 days in a row.
Yeah, you can definitely appreciate that perspective.
And I think if you want these characters, if you want like really quirky behavior, shout out the Celebrity Poker Tour, for example. Go watch that. Very different show, right?
Yeah, and we're playing for so much money here that at the end of the day, the players need to look out for themselves and do what makes them feel most comfortable.
Yeah.
They're not being paid to play, by the way. Everyone's putting up their own buy-ins. It's not like it's a show where they're being paid to appear. So I can completely understand that perspective. Just in my own experience, I have more fun interacting with the other players and being more chatty, but that just speaks to personality differences. Also, I play a lot more PLO, and I find it's a bit less tense in PLO because there's so many spots where the all-ins kind of play themselves, big draw against big made hand.
Right.
And it feels like there's more moments of tension in Hold'em where you're often in these way ahead, way behind type spots, and you're really trying to suss out if your opponent is bluffing or value betting. As here we have just a limped pot between these two. Michaelitis with the covering stack stabbing with back doors.
But don't get too technical, Alex. Okay? I wouldn't want you to get too robotic or technical in the booth, okay?
Wouldn't want to do that. Wouldn't want to turn this into a training video.
No. Definitely wouldn't want it to become like a GTO Wizard style Espen Jorstad stream.
Clement's hanging tough. King Jack can be ahead. Reasonable backdoor equity.
I love Seymour Flop saying, isn't PLO just roulette? Yeah. That's a great way to put it. 1.1 out there. Clemens has checked over a second time. This would be a savage bluff from Michaelitis.
But he checks back. Maybe thinking that if he bets, he wouldn't have that many value hands. Like a lot of ace-X would have raised out of the blinds. Maybe ace-X doesn't go for 3 streets. So he's kind of repping 10 or nothing. Clemens can have some ace-X. Also, keep in mind that Michaelitis reserves the right to play the bet-check-bet line. Doesn't have to just be giving up on this pot.
That's very true.
That might be congruent with what he would do with a hand like ace-7.
Do you think he snaps flop for 250 into 600 with ace-7 though?
Not guaranteed, but also not impossible. Just folding out 2 live cards, nothing wrong with that. Can get hands like Clemens, King-Jack to call. He's just going to have a higher bet frequency given he has the covering stack in ICM, but he does just shut it down, and Reuter will be very happy to win this pot with second nut, no pair.
Clemens just showing up to Tritons now. Just picking up big 6-figure scores, making deep runs in the biggest buy-in events of the series. Final table, the 150K 10th anniversary special in Jeju, and then followed that up with a 3rd place finish in the 100K PLO main. Now here he is in the No Limit Hold'em main with a very healthy stack.
Yeah, he's just been on a run, like you mentioned, Henry, worldwide, not just here at Triton. Taking down the Millionaire Maker, which I would think a lot of Triton players wouldn't even play a $1,500 buy-in, but Clemens, no ego attached to his game. He'll play all stakes if he sees an edge. He'll go for it.
The Millie Maker, one of those where you probably have a lot of yourself as well.
Yeah, right.
Like that's a nice one to have, just, you know, 90%, 95%, maybe a couple of 5-ball swaps.
Michaelitis here, getting involved out of the small blind. Didn't want to just shove, too risky. And yeah, I would assume he had most of that one.
Shout out Gress Clipper in the chat saying, second nut no pair is a very fancy way to say hi card. Hey, listen, we try, okay? We're trying out here.
You got to try to find new ways to say the same thing in the booth, otherwise you start to sound stale.
That's right. You're here for 16 days straight. We're going to see all-in calls so often. You know, someone drawing to 2 outs, 4 outs, someone with a nothing burger of a hand.
Yeah, a lemon or two. Well, we're going to hear the lemon term more in PLO, where that's a word I'll use to describe a dangler.
I like that.
You're also going to hear some other PLO-specific terminology, which I'll save for that portion, as Michaelitis could be in some trouble here if faced with bet, but no. Clemens just checking back.
8 of spades on the turn. Not much of a concern for both, I would say. Although I guess for Michaelitis more of a concern, as Reuter's going to have some suited ace-X, 8-X rather. Something like 9-8, 10-8.
Yeah, both players probably feel there's a decent chance they're ahead at this point, but neither one is going to want to play a big pot with their respective holdings. Clemens could go for a delayed bet here for protection and a bit of thin value. Can also just opt to check it back. He'd really hate to face check raise, as he'd be up against a range of hands that could include some draws, but it would be very difficult to proceed. The more you think your opponent is capable of having check raises here, the more I like this check. And we know the Lithuanian is capable.
Now, as played, I think this one checks through. Be very surprised to see Michaelitis now activating with the 4s on this Ace of Diamonds river, as Reuter's going to have a decent amount of ace-X that are just keen to check flop and turn.
Could he just move in? Is the PLO player in you thinking about those fours at all as a massive overbet? Getting a little carried away
It's
here.
okay,
But
PLO's coming in a few days' time.
it's just, I look at those blockers and I say, what hands could Clemens call a 3x pot overbet with? But no. So a gentle exchange there. Nicolaitis maintaining second position. Kong Pham and Danny Tang at the bottom. Sturm and Reuter kind of in no man's land in the middle of the pack.
Have they got a paddle?
They're swimming downstream without a paddle. Is that the expression?
Swimming downstream.
We never know the expressions here in the booth. We do our best. How about Big Slick?
Clemens on a bit of a roll here. See if he gets any action behind. Opening into the short stacks big blind. And he's just going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. It's up to 6.9 million. Hard to get excited about that one. But he'll take the change.
Yeah, that's 2 buy-ins. You know, you started with 250K in chips and stealing them now worth 500K.
You think that makes a difference? All the difference.
You don't believe? Wow. Did you hear what Alex said? They're supposed to sit there, not move to another. I said to them, the parents can sit there, it's easier. But then they're superstitious and felt like the last time when Alex won the 125 or whatever,
They were sat there.
they were
so
sat there.
What
So
the
they-
hell? And now you're saying clearly they're right. It's the two superstitious.
Well,
Mystery.
because Alex busted. But every people have
Mystery
their
hand.
things they believe.
Wang Ye's got
a little
at
bit
least
more.
queen 6.
We did see him open that hand.
At least queen 6 I'm going for, yeah. So, what's that, like 55% of hands? Thereabouts.
You think he's got the queen 6 off in range from this position?
That's a good question.
That would be bold. But Kong Pham's got the hand that Nicolaitis could have represented with a massive overbet in the last pot.
You can always tell who loves PLO and who doesn't by the way they talk about poker. You and I definitely, we fit into that.
Right. Wow. That's a straight on a flushing board for Kong.
I'm going ace, king, no clubs.
And you think he's just going to blast it off?
He's going to go for a small c-bet. Standard operating procedure so far. Turn's going to go check, check. River's going to be a 4th club. And then Wang Ye is going to put him in. You heard it here first, chat.
All right, Henry's got his read. He's putting him on a red ace-king type holding. I like just calling here as Kong Pham, and then depending on the sizing on the turn, if we face another bet on a brick, we can sometimes consider just check jamming. Can understand why players would want to raise here to protect against club draws, but by doing so, you also fold out those weak hands that you have crushed. Oof.
Sorry, my bad. It came on the turn.
Well, this is all of a sudden very uncomfortable for Kong Pham if he starts to face heat.
Given that Wang Ye is the chip leader, I just think he has a lot more offsuit combos than anyone else would in this position, thus allowing him to just have more king high, ace high flushes.
Yeah, he certainly does. I think the question we need to start asking ourselves is, what's the worst hand he's going to go for 3 streets here with? King of clubs, ace of clubs for sure. Does he go for 3 streets with the queen of clubs or the jack of clubs? It's unclear.
Kong's going to dig deep. 2.5 out there. 1.6 back.
And the bluffs, one would think, would come largely from unpaired hands, as pairs do have some showdown value here, particularly bigger pairs. So obviously a very, very polar range that Wang Ye will be representing if he does send the rest in. I'm going to say bluff.
I would like Wang Ye to just have a value bet, you know, because he's got this image, but there is part of me that thinks he's just an absolute savage. I'm going straight flush.
Okay.
8-9 of clubs.
Okay.
Be good for you.
3 million.
But what are the bluffs? So what bluffs? Does he just range bet the flop? If so, then he can have a hand like Jack-9 of spades that picked up a gut shot on the turn. Okay, that's going to be my guess. So we've got Jack-9 of spades for me and 9-8 of clubs for you, Henry. Shall we just do a little friendly 10 euros? You win on value, I win on bluff.
Sure.
Bet of the day.
Bet of the day.
Or it was $10. I reduced our tab from euros to dollars just to make it consistent with fantasy.
Thanks. I'm saving 17%.
You're saving a few shekels.
Kong Pham turned to Danny Tang and said, this could be good for you, meaning that if he was to call and was wrong, Danny would ladder 250K. Pham looking around the room for help.
Feels like he wants to make this call. Can he pull the trigger?
Such a tough call. Oh, he's made the call. Wang Ye with the air ball.
Bluffski. Ka-ching!
Kong Pham up to 5.6 million. What a hero call.
Great call by Kong Pham. I was too busy counting my $10.
Credit to Wang Ye for pulling the trigger. That is one hell of a bluff.
Amazing.
What's the action?
Bet, bet, bet.
Just a great hand all in all. Danny Tang, maybe a little frustrated, was hoping it was a value bet. That would have meant a pay jump for him into the 7-figure club. As there's still 6 remaining. 6th place guaranteed $817,000. 5th will be 1.06 million, and it's 3.5 at the top, along with the watch, the title, the glory, and everything that comes with it.
You can't kill King Kong. King Kong Pham. Absolute hero. Call of the day. Danny sub 10.
Yeah, Danny passed on 7-6 suited with 12 bigs.
Yeah.
I think he'll take this spot with 9.5.
Agreed. He agrees. Wang Ye announces fold, so Danny going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Bluff of the day. No, not the bluff of the day. Second best bluff of the day. And that was definitely the hero call of the day.
Yeah. Call of the day for sure. As Kong Pham sniffing it out, flopping a straight, and just not believing that Wang Ye had a flush on that run out.
Echo Station saying, I don't understand the flat on the flop. Why allow yourself to be put in that position? It's a great question. I think a lot of people have different approaches, and I think there are people that would just check raise, kind of get it in because they fear that sort of run out and they fear being put to the test. But Kong Pham just trusts his abilities to be able to, you know, reverse engineer the hand and make a great call if he needs to. And case in point,
yeah,
by him just flat calling, he actually earned a full double up.
Yeah, the idea is that raising is just going to fold out those weakest hands And those are the hands you most want to keep in. You're going to have some difficult decisions, but overall, it makes more sense to play call and to play a lot of your ranges of call as well. And now King Jack here for Wang Ye. Looks like he's giving it some consideration, but ultimately thinks better of it.
How much is it?
3.1 million. Okay.
Don't get too technical though, Alex.
Does chat know what this bit that Henry's running is?
Bit?
It's a bit of a bit.
Bit.
Bit to bit.
Bit squared. Reuter, Queen 10 of hearts. There's a lot of future game stuff here for Clemens. You know, he's got a very comfortable 32 bigs, middle of the pack. If he calls and loses, then he's in that danger zone. Sub 20 bigs, or hovering around 20 big blinds.
Oh, he makes the call. This is a bit surprising to me with Queen 10 of hearts.
Choose me, choose me, choose me.
I feel that
Choose me.
it's hard to think we're ahead of the shoving range here.
4.5 in the middle. I'm surprised as well, Alex. Hearts, Queen or a 10. Is this the King of Diamonds? Is this going in? I don't know. Does Reuter just bet 250 here? Yeah.
Ooh.
Danny is ahead.
Doesn't want to hit his jack.
我去玩低了，我 K 勾。
To get back up
On Yale,
to
go up.
23 big blinds.
顶住。
What a roller coaster of a day this would be.
Please.
Came into this FT as chip leader. Ran a savage bluff against Wang Ye that didn't work, was down to 7 bigs. Just needs to hold. If he can fade a Queen, Jack or a 10, he's back up to 24 big blinds and will no longer be the shortest stack. Hold he does.
Let's go.
So a huge double for Danny Tang.
Didn't even have to cry.
And now no clear short stack.
Just came.
As Tang actually leapfrogging past Leon Sturm back into 5th position.
4th, no? He overtakes Clemens as well.
Oh, that's right. That hadn't populated yet, but indeed. Tang into 4th. And more madness, as Wang Ye has also come back to the field a little bit. He was up to 16 million, now down to just 13 million.
King Jack suit offsuit. Can call.
Huh? King Jack?
Yeah. More blind.
Oh.
Big blind. Call.
Big blind call.
Yeah, you just heard Wang Ye sharing with the table that he had the King Jack. And he was saying the only reason he didn't call is because he had Clemens in the big blind to worry about. Had he been in the big, he would have called with the King Jack.
Yeah.
His words, not mine.
Would expect Michaelitis defends this one. Against Sturm, he does. 7-6 connected enough, live enough against an opening range. The Lithuanian also with the covering stack. And flopping best on 10-8-6.
Wonder if the Lithuanian ever wants to play lead out the big blind on this texture. 10-8-6, we'd have to assume favors his range a little bit more than Leon's. Maybe not in terms of over pairs, but in terms of 2 pairs, straights, sets.
Well, he agrees with you, Henry. And the other thing is that because he covers Leon, we might expect Leon to be more passive, both versus check and versus lead. So a bit more incentive to just start putting chips in ourselves. Sets his own price. Bottom pair, gut shot.
1.7 out there. King of Hearts turn. 7-6. Still the best hand, but I mean, surely now as played. I mean, we could go small again, I guess, but what does that really achieve? You never fold out better. I feel like you inflate the pot out of position. I don't know, Alex.
Feels like a check to me.
I mean, he's got 6-7.
You hate to see chat getting involved with the 6-7 nonsense.
I have no idea what you're talking about. He's got 6-7, Alex.
He does. Let's see what the wizard recommends. Would expect check indeed, as Leon has a trace of showdown value. Probably won't get too many better hands to fold on this board.
Say it one time, Alex. What's he got?
He's got 7-6, does Michaelitis. But Leon disagreeing and choosing to go small here. And I wonder if it's with intentions of sometimes following through, or if it's just a bit of clearance.
No, he's targeting exactly this type of hand, right? 6-7.
I suppose, but this type of hand, I don't think for this price will fold to 1-bet. That's why I'm wondering if he has really evil thoughts on his mind. Because I just don't think we get a pair, especially a pair with a gut shot, to fold for this price.
These two have been trying to dunk on each other all day. There is the call. 2.9 in the middle. Crucial river coming up for Leon. He's just going to river the best hand.
And does he consider just going for value on this card? Maybe not, given the tournament situation, but it feels as though he'll have the best hand here a good chunk of the time. Jack-9 came home. But there's a lot of 10x and 8x lurking in Michaelitis' range, the way things have played out. Let's defer.
This would be a sick value jam. Oh, I mean, what do we get called by? All right,
He does check back.
Stern back up to 5.8 million. This is anyone's game right now. I mean,
I just tanked for Danny. I wanted to check the whole time.
oh, nice match there.
I think Leon did a little motion there, paying homage to the ridiculous Gen Z trend.
Come on, this is why we get so much hate from that generation. We get called boomers.
Well, I'd much rather be a boomer than a Gen Z. Shout out, boomers.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Sturm's going to come and get you. He's coming for you, Alex.
So the 7-6 of Michaelitis, no good against the rivered second pair of Leon Sturm.
450.
Raise 450,000. Pass.
And our graphics maybe spoiling something or just a touch off as it's just an open from Sturm. From Fam. Excuse me.
It's you got called a certified unk.
Yeah. Well, I am a millennial, but I identify more with the boomer generation than the Gen Z, that's for sure. What generation are we in now? Gen Alpha or something?
I have no idea, dude.
I mean, we're past the Gen Zs.
I forgot what day of the week it is.
Yeah. It's tough out here. You work every day.
Is it tough? I mean,
Days of the week, they don't mean much. The View, no, it's not tough. Don't get me wrong. It's tough to remember what day of the week it is. Nothing about this gig is tough. Wake up, play some tennis, enjoy the view, have a nice breakfast on the Adriatic Sea. Not complaining by any means.
It's great, man. They should have an unk tournament for the commentators. Whoa, hey, hang on. Hang on. Leave me out of this, okay? I was doing the 6-7 reference.
And I'm being accused of being more like a Gen X. No, I'm definitely a millennial. Make no mistake about that.
Look at this from Stern, by the way, trying to piece up Wang Ye with the King 6 out the small.
And Wang Ye is opening a very weak holding, so one would think this gets through, but with Wang Ye, you're never quite sure. Reluctant fold.
Sturminator, 6.2 million now.
It's just incredibly bunched here.
It really is.
Besides Wang Ye, who still has a clear chip lead. Clemens has 21 bigs. Danny Tang, 25. The other three all around 30.
就是盲注，我们会打到2把。Yeah.
就但是是为什么？但是为什
Good
么
rule.
加2把？
So the last time I put in mine.
It's good rule because, well, I mean, back in the clock days, people might tank so your blind constantly goes up, and now we just stop that by doing hands and just obviously we don't want the blind to keep going up on one person.
A lot of little thing.
Of course,
Yeah, nice.
we're the best.
Yep.
Raise 400,000 plus. Plus.
Couldn't agree more with what Danny's saying there. The problem with the old school clock that we removed is that people could deliberately try and time their tank so that the big blind would go up on a shorter stack, right? Or on a certain player.
Triton has just done such a good job of eliminating what I like to call nonsense. Things that should not be part of a tournament strategy. Trying to wait for a table to break, or trying to dodge a big blind, or tank your way through a pay jump. I hate all of it. I refuse to do it even in tournaments where you can use those moves. And Triton makes it impossible for anyone to do that. And, you know, I hope that other operators follow suit.
Couldn't agree more. You know, do you know who else is no nonsense, Alex?
Who's that?
Kevin Rabichow.
Oh, yeah?
Absolute stud, mate.
Well, that's for sure.
One of the best. Nanonoko, also one of the best, going to be joining the final table coverage in about an hour's time. Until then, you've got myself and Alex Livingston on call. 6 left, playing down to a champion today. Everyone guaranteed 817,000. One more elimination, and then everyone is in the 7-figure club. All eyes on that top prize of $3.5 million.
Well, I just looked over my right shoulder, as you mentioned, Randy Nanonoko Lu.
Is he gone?
To see if he was still operating as a sound engineer, but his seat had been replaced by Gaddis of our Share Hands team. So it was a short-lived stint. Perhaps he made an error along the way.
All right, give me your honest review. Out of us commentators, who would best operate a forklift? Me, you, Kevin, Randy.
Honestly, we would all be disasters. But if I had to say the forklift rankings, oh man, I'd be the last. I'm just not good at this sort of thing. I put myself 4th of 4.
Okay.
I think I would go Kevin, you, Randy, me.
Chat, what's your forklift ranking out of us 4 commentators?
Kevin's just got such a good head on his shoulders. He'd be good at listening to the instructions from the foreman or whoever it may be.
Yeah, Kevin the type of guy to pass his driving test with like no minors.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just a solid kind of guy.
We'll just get adjusted again.
Forklift drive. Now I want to do that. We should make that a bit. Let's speak with the production crew. See if we can get a forklift in the car park. Martins. No? Can we do it? We need a forklift tomorrow to see, out of us commentators, who can drive a forklift the best. Let us know. We'll make it happen.
Martins looks interested.
I mean, that's a great bit.
It's a great opportunity for side betting as well.
Get on IG.
Meanwhile, Sturm opening hijack. Tang has a tempting reshove candidate in the cutoff. He's going for it. And I like this from Danny Tang. The whole idea is that you can get hands that dominate you to fold. And in fact, Leon's king-queen probably will need to hit the muck here. the exact type of hand you can get to fold. This is theoretically principled, and Tang just moving up the board.
Credit where credit is due. The 5-time champion was down to 7 bigs, and he has fought his way back into this one.
Thanks.
Felix saying you'd all share 4th place.
Chad agreeing that most likely Kevin would
That's
be number
great.
1 in the forklift rankings.
Blinds have gone up 125k, 250k. It's ICM jail right now for everyone bar Wang Ye. The difference between 2nd and 6th is $1.5 million, and the difference between 2nd and 6th in terms of chip rankings is just 9 bigs right now.
But another easy reshove opportunity here for Clemens Reuter. One that he's going to take.
3.5 million.
This one's going to go Reuter's way. He's back up to 4.7. Seeing a lot of love for Danny Tang in the chat. He's on the hunt for title number 6. Came so close about a week ago. Had Mario Mosbach all in on 2 occasions with the worst hand. The poker gods were cruel to Danny Tang on that day. Smiling down on him today.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster for Tang as he lost a lot of his chips with that king-queen.
Wow, this is just grim. 6-handed, 20 bigs. Hijack versus button, it's going in.
1.25 million.
Just disaster for Pham. Reuter can build a small 3-betting range centered around monsters with some ace-x and king-x bluffs. It's going to be an easy shove for Kong Pham, one would think.
Eights we maybe get away from. 9s feels very cuspy. 10s though. 10s I just don't see how we can fold. Looks like he's going to come with call, maybe get away from doubling up Reuter on an ace-high, king-high board.
This is understandable, just given that he's in bad shape against the value range.
Oh my word, come on, dude.
No, this isn't real.
Are you kidding me? Final table of a main event, top set against middle set. We were just giving Pham his praises for potentially getting away from this.
Gave himself an opportunity to get away on ace or king high boards, but not this one, as it's a set over set cooler at the worst of times for Kong Pham.
I feel like it was about 10 days ago at the start of the series we were saying how we haven't seen a set over set situation in a long time, and now on the biggest stage in a main event we have one of the worst coolers in poker. 4.4 in the middle. You hear that sound, Alex? That's the sound of inevitability. Reuter's going to get a double. He's going to be up to 2nd in chips unless Kong Pham can spike a 1-outer. Is he thinking of lead jamming? Afraid of Clemens maybe checking back? Or is it just too much hand? You let Reuter just hang himself?
I think you just continue to check here because Reuter still maintains some of those weak bluffs. And I would expect ace-king and ace-ace to still just lean aggressive at this SPR.
All in.
Wow.
Queen Jack.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Reuter got snapped. Pham literally beat him to the pot.
No. Got me call. No.
To the point where Reuter thought that Tham had Queen Jack. 10 million chip pot. 1 out for Tham.
Oof. 4 kings for Clemens.
You might have the best slide, no? It's so
6. Very unlucky, man.
Yeah, I mean.
Just an unavoidable spot. Credit to Tham for just flatting pre.
Sure, Clemens.
Queen Jack suited was more likely, actually.
So he thought that the 10s would often jam pre, 6s would fold, so that's why he felt like Queen Jack suited, once facing the snap call,
Yep.
was actually a likely hand.
Oh, Clemens closing the gap on Wang Ye. He's now crossed 10 million in chips. Kong Pham down to just 5 bigs. Can he do a Danny Tang?
Makes the highlight reel.
It will make the highlight reel. Set over set, just so brutal. And then when you do it with 6 left in a Triton main, it really doesn't get much worse than that.
Oh, sorry, I would put my chips.
And a candidate to maybe just move in now. With just over 5 bigs, the blinds are about to hit you. 9-7 of hearts. Does well enough against a calling range. And as Clemens 6 is here in the cutoff, perhaps we can flat this one.
Could this be the final nail in the coffin?
If
Kong
Clemens
Pham.
were to call and everyone else folded, Pham would be thrilled to be up against this particular hand where he's flipping.
Awkward one for Reuter. He's got Michaelitis on 5.4 million, Danny Tang on 5.6 million, and Sturm on 5 million, but he does make the call.
Yeah, I think this hand just a little too strong against a 5 big blind range, though you do have to be concerned about somebody waking up behind.
So Reuter going for the 1-2 knockout blow. Did most of the damage with the haymaker on the King 10-6 board, and now just looking to finish his man off. Kong Pham on the ropes, but not out. Flipping for his tournament life.
I'll give you some rake back.
Oh, hello. 8-5-3.
6 for a sweat.
6 for a sweat announced. 10 of hearts for a sweat.
That's another good one. It is a heart.
Looks like too much. 6.
Pham picking up additional outs. The 6 no good anymore.
Can Clemens hold? Needs to fade a 9-7 or a heart. GG's.
Good game to Kong Pham. Very fun watching him play. Just the coldest of decks.
He's so cool, man. Final tabled the Invitational in Paradise just a few months ago. Was splashing around in the Invitational here, making a run.
Now they were 5.
In this main, set over set, 6-handed. In the Triton main, it's as brutal as it gets. He'll head to collect $817,000 for his efforts. And Alex, I think it's safe to say, we're fans of Kong Pham, and we'll be seeing plenty more of him in the future.
Absolutely. Great attitude. Plays well. He's tough, aggressive, and just a cooler at the most inopportune of times.
Every night.
So we're down to 5. Everyone now guaranteed over $1 million. Lots to play for still. 3.5 up top. And we have 2 packs now. We have Wang Ye and Clemens Reuter, both around 12 million.
Okay.
And the rest of them, the other three, they're all around 5 million. So it's just a clear delineation of the haves and the have-nots.
That hero call from Kong was so sick.
Yeah, that was nice. As Wang Ye had just the ace-deuce, no club, out on a limb, trying to get Kong to fold for his tournament life. Kong fam held tough. Nicolaitis at one point was chip leader, for much of it was in second. Now finds himself in third and roughly tied with Sturm and Danny Tang.
Sturm with options, 5-handed now.
Tricky one. Do you want to just rip it in? It's kind of a big shove, cutoff versus hijack. So he's going to go with non-all-in 3-bet.
Well, has Danny's got a genuine decision here, it seems. Maybe someone like ace-jack. Oh no, deuces. Okay.
Maybe he feels a deuce is coming.
We've got a new suggestion for production. We should install trapdoors, so it's more fun. Yeah, so you bust and then you just immediately get sent to the gulag. Triton Poker Series gulag for like 24 hours.
Interesting idea from chat. Although, what about the players wanting to just jump right in that 150K, you know?
There we go.
We got to get those entries up. As 35 entries so far, already 4 eliminations, but plenty of time for players to still get involved as registrations open until the start of day 2. It's Linus Loliger at the top there.
There's another suggestion. When you get eliminated, you get banished to playing at the Borgata against drunk American regs, except they somehow have it every time.
That's kind of funny. I've played at the Borgata a bit.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to like that place
I loved
back
it.
in the day.
I absolutely
Yeah.
loved it.
Did you play there recently at all?
No, it was my first ever live stop in the States. Drove from Chicago up to Boston to then New Jersey, New Jersey down to New York. It was just a great trip. Traveling around playing poker, 21 years old, had a lot of fun.
So I played a session at the Borgata for 17 hours where I played the same song on repeat the entire session.
You're sick, dude.
And let's see if chat has any guesses as to what that song was.
Wow, the average age for this final table is so low.
Low?
Yeah, you're the oldest.
Oh, you mean average age? Yeah.
Right now it's really
Yeah,
low.
we commented on that too.
35.
Yeah, 33, 33, and you too young. You're young, right?
31.
I put it down.
The Phenom is young, right?
25, yeah.
The German phenom.
25. Insane.
I always forget how young you are.
Yeah, 25 is insane.
Sick.
That was one of my favorite trips. I mean, that was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Borgata.
Oh yeah, so plenty of guesses coming in for the song. Eye of the Tiger has been guessed by multiple people.
That's a great shout, yeah.
Hotel California has been guessed.
Ooh.
It's Raining Men.
Shout out the Eagles. That's got to be one of the best guitar solos of all time.
Crazy Game of Poker, a song I referenced on this show earlier. Leon Sturm, a gut shot.
Yeah, this is a fun flop, actually. We could see these two really get after one another. 1.4 out there. Wang Ye does not want to see a 5.
Yeah, both players have the same gut shot, but of course Leon would make the 7 high straight on the 5. Feels like the kind of hand that Wang Ye wants to see bet, right? Just 8 high, backdoor clubs, gutter ball. It definitely feels like a continue for Sturm, and is it ever in the form of a raise?
Oh, right. Sorry, back to this. It wasn't Raining Men, was it, Alex?
It was not.
Okay.
I'll get to that after this one concludes. I wonder if we'll see fireworks here.
There's a lot of ways in which Sturm can win this. Doesn't necessarily have to be a 5. Jack of Hearts turn. Let's see if Wang Ye slows down.
This could just go check, bet, fold if Wang Ye wants to continue to apply pressure, which he might. You know, Sturm does have a number of ace-high hands that continue. Hands like this. One pair of hands that don't have a straight draw would probably just need to fold turn, something like King 3. But Wang Ye slowing down. And it's just who wants it more scenario.
This would be a really nice find from Sturm. I'd like to see a big bet, actually. Although, if we do polarize, Alex, does the line tell a credible story? Or would Sturm want to check raise a lot of his like really nutted hands on the flop, like ace-5, 5-6, maybe a set?
Yeah, you can play a two-size bluffing strategy here on the river. You can definitely have a range of hands that wants to just go small and try to get ace-highs to fold. That's the option he's going with. Just quarter pot, basically saying king high needs to fold, ace high should consider folding. Maybe you even get a duck out of there, something like that.
Well done, sir. Sturm's up to 7.2 million.
Funny guess from Tim Warren. Barrett's Privateers, a broken man on a Halifax pier. No, it wasn't that one, but that's an absolute classic back in Halifax. And the answer, which nobody has come up with, is Deliverance by Bubba Sparks. Which is, I don't even know how I came across the song or Bubba Sparks. Not like a famous artist of mine, but I heard it one time and I liked it so much. And then I just played it that entire session. And I had a great session. I think I won like $5,700 at 5-10 no limit or something.
Sounds like a great day. Sounds like what I did with Kanye West's new album. Just played it on repeat for about a week.
One song or the whole album?
The whole album.
Yeah, see, that's a bit different. At least you're mixing it up a little.
English, please.
Only
Okay, solid selection from Jason Brady. He approves. I might have to go listen to that on my walk back to the apartment.
See,
after
now
the
I
shift.
want to listen to it. We're going to have to listen to it on break. Danny's going to defend. Has the best hand. Doesn't know it. Wang Ye is given some back. He's moved back down. Practically tied the chip lead now with Clemens.
Nothing for either here. Wang Ye just saying, I'm going to fire wide. What are you going to do about it? But Danny with ace high probably feels the need to at least call one.
Yeah, he knows how aggressive Wang Ye is and what his range looks like. Does make the call. 2.2 in the middle. This is actually shaping up to be a really interesting final table. No runaway chip leader. The shorter stacks really just fighting for every pot.
And we've seen quite a bit of post-flop play, which is always nice at a final table. Sometimes it becomes more of a pre-flop affair.
Yeah, that's very true. Like the 200K Invitational, for example.
Right, where things got very shallow very quickly by virtue of being stalled out at 8, which has been a bit of a theme throughout this series. Coincidental, I'm sure.
2.2 in the middle. Danny's going to be back up to 6 million.
Ace high, good for Tang.
5 left.
Hey.
Everyone guaranteed 1.1 million, or just shy. Playing for 3.5, the most recent elimination, Kong Pham. It was Kiat Lee to depart first. He folded trip queens against a savage bluff from Leon Sturm. Then it was the Bulgarian Alex Kolev out in 8th, followed by Patrick Antonius, who seemed quite frustrated on the way out, losing a flip.
Yeah, just so many final tables without that huge score for Antonius. 3/7 and a 5th so far this series, and even dating back to some other series, it seems like he's made a lot of final tables, but hasn't gotten that massive payout recently.
This is really awkward for Mikolaitis, but he is going to raise things up from the cutoff, opening into the ever-aggressive Wang Ye.
Yeah, definitely a hand he wants to open, and Wang Ye almost certainly will just play a defend here.
.3 out there. Queen 10-9. Top and bottom for Wang Ye.
Great flop for Wang Ye. Mikolaitis has a hand that maybe just plays check on this texture.
Wow, he's reaching.
He's leaning. He knows that just this board is going to be good for his overall range. He's going to be opening a pretty solid, tighter range, and Wang Ye will be defending very wide in the blinds, so any sort of coordinated medium to high board should favor Mikolaitis.
Just comes with call. I thought maybe, given how wet the texture is, he may decide to check raise, just try and get it in against a hand like aces, kings, maybe some king, queen. But now, as played, ace of spades rolls off on the turn. 2.2 out there.
Yeah, I agree. I think he would have raised that some non-zero percentage of the time, but takes the passive route this time. Mikolaitis picking up a spade draw to go with his weak gut shot. Doesn't have much in the way of current showdown value, but has some equity versus a lot of hands.
I wonder if he continues leaning here, trying to get a hand like 10x to fold.
Yeah, he's going to go for it. You can target so many hands like a red queen 6 or a red 10-7, any sort of pair without a straight draw or a flush draw to go with it. And you notice he uses this small sizing, which is a cheap way of putting a lot of pressure on exactly those types of hands.
I would love to see Wang Ye just call here, has that queen of spades, setting the trap, 3.7 in the middle, and I do wonder, Alex, on a brick, if Mikolaitis empties the clip as Wang Ye boats up.
It's far from impossible because Mikolaitis can continue to try to target hands like one pair plus draw, right? It's very credible that Wang Ye can just have a hand like queen jack here, can have a hand like 10x with a spade.
See what the wizard recommends. It recommends check.
Yeah, the wizard's not always right, but it's right in this case against Wang Ye's holding. What I mean by that is, of course, you always have to play the player, the situation, the dynamic. Always think about what adjustments to make.
If he jams, he's out in 5th.
Feels like he's going to go for it, doesn't it? But he's going to save a little bit of chips.
This is not going to work. Wang Ye with the full house. Mikolaitis trying to run a savage one. Just running into top of range out of the big blind. Wow.
So Mikolaitis just going for it there. 8's 8 of spades. Targeting all those queen X and 10x hands. Leaves himself 250. But all but out the door as Wang Ye back on top by a healthy margin now.
Wow, I say you really do it.
Time to spin, Mikey. Easy spin now.
Oh, you guys call him Mikey.
I
Not
call
Dom.
him, I
Not
call
Dom
him
and Mikey.
Michael Lady.
now. Oh wow. I didn't know that. Okay.
It's been announced for Mikey. Suited
It's in.
ace. More than enough. This certainly qualifies.
I didn't know that they called him Mikey. Did you know that?
I did know that, yeah.
Okay.
I try and just stick to the names that the viewers see, but
Yeah.
now that it's been announced, yeah, Mikey. It's the byproduct of a lot of people being a bit lazy. I like Dom.
Dom, yeah. He's got a great name.
Wang Ye going to try and get Clemens out of there, offering a bit of protection actually for Dominicus.
Wow.
As the 10 deuce hits the mark, so he could get back up to 4 bigs here.
Dominating Wang Ye. Chops also possible on the table. Chops looking more and more likely.
Check of hearts.
Would you take 4 of hearts?
Jesus Christ, Danny.
Danny loves to go down this road of hypothetical turns.
Oh my word. Everyone was talking about how it's just going to be a chop. The dealer has somehow
Stand up, yeah.
found the
Be
4
Mike,
of clubs
be Mike.
turn. Stand up, take the mic off. Ace or a jack for the chop. 8 for the win.
Nom. What's Barry?
GG's.
Staying with you.
GG, Mikey.
GG to Michaelitis.
What's Barry?
Barry?
Good luck.
Like the,
Are you living under a rock?
like like the fruit. Barry.
A lot of love for
Barry.
Dominicus.
Barry.
Michaelitis out in 5th. Will have to collect $1,064,000 for his efforts. And you know, you think back late in day 2, that savage bluff that he ran against Patrick Antonius, 3 off the money, was what leapfrogged him into a spot to actually go onto a run and take down this tournament. Timing against Wang Ye, off with that bluff with the 8s, but a huge congratulations to him. Another impressive score for the Lithuanian, and with that, we're down to 4.
Really likable guy, too. He's just got a good energy. Very positive, which you don't see from every player
That's
in
true.
the poker room.
Yeah, name names, Alex, tell me.
Not going to go on the other side of that coin, but Michaelitis, just an easy guy to root for. Great player. He's out 4th. Excuse me, 5th. We're down to 4.
Race.
Raise 500,000.
I don't want to play poker with you either.
So Wang Ye 16 million now. Clemens at 11. Leon 7. Danny 6. Average stack 40 big blinds. We'll get to see more post-flop poker. It's not going to be some sort of all-in fest.
Yeah, this entire final table, these guys have just been taking it to the streets, and I think that tone was kind of set early by our chip leader Wang Ye, defending with hands like 10-6 offsuit, 8-6 offsuit, like he just wanted to see flops, put himself in a position to make big hands and go on to run away with this, which he has done.
Raise 500,000.
Just leaning on that big stack, opening the Jack-8 off and the cutoff. Really like the way the Wang Ye plays. Tang considering his options here. Ace deuce of hearts. Some merit to finding a 3-bet, but he's just going to flat.
Staring Wang Ye down, by the way, the entirety of that decision. He's not going to win this one. Queen 9 deuce. Yes, he's got bottom pair, but Wang Ye inside straight draw. I don't know, man. It just feels like it's tough.
Well, if Wang Ye goes big, I think that, you know, Danny has some tough immediate pressure, but versus small bet, we can play check call, and let's see how this board develops. Too early to call the victor, I think, on this one. You just expect relentless aggression on the turn?
I think so. I think we have a hand that likes to do it. And for Danny, it just feels like it's so tough on a lot of turns to continue, but he's going to dig deep.
Yeah, I think we just have to take our price here on this street.
2.2 in the middle. Wang Ye turns best. Second pair has the flush draw to go with it as well.
And would think that this street may just go check-check as Wang Ye's picked up showdown value. Doesn't really want to face a raise, of course. Has kind of a middling pair and a middling flush draw. Which would open the door for Danny to win this pot occasionally if he could spike an ace or a deuce, but he doesn't. Danny may be considering turning his hand into a bluff just because he's at the stone bottom of hands he can have here. A lot of ace high would have just folded flop, leaving him with straight draws and pairs, of which a deuce, the weakest he could have.
Danny turning his hand into a bluff, and this isn't going to work. Surely not. Not for this price.
Wang Ye cannot beat a value bet here, but at the same time, his hand is just too good to fold with the blockers he has. 8 of clubs in hand, 2 pair. The rich get richer.
It's up to 18 million chips. He's got half the chips in play.
One pot vegetables too.
A little bit less. 38 million in play, I believe.
That's okay. Can't win every pot, right? Could have lost more. Okay. I'll stop trying to cheer you up.
250, 250.
Pretty surprised how quickly we got to four-handed. Only, what, 2 frames in?
Yeah, and as a result, 40 big blind average stack. Which, you know, you compare that to the Invitational, where we were stalled at 8 for so long, and the average stack at one point there was maybe 16 or 17 big blinds. Very different type of environment now.
Maybe you don't need to bluff as well. I think you made a very wise decision.
Every tournament just plays out so differently.
So, I mean, maybe with no 8, maybe we can decide again.
Blinds will be up, and by the way, in a couple of hands.
Yeah, blinds will be going up to big blind 300k. Average stack will drop down to 33 bigs.
Tang just passing on the suited connectors on the button, figuring that he doesn't have any of that high card blocker value and is just going to face aggressive actions behind too often. Reuter well covered by Wang Ye at this point.
$750 in the middle. What a flop for Clemens. Middle pair, flush draw.
Yeah, excellent flop. Both betting and checking reasonable here, actually, because checking can leave some weak hands into bluff. And you've got a hand that can just call every turn and has some implied odds at the same time. Building a pot with a hand this strong. Very reasonable. And against the aggressive action, of course, Wang Ye just cannot proceed.
Really incredible stuff from Reuter. 3rd in the PLO main just 6 weeks ago. now showing us that he can get it done in the 2-card streets as well.
Yes. 463 guys.
153. Danny down to 15 big blinds at this new level.
And he's about to go through the blinds.
And I'd expect Wang Ye to open this hand. It's a weak hand, but with Clemens in the small blind as the second biggest stack, it just feels like a position we should be very aggressive from. See if Leon flicks it in with the suited connector by definition.
He's going to defend. What is it you call it? The clean diaper?
Clean diaper. Shout out Nicholas Rigby. This one all Wang Ye.
Bottom pair. Open-ender.
Rarely do you flop just 2%.
Chipping away. Chipping away up to 19 million. There's 40 million in play. Who have you got, chat? Who do you think's closing this one out? Is it going to be a new champion? Maiden title coming in a main event for either Wang Ye, Reuter or Sturm, or is it going to be the experienced Triton OG Danny Tang, 5-time champion, looking to make it number 6 here?
All in.
Guys, all in.
Clemens just rips it.
Aggressive shove, but into the 2 shorter stacks. Feels like he can get that one through a lot.
Doing the meow reminds me of the group of Asian players who do the meow.
Meow. Yeah. Who does meow?
I think in Jeju there was like a couple of people.
Slotnikov did it too all the time.
Also the Chinese guy who won the Superman Bahamas the year before Bernie. What's his name again?
Yinan.
He does it.
Oh, he coined it.
He coined it, you're saying?
How do you say that? How you invented the term? Or
It felt like it. It felt like he was the lead kitten. Maybe we can do a woof or a monkey. No takers.
Sounds like you're being racist now. Talk about monkeys.
Sure, you always play that card. Do you notice that?
Because that's all you ever talk about.
No, you make it that. Because you're bruised from your childhood. Don't leave it out on me.
They've had some really great exchanges, Sturm and Danny. A lot of fun.
5 seconds.
3 million.
Raise 3 million.
Effective shove from Sturm.
If you min raise, I go in.
Wow. That's why I do it. I hate it, but I actually misread my hand. That's okay. What the fuck?
What? Really?
I thought I was suited. I had a good hand, but.
Huh?
I think he's being serious.
He is being serious, 100%.
I think he would have min raised folded king queen off and shoved the suited version.
他没有给我看，他直接拿着。
I had king queen off. I thought I had king queen suited.
And Clemens absolutely would have shoved over min raise. I believe it all.
For real?
Okay.
I will concentrate now. Maybe it's okay to open jams too.
Raise 600,000.
I'm trying really hard to break my personal best record here.
What is it?
Not a lot.
Second is your best now, as would be that, yeah?
Third would be.
Oh,
I think
you're
I'm-
just a child.
I know. I think it's third. I think.
For me, it wouldn't be.
Yes, big time.
No,
Sorry.
I've had just that, and because it was yours.
Sorry, big time.
I'm not as big time as you, and you know that. Not yet, at least.
It means I'm not a one-score pony.
Yeah, it's good.
Consistent.
Consistency is so key.
Consistency really is massive in this game. Easy to go on runs. I shouldn't say easy, but
No
many
problem.
players have gone on runs for months or a year or two at a time. Standing the test of time is really the mark of a champion.
5 seconds.
3.5 million.
Raise 3.5.
Sturm attacks. And I think Danny Tang might give him some action here. Queen Jack of clubs as the shortest stack, so less ICM pressure on him is going to be ahead of a Sturm shoving range indeed.
Good luck, lads. May the best man win. May the luckiest man win.
Huge pot for both.
Wait, hang on. Is Danny... he's all in per the graphics. It was 3.5 announced?
Perhaps he just called.
No, because it says I have 3.6.
Yeah, but you have
yeah, okay.
I mean, in my head, I also didn't give you anything behind, but I wasn't sure. Come on.
Wow.
That's okay. I think you're dead here, though. Can you accept that?
Huh?
You die here.
No, come on.
I think it's time.
No, like, please choose me, choose me.
There's.
I'm in very good
It's not about choosing.
Please. Yes, please.
Well, the decisions have been made.
Oh.
Because you wanted to trick me, you know?
I
You
didn't
want to go to the flop, leave like
No,
200K
you see,
behind.
you could have just said all in. It was you.
Yeah, I mean.
It was you. Right or not?
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
I think you just didn't know your stack. Just
I didn't
like
even
I just
go into
misread.
my time and I said call.
I told you we are like, I just
No,
misread
no,
my
no.
hand, you misread your
Choose
stack.
me, don't listen to him. Choose me, please. Please. Please.
Danny with the best of it. King of clubs is a beautiful card.
Oh my god. Wow.
Sweat.
I mean, at least I told you. You
Yeah.
can prepare now.
No. No.
You don't want to?
No.
Let's go.
You guys voted ace deuce, right? Somehow. I don't know.
I voted ace.
Surely. Really? You voted ace
Ace or nine
yes.
for Sturm.
Please.
It's okay. You don't need this tournament, Danny.
No. Very sad like this. Please.
Running
These are
spades would also work.
Wow.
中这么大个3条，
He's done this
这个不会更
before
残忍吗？
转盘应该是勾。
against Mario Mosbok, where he turns trips
这个不会
and
更残
Mario
忍吗
rivered a straight.
Please 顶住。
Leon trying to will in the ace or the 9. Danny one
What
card
does an
away
ace
from
stand
doubling
for,
up.
Danny? Do you know? No?
This is great TV.
Oh.
Jeez.
Running hard.
Danny Tang gets the double up. Sturm down to 2.2.
3 million.
Sorry.
Huge one there for Danny Tang. Sturm now just 7 big
Can it
blinds.
be 3.3? 3.325?
Standard hand for both.
Oh. It should be there. Because it's 3.65 minus 300, right? 1, 2, 3. 3.325. Yeah, 3.325. Yeah? Thank you.
We're officially in the danger zone.
3.325. Yep, perfect. Thank you, sir.
so welcome. Anytime. Next time, just don't cry. Actually, if you feel like crying, cry.
Yep.
Queens now for Sturm to fight his way back into this one.
All in.
Let's go up to 7.5 bigs. Wang Ye asking for a count. I don't know. 10-9 of clubs.
I think maybe you can gamble here for chips, and you know.
Wow. Yeah, of course. It's a call, yeah.
It just is a chippy V decision at this point, given Wang Ye's stack.
Dangerous hand.
%19 of the time, we're going to be down to 3.
I think this is from.
And he sweat 9 in the window. Oh my word. Sturm's not even phased by it.
A lot of king.
King, spade. It's gonna.
Flop king 10-9 and Sturm just like, guys, don't worry. I got this.
Confident.
Ooh.
And now the flush draw basically feels like a coin flip. Sturm 43%.
6, king, jack, queen, spade. For Sturm to be back in this.
Wow.
Finds it.
Yeah, he was never sweating it because he knew.
He's such a sick.
He knew it was coming. Running spades.
What a hero.
Action run out.
What is going on? This has been an incredible final table.
Never a doubt.
Leon Sturm up to 17 bigs. Still the shortest stack, but one more double.
No, I'm fine. I'm indifferent.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Difference I can take.
Yeah,
like,
Danny.
do I prefer a 300k pay jump? Yes.
Yeah, I was just teasing you because I know you do.
But it's like, am I?
You don't want to lose
Like,
your
am
kitten
I
brother.
devastated that you're here? No.
Fair play from Danny.
That was such a clean.
Wang Ye still well in front.
Chin chin.
This is first against second in chips. Clemens in position. Just going to check it back out of the big blind. He's going to flop top pair. What the viewer's saying. Talking about how crazy some of these runouts have been. It's been a really fun final table.
Yeah, it's been great. There's been so much post-flop play, which is what I've enjoyed.
You on break?
Another post-flop hand
haven't
here,
played
Wang Ye. Chip leader, putting that king of hearts to work. Not going to get through the top pair of Reuter.
Get some really fun turn cards. That's one of them.
It's fun-ish. See if Wang Ye follows through here. has all the strong hands still available in his range. Yes, he would raise them some of the time, but might also play some limp raises. Goes 60%.
It's uncomfortable for the Queen 3.
Yeah, I think Queen 3 just too much hand to fold right now. Blocking some value, top pair can just still be ahead, but you're right, because it's not just that we're calling this bet, but there's this implication that we might face another bet. And we don't have great visibility, but still position 60% pot, top pair. Don't think we can lay this down just yet. Really will get uncomfortable if Wang Ye fires a big bet across a variety of rivers.
Well, he doesn't have to. His river top pair now has the 100% check mark. He's going to take this one away from Clemens on the river.
Yeah, do we just see check, check here?
Feels like it. Does feel like it. We're never getting better to fold, like a 9. A Jack 9, Queen 9. 2 pair. Maybe we could get 2 pair to fold, but we also just win a bunch of the time. He now checks it over, as we kind of expected. And for Clemens, showdown value, just going to check it back. Wang Ye is up to 19 million.
Unfortunate run out if you're Clemens Reuter. If you're Wang Ye, got back some of those chips you lost in doubling up Sturm. And always nice to get those chips against Reuter in particular, trying to separate himself from the pack so that they can all be in this sort of secondary battle for second place, which you'll see some of the time. If the chip leader can assert himself enough, it can feel like a three-way race for second, and it really allows the chip leader to go ham.
There's $1 million difference between second and fourth.
Still have that 150K going, of course. Elsewhere in the room, 40 entries. Kiat Lee on top, who final tabled this event as well.
That's crazy. So he's final table here, and he's straight into the 150K chip leader.
Oh, yeah. Jumped right in. Was able to eliminate Isaac Haxton.
Wow. What a hero. And Ike, the man who burst the bubble in this one. Look at this find, by the way, from Sturm. This is incredible. Fair play, 15.5 bigs, jamming against the button open.
He knows just how wide the button is opening there, Wang Ye with the chip lead. And pouncing on it with the king-6 off, a hand that doesn't play great post-flop. That all-important king blocker.
Only 4 hours into play. Down to the final 4. Average stack 33 bigs, so a lot of chips in play. Wang Ye with half of them. You know, one misstep from him and it's going to even things out.
Raise and take it for our chip leader. Up to nearly 20 million now. Could become the first man over that mark. And he just looks very relaxed and composed, does Wang Ye, as we take a look at the trophy and the watch, Henry, available to the winner.
I love how relaxed you are playing these.
Shout out Jacob and Go. That epic Triton Epic X watch.
But yeah.
That main event trophy. You can only earn that watch. You cannot buy it in store.
I feel like for you that's
I love that.
your normal state.
It's a great wrinkle.
I feel like for you that's like your normal state when you sit in any tournament. you always feel very relaxed, which is also impressive. For me, it's easier when it's deep.
You're more relaxed when it's deep, right? Why is that?
I don't know.
Weird, huh?
Interesting from Sturm saying he's more relaxed in the deeper stages of a tournament. I think some pros go the other way, right? They're so tense at final tables where there's so much pressure on the line. I would say I lean more Sturm's direction. I just love those big pressure moments.
Yeah, some people are just built that way.
Hope to find myself in one of those moments this summer, as I'll be playing a full slate.
Danny Tang was trapping from the small with the King-Jack suited. He's flopped best. Queen-Jack 3.
El Trapo.
Wang Ye with bottom pair. Checks through. 5 of hearts on the turn. Danny now picking up a flush draw to go along with his second pair.
Checking again with a hand that would love to keep in weak hands that might start stabbing, but Wang Ye may be just enough showdown value that he checks this back. And a heart's coming home for Danny.
Second nuts for Danny. Surely now we look to extract some value. Or do we check it on over once more, just hoping that Wang Ye's stone bottom of range with like an 8 of hearts or something?
Yeah, once he gets here this way, I kind of like the check, looking to check raise and get just a ton of money in against both bluffs, which will of course bet fold, and then some rivered 2-pair or straights that Wang Ye can have on occasion.
Everyone tries to induce you. I tried yesterday too.
谁都麻了吧？
I don't know what he said. I don't speak
You're the
Mandarin
Beyond
or Cantonese, but something along the lines of, you sucker. Trying to trap me.
Not all trappers wear fur hats.
Nice.
It's one of my go-to lines online when someone tries to trap me.
In the money, you kind of have a win locked up in a way, and tournament usually went okay.
Oh.
And I feel like, and everyone cares more too, so everyone's kind of getting more in the zone. I feel like that's when it's like really fun to play.
I see.
I don't know.
That's
whether
really
it's
cool.
More relaxing. But
Is that the same for you?
Yeah, I think for me, I just enjoy being deep so much that I'm actually having more fun, which makes me lock in more.
I find it the same in tennis. I don't know, like play against someone who's much better than me, and I find it a lot easier to just like lock in.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it, you know, it can be in the early stages of a tournament sometimes, particularly if it's a tournament you're not super excited about. It can be harder to focus. You're a bit jittery maybe. Whereas in those late stages, you're so happy to be in that moment that you start to act off instinct.
and Jeju, I got 12.
Clement's firing out a bet here. Bottom pair. I don't think Wang Ye is going to be going anywhere just yet. He's got bottom pair as well, but kicker issues.
Wow, how'd you stay in here so long?
We all know what the action card is.
4-ball.
Ace of spades turn. Reuter with the 100% check mark.
And would think on this card, once Reuter fires, Wang Ye just gets away. Double flush draw board. Reuter can size up here. Try to get stacks in by the river, or at least build a healthy pot.
Do you know your numbers?
No idea.
But you are.
Yeah.
Confidently.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been playing this 5 years longer than me or something.
Oh, my first was 2019, and then
1.7 out there.
Yeah, so and I mixed out a bunch of cash game, Triton cash game in between too, so it's kind of.
Reuter deliberate.
I do. When I just asked you, I mean, but those are so much more profitable than the tournaments.
Yeah.
You shouldn't count these.
Overbet?
No, but
Yeah,
it's
it looks
just I
like
put them
it.
into just one stop kind of thing, you know. I just
And we saw him employ something similar with a similar hand with aces up earlier in the final table, aces and nines, this time aces and fours.
Yeah, on a very similar
I should keep them in two separate
draw-heavy, dynamic ball texture.
Just imagine
Right.
doing very well in cash games, and by playing good cash games, I kind of.
So he's trying to make Wang Ye suspicious,
But I love to play them anyway. So.
because he needs a stronger value hand to bet this big. But there's so many draws out there as well. Just no man's land for the pair of fours.
Numbers, performance point of view.
Oh, I'm never a number guy. I don't even know how much I spend annually. Yeah. Yeah, not
Told you we are like same boat.
Nice pick up there for Reuter. He's been playing incredibly well throughout this final table. It's been an epic journey the last couple of years, seeing him just, you know, make wins elsewhere. He's had so many close calls at Triton. Could this be the one? The Triton Super High Roller Series main event. Came third in the PLO main. Can he go a couple of spots further here today? Finally pick up his maiden title.
Go through the motions of that while I was at risk, and I could feel for you.
Sturm gonna defend. 1.6 out there. Nothing for both. Sturm coming up empty. Wang Ye with the betting lead.
Hand over.
I'd love to have a sit-down interview with Sturm. Just pick his brain a little bit more on that discussion he and Danny Tang were having on pressure.
Yeah, Leon strikes me as just one of the most naturally intelligent poker players on the circuit.
I agree, and he's so young. He just clearly a very enlightened young individual.
And you said he's been in the booth and he's just a delight in the booth. I haven't had that pleasure
fantastic.
to be in there with him.
I don't want to play favorites, but by far my favorite guest commentator. He's so fun.
This is way more.
Hope to have that opportunity down the road.
Like, how
As I see Bear Wire arriving.
EPTs also.
Did you play the 250? EPT?
No.
Did you cut? No.
Oh, wow. 2 kings for Sturm, and I wonder off 15 if it just looks too suspicious to do a non-all-in 3-bet. But he's creative enough to have some bluffs in that line. Still, at 15, you consider just ripping this hand. He's going to find the non-all-in.
This is really cool.
He's capable of having an ace-3 or an ace-7 here. And his hand just so strong. He knows how wide Wang Ye is opening.
Don't do it, Wang Ye. Be the first big misstep. Oh my word, he's done it.
Sturm has induced.
And precisely for that reason, Alex, you said that he's competent enough to have some of those min 3 bets that would then fold to aggression. Wang Ye taking the bait, 9.9 in the middle.
And this a hand that would have folded to a shove.
7 big blinds. 6. Okay, we're safe.
We are safe. He's drawing to runners, running 8s, running queen 10 for the chop.
Fine by me. No.
Dead. Leon Sturm's up to 9.9 million.
Wow. And that completely changes the complexion of the table. Wang Ye, of course, still at the top. but Sturm catapulting into an effective tie with Reuter, and it'll be a little bit more difficult for Wang Ye to run over the table as the stacks are getting more bunched.
Such a fun FT.
Fantastic. A little bit of everything.
It has kicked things off with this man, Sturm, absolutely dunking on Kiatley. I love Kiat, but, you know, every now and then you get dunked on, and that bluff, probably the bluff of the series for me. Then that hero call of Kong Fan on the 4-flush board. Paired board as well.
Yeah.
Calling with a straight, losing to any club. Obviously losing to full houses. That big hand, King Queen of Danny against Wang Ye's Ace Jack, that was definitely one of the highlight hands. This FT's had so many highlight hands.
It sure has, and Leon Sturm now, with some more chips, can play the style of poker he likes to play, which is keeping his foot on the gas, making his opponent's lives difficult, like he did with that 7 high against Kiat.
See if Danny can find a 3-bet here. There we go.
Find it, he does. And Sturm's hand may be just a touch too weak, Ace-7 suited versus effectively a 20 big blind reshove. He hates it. But he looks like a man who's about to let it go.
Very good hand goes into the muck.
Very good hand going into the muck announced. Danny Tang is playing 7.5 million, and can you believe, what was it, 7-handed? He was down to 7 bigs after that big bluff.
Yeah, he had 1.1, 1.4 million, something in that territory.
Yeah.
After giving up on the river. And there you can see it. Wang Ye at the top of the board, but it's anybody's ball game here.
Danny Tang's got 19 bigs. Blind's going to be going up to 200K, 400K. Everyone bar Danny looking for their maiden title. Clemens came very close in the PLO main in Jeju, came 3rd. Wang Ye with 8 final tables and no conversion. Leon Sturm, of course, the young German phenom, one of the best on tour, widely regarded as the best on tour without a title, looking to get that monkey off his back with a win here in this main event. Of course, Danny Tang looking for title number 6. 1.3 locked up, 3.5 up top. Alex, any final thoughts on that frame for us?
No, that was a whole lot of fun, and we're going to head out the door because we've got some new guys coming in. We've got, of course, Kevin Bearwire Rabichow, Randy Nanonoko Liu, and Henry, who else do we have joining us?
Got Mustafa Kanit jumping in for some guest commentary. Those guys are going to be taking this down to the champion in this 100K main. Stay close, they'll be here in about 10 minutes' time.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours
doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
No nothing. Just goes 1, 2, 3 on his man. Takes it down. I want to see you this summer, Livingston.
Yeah,
I want to see you just pulling that deep in the monster stack.
Yeah. it's a little easier to do it deep in the monster stack, I'll be honest with you.
The friendship's on the line.
My brother.
My brother, I think recording. I looked at one.
The friendship.
Oh. Whoa.
We're live.
Okay. Safe.
We should have called latte.
Yeah, now say it.
必殺技，出必殺技，左手攬過去，左手快啲攬過去。佢撚知咩？
咁撚咗個女。
我只能說沒佔你鏊子。
Can't say any wished he would have called the last one now.
Queen 4 too. You take ace king, I take queen 4. We side bet. No. 35.
Good luck, lads. The two short stacks colliding. Ace 10 8.
裂開。
Top pair, top kicker
9 of diamonds
for the Bulgarian.
Jack of diamonds.
9 of diamonds, Jack of diamonds requested.
Cannot be too, too one-sided. GG.
Dead.
GG, cat.
He had a class act.
Wow.
Could have been different if he made that call against Leon, but can't live in the past.
还不如3把根呢。他说他什么牌？
That one's got his thing, yeah. Because you're just a call away from playing 3.5 million, and instead you fold, and then very next hand you're out the door as we lose number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list. Kiat Lee out in 9th for 350.
Paddle court, the beach, the view. Great breakfast options along the water.
I'm playing until 4 a.m. now. Oh.
Hit the steam room today.
The view.
With this tournament.
Not this, some tournaments.
Doesn't get old.
I mean, some players do.
You hit the steam room, yeah?
I did, yeah.
Nice.
That's what I mean. I cannot have to win some of the win stuff.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
very late.
Jesus.
But I think that's enjoyable.
Oh, good luck, lads. Michaelitis in the big. Has Kulev dominated? We could be down to 7.
They know.
You know?
Alex Kulev with his parents on the rail. Watching him at another final table. They just saw him with a tournament victory in Monte Carlo. He's going to need to find a king or some diamonds here if it's going to be the same here in Montenegro. Okay, he's picked up additional rounds.
10 would do it.
King or a 10 for the Bulgarian. Anything else, Michaelitis will take the chip lead. One card away from being down to 7. And a potential $160,000 ladder. If there's no king or 10, GG, sir. Good luck, gentlemen, announced.
So our 2 shortest stacks coming into this final table, Kiat Lee and Alex Kulev, are the first 2 to go. The chip lead has...
Here he is again, pocket 8s.
Smooth sailing.
This is going to be going in.
Yeah, King Jack suited feels like a lot of hand here. Wang Ye is just opening very wide with that chip lead. Patrick has fold equity and is ahead of plenty of the hands that Wang Ye is opening. And it's going to be a clear call for our chip leader.
Good luck, gents.
至少可以挑一次可以吗？80多万我不会太相信哎。
Patrick Antonius needs to convert this 49% to keep the dream alive, becoming the second player to have ever won both a invitational and main. The only other person to have done that is Bryn Kenny. I don't know, dude. It feels like Wang Ye's day.
Certainly has been so far.
If there's ever a man to do it, it'd be Patrick. Queen, Queen 5. Some backdoors for Antonius. King or a jack, the immediate outs. Could chop it. Chop it on a 5. GG, sir.
A little frustration from Patrick. He's had a lot of finishes right around that position this series. A 5th, 2 7ths leading up to this.
Sometimes
What did you do?
I don't know, go into paralyzed mode. Don't say anything.
Maybe I get a walk.
It's possible.
Childhood trauma being
Walk would be good
discussed.
enough. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
So close. Don't touch me.
Maybe a step too far.
I'm gonna have to cry a little louder, sir.
Call.
Really, I have a very good hand.
I have a very, very good hand.
Wow.
Wow.
What a cooler.
Scam.
That is
Oh,
crazy.
this is how it works.
You have ace queen, right?
Yeah, I have ace queen.
Blind versus blind.
Queen of clubs.
Ace king suited, I'm in raise.
And no erase in the blind. No erase. Just have to ask nicely, huh?
That wasn't nicely.
You just cry it in sometimes.
Wait, can I?
I mean, I haven't won yet. Can I
Can I
just
reverse
at
it
least
though?
win the hand? No, you cannot bust. I can bust. No.
Yeah, I guess
No,
you're right.
no, no.
I guess you're right. I
Please.
will not cry. Oh.
2.4 in the middle.
No.
Hey, queen of clubs will be fair, no?
No.
I mean, you have a
It's so fair. You
queen
have
of
so
clubs.
many
Is it?
outs. So
Wait,
many outs.
am I equity behind if comes Jack Queen of Clubs? Right. I don't want to be equity behind.
Yeah,
How about 5? Okay, how's that? We both take a step back. 5 on the turn. Okay, there's a chop opportunity.
Not the
at
5 of
least.
clubs.
Fair, right?
5 of spades.
5, 4, 3, do
5 of
standing,
spade.
5 for me. Okay. I have a flush draw.
Queen and a...
And hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanoko. I've got Coach K over there, and I've got Mustafa Kanat with us, our guest who did play this $100,000 main event, and we're down to 4 players. How are you doing, Mustafa?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. How are you guys?
Excellent.
Excellent. We saw you played this tournament. You did make the money. Obviously a little disappointing, but I imagine you do have some reads on the remaining 4 players.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're all really competent, to be fair. I was extremely impressed by the chip leader. Like, I had him yesterday, and he played quite tough. Like, he knew what was going on, and, not scared. So I was extremely impressed. I value him really high. And, the other guys, I have a lot of history, all 3 of them. And, great players. There's not much to say.
I think the unique thing here is that Wang Ye is that guy. He plays super high stakes, cash games. He doesn't normally play tournaments, but he's got his own unique style. And I wonder if he's throwing these regs for a curveball, and that's why he has that chip lead right now.
He does. Like, at least for my experience, I didn't play him as much. And when I played him the other day, he was taking unconventional lines, very comfortable to play big pots. And he's a great skill to have, for sure. I would prefer have other people than him on my direct left, and I had few spots that were actually complicated, and praise to him.
Yeah, so you know who he has on his direct left? It's actually Danny Tang, who I would say probably has the worst seat, but he's been here before. The first time he showed up in Montenegro in 2019, he had that Cinderella story, made it to heads up against Bryn Kenny, did lose that one. Right now, he needs a little bit of work. He's currently with 19 bigs in 4th, but he can spin around at any moment.
Yeah, time goes fast. Now he's an experienced player, I remember him coming up playing 200 Euros tournament and similar in England, and it's really great. His adventure and, his path, and he's a great competitor. He's one of the guys that is always in a good mood. It's really nice to have him at the table, but I think you have 4 different characters, and this is the great thing about poker. Even Leon and Clemens, they might seem similar, but they're completely different, I would say. Even the approach or, the the mind, the poker mind is a bit different. They see the game in a different way. So, this is the beauty of poker, a lot of different styles, and anyone can win.
Anyone can win. That sounds like something from Ratatouille. Anyone can be a cook. Wow. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I actually watched it with my girlfriend not too long ago. She never watched it and was like, "You must see this movie. There is a mouse that can cook better than any chef in Paris. This is it."
Randy's favorite reference ever since he found out that I can cook. It's so good.
What do we got cooking here? King Jack for Wang Ye and Clemens Reuter with Ace-5 offsuit in the big.
Do we think it's too much to 3-bet jam? Stacks are pretty closely locked up.
I mean, in these situations, it could be even like a 3-bet spot. I'm not sure what are the stacks, but there is a lot of ICM in place, and you can even use it as a candidate sometime as a 3-bet fold. But yeah. I think it's fine. If small against big is completely fine to jam.
Yeah, it feels like the natural play. Clemens is 2nd out of 4, but he only has a 4 big blind lead over Danny Tang, who's the smallest stack. So, number 2, 3, and 4 all almost the same stack.
It's a nice pickup for Reuter.
Wow. Not an easy fold. Not an easy fold. Like a very complicated fold, and I think it's the right play, but it's very hard to find.
Yeah, it's unintuitive to raise a hand this strong and pass blind versus blind. You'd maybe expect him to limp in the first place if he wasn't gonna commit, but I think it's good to find these raise folds sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't expect him to have this type of play, and it for sure show the character of the player. It's I mean, for the little I played with him, I value him quite high, and it's very hard for me to give praises, but yeah.
He still has the chip lead. Dirty Diaper into the muck, and Ace-King for Clemens. That's quite the improvement.
Blind versus blind covering Leon. About 20 big blinds effective.
I think he played as mainly as a raise, I would say. It's really nice to induce towards ace.
Oh, what is this?
He induces pocket queens for making a move?
No inducing necessary, Randy. This is going in pre.
Just the goods.
I'm interested to see what Leon's gonna do. I think he's gonna 3-bet, but click it probably.
Yeah, small size.
Yeah.
He's expecting Reuter to have enough bluff opens, I suppose, given that he had like a small lead on Leon. He can take some light raise folds, and Leon can do this as a bluff.
For sure. I mean, it's really interesting spots because ICM plays a really big part in this stage, and you really want to have a lot of bless in these situations with like blockers and similar.
Wow.
Inevitable happens.
No one is bluffing here. No one is bluffing.
Everyone's laughing.
Danny loves seeing this.
Who thinks too?
Leon facepalming himself.
I mean, Clemens busted me yesterday, so I have to root for Leon. But
Is that how it is?
At least for one day, you know, like.
Of course. Otherwise, it could be you up there.
Yeah. I've been close a few times in this main. Actually, I had chip lead the last two I played, not yesterday, but the last two I had chip lead at some point.
Whose lady is that? Do we know?
Yeah, Clemens.
Clemens.
Yeah, it's Clemens' lady. They're always together. They're a very solid couple. She travel a lot with him, and she bring him aces face cards. So
Just
that's
like
why,
that.
you know.
That's why you bring her.
Relationship you want. Yeah.
It's a good relationship to have with Ace King and flop a pair, and Leon needs a lady.
The queen, let it be the queen of diamonds.
And to be fair, he busted me like this yesterday. You know, with ace king, king face card, like yeah.
Seems like it's Clemens' day at the moment, as long as he can hold turn and river. Oh, that doesn't change. I got excited for no reason.
Diamonds favoring Clemens. Actually removes one of Leon's 2 outs. Needs the queen of hearts.
One outer.
I think you need to cry.
Tears. A single tear maybe, or a single queen of hearts. Nope, and that's the end of Leon Sturman. Reuter eliminates Sturm, eliminates Canet, and he's got all of the chips.
Yeah, he's killing the animals, you know. Like Leon is a different animal. I'm for sure a unique animal, but yeah, doing a great job.
Lucky.
Still got to say that Leon played an amazing tournament here today.
I mean, honestly, I'm really impressed with Leon over and over. The more I play him, the more I see he found the lines, he found the, like, he's very present. He's a guy that always let go. Like, he will play, get stuck out, the next hand is into it, and he let it go. Like, when I mean he's a different animal, like, his attitude at the table, like, he feels like he's an experienced player. You know, it feels like you're playing with someone that has been there for 10 plus years, and he's a young gun. So really praises to him. Like, it's hard for me to give this type of praises to my opponent, but I really see, of the young generation, I would say him and Guyen have something special to their game. Of Triton, you know, I had played other guys that I think, but them two, like, they're tough.
His moment is definitely coming to hold that Triton title.
His moment is already here. He's been killing it. He's been killing it.
But he wants to hold the title.
He would. Give him time.
Did I hear correctly that earlier on the broadcast, Leon said he started playing poker at 10 years old? So he has, you know, more than 10 years experience before we even saw him playing in some casinos.
He was schooling his mom and dad.
I remember, I want to say it was the World Series of Poker 50K. He broke out with a bracelet like before he was a name. Maybe some people knew Remuculus online.
We knew him from online.
Yeah, but Leon Sturm in person, he was like 21, 22 years old. He's already got a high roller bracelet.
Actually 22. Like he turned 21, and second year he was already playing super high. And
yeah. Very impressive.
The landscape has changed. Reuter is a big chip leader. He's got 21 million. Danny Tang on 6.6, and Wang Ye second in chips with about 12 million. As we see King Jack on the button open. And looks like we're going to go to a flop.
Very interesting three-handed dynamic.
Yeah, what's your opinion, Mustafa, on just how loose we should be playing three-handed here? Because in the Triton structures, I always notice the pay jump from third to second, very, very big. Like, we're looking at 700,000 plus difference between third and second, and then the jump from second to first is like 1.1, 1.15.
Yeah.
So, you know, is this a spot where Wang Ye maybe needs to play more conservative in the big blind, or it's the right time to just play for first?
I mean, my recommendation from Wang Yi is trying to play for first, because it's a situation where you know, the chip leader is gonna go trying after you, but if you are able to put the right measure, you're gonna be able to pick up chips relatively uncontested against the wide range. So it's really tricky. Like, I think you need to be relatively smart to don't throw money away, because of course getting heads up is super important, but at the same time stand your foot, you know, don't leave your easy spot, found your 3-bet bluffs when you think it's a bit too wide, found, you know, three-handed, the ranges are wide and you need to play poker, otherwise you're gonna be run over. And I know it's 700,000, but it's 7 buy-ins. So we always forget that we are playing for buy-ins, and especially another leak that I see overall of the field is being too bubble conservative, where is 1.5 buy-in min cash, and people don't take in account that it's not a 2 or 3 buy-in min cash, and they're playing way too tight in that situation. But I mean,
it's the most difficult at these stakes,
Mustafa.
right?
You already locked a big chunk, and play for the win, my brother. Like, it's your time to shine.
Well, Wang Yi
He's playing for the win, isn't he? With
hanging
this call.
on. Yeah, this is you know, perhaps mandatory but uncomfortable turn call to be making against Reuters' pot-sized bet.
Okay, there's already 9.3 million out there, and there was a bet on the flop. Reuter was c-bet bluffing, and then he hits the king, bets 3 million into this pot, into 3.3, gets called. And Danny Tang's on the sidelines, just watching this pot brew.
Also, 10-7 is a good hand. Like, it's a bit it's standard to call the turn, I would say. There is way too many bluffs on the range of Clemens. And
all in. He's putting Wang Yi to the test, and now Wang Yi needs to decide if he thinks his 7 is good, because if he calls and he's wrong, he's out in third.
It's a very tough fold to make, huh?
Recommended by GTO Wizard is a fold 100% of the time.
Yeah, but what GTO Wizard recommend and what Wang Yi is gonna do, it might be 2 different things, huh?
That's true.
Yeah. And it's a very tough situation to be so detached and clear-headed, like we were just talking about with the number of buy-ins at stake. I mean, 3.5 million in a title, very, very close. You're not thinking in these terms.
The combos, like, it's very easy to be over-bluffing this type of situations on the king on the turn, and it's really easy. So it's very hard to make a fold. Like, you know, it's very tough. But probably the line could have been call, and fold the river. But I repeat, I can understand if he calls here. You know, the ranges are really wide, and you know.
And he's playing for the W.
Yeah.
That's his style.
Yeah,
he makes the call.
Wang Yi is going to see the bad news. He's eliminated.
Just like that, we're going to go to heads up. Wang Yi, hero calls down against Clemens Reuter, and he's out.
This is what I mean when I say it's tough. Like, you know, try to bully this guy around. He's gonna make the tough calls. He's really hard call to execute. You know, like, and I always been like this. I'm more scared of someone that knows a bit less theory but execute well what he knows than someone that is a theoretical and then when it comes to execution he's not as good. So, I mean, the best combo is like a good
You want both,
that is a good practical, but not many are. You know.
So Wang Yi's performance here, another big buy-in, 6-figure payday, and actually a 7-figure payday, $1.6 million locked up. Played phenomenal, just an ill-timed hero call gone wrong right there. So now we are down to heads up, 2.377 locked up, and it's going to be Danny Tang versus Clemens Reuter as they play for $3.5 million up top, and of course the extra large Triton trophy and the Epic X Triton watch. Look at the stacks right there.
Credit to both of those players we just saw eliminated. Leon Sturm putting himself at risk. Wang Yi making a big call. Wang Yi gets his career Triton earnings over $11 million with that score. He just shows up and performs in these big buy-ins.
Yeah. And, you know, when you have players that are not scared and these big buy-ins, you know, generally it's a good indicator they will do well. You know, and big buy-ins is a different animal.
Yeah. Not everyone willing to take the risks.
Yeah.
We've got 100 big blind average, I mean a 50 big blind average, 100 big blinds in play going into heads up. It's going to be a $1.2 million heads up match. It was very short for us to get the heads up. I'm hoping you're going to stick around, Mustafa, are you?
I'm here till
You're
you,
here. Yes.
till you need me. No problem.
Excellent.
Like
Okay.
I grew up watching you, I grew up watching your chats with Truth Teller, and like you have a piece here in my heart, even if you don't know.
Well, I'm glad you're going to stick around. It's going to take us about 5 minutes to set up heads up play, and then we're going to play down to a champion in this $100,000 main event.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
And the stage is set for this 100K main event. We got guest Mustafa Kanat that's going to walk us through to a winner. And I want to talk about the head-to-head stats we got going on with Clemens Reuter and Danny Tang. Go ahead and pull it up on the screen. Look at the results right there.
I mean, the story here is experience, right? Danny Tang has been there and done that. $27 million won on the Triton Tour, 5 titles. He's been to 39 final tables. Clemens has only cashed 16 events. I mean, Danny's been to half as many finals as Clemens has entered Triton tournaments, and not to mention just the heads-up played. Of course, that's going to matter a lot here. Clemens stepping onto the big stage for the first time on the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Do you think the experience matters, Mustafa, in this situation?
It matters, but not as much. Like I would say 95% of the job is already made, and when you get in these situations, usually, you're locked in. And Clem is a guy that for sure locked in and is very experienced online. So I don't think it would affect that much, especially because he's shallow. He's going to play against sub 20, and he knows his ranges. He knows what he has to do. Then if the games goes a bit longer and, then he double up and then they're playing at 30, 40 BB heads up, Then it's different, I would say, experience plays way more because you have way more marginals. And
Right.
experience helps in the marginals. Where it's gray zone and you need to run the bluff or you need to make the bluff catch, that's where I would say experience help. But at this stage, I would say, like, no one is no edge, I would say.
Well, obviously, both these players are amazing players. I know Clemens has played heads up before. I believe he won a WSOP bracelet not too long ago in a huge event there. So let's see if he can kind of do some work and just close out this one in this $100,000 main event. He would love to hold his first Triton title. Going to be his very first heads up match. But Danny Tang, I talked about before. He has been to heads up before in 2019 in this main event in Montenegro. Lost to Britton Kenny. Oh, he would love to hold that trophy here today.
I mean, he will die to hold that trophy, you know, for what Triton means to him and what the main event means to him, and we all know. And of course, we support him. He's a great guy. He's a great ambassador of the game. Like, he grew on me crazy, you know, like, he's one of the good guys, I would say. So, anyway, who wins? Poker wins.
We saw just how important the titles are a week ago. I mean, Danny Tang was heads up with Mario Mosbach in the 30K. Extended heads up battle there, very emotional scene, and I mean, just all of the dramatic runouts that happened to extend that match and eventually ship the title to Mario. You know Danny is looking for redemption.
Yeah, and he told me, actually, Danny, afterwards, he told me, yeah, like, they're really close, Mario and Danny, and Mario was, like, a bit sorry for how it ended, and he was truthful, so it's really nice to see.
We've got a jam firsthand.
He's 10.
He knows his ranges. He knows his ranges.
Oh, this is an easy one, Mustafa. Let's give him something a little
Nothing
harder.
is easy. Nothing is easy.
No, not when they're playing for $1.2 million more.
Fair.
今次冇咩壓力喎。
Can't believe there's no deal.
Yeah，冇咩壓力，唔知點解咧。
Danny's been playing incredible this whole tournament. Made some incredible bluffs, like against Kulev. That mystery hand with the ace-queen against the king-queen. Don't know if you saw that one, Mustafa, but it was a great
They told
hand.
me about it. I didn't see it myself, but they told me.
You
Like,
must watch it. You must go
yeah.
back and watch that one.
Mehdi told me this morning.
Okay, maybe some more all-ins happening, at least from the ace.
Yeah, this will be kind of the typical start on the button when you're playing 15 big blinds effective. A lot of limping, a lot of open jamming, not much else. So it's standard procedures, limp, all-in, fold is what we
He
expect.
might have also some raising strategy at his thickness, you know. Like,
It's,
I would
it's
say
the
he
least common,
split-
but I'd like it. I'd like to see some.
He would split maybe 70-20-10, something like that. Like, not sure about the 10. Depends on the reaction of his opponent. It
Yeah.
might be 0, but yeah.
You're saying 70 limp,
70, 20 raise,
jam,
and,
or 20 raise?
20 between raise and jam.
Yeah.
And then 10% fold, depends on the opponent.
Sure.
It can be 0, of course, but
yeah,
maybe 8%, but can go to 0 if your opponent doesn't react well.
Yeah, I see people trying to play everything with big blind ante, but when, you know, the shorter you get, the less you can get away with this.
Now we got some trashy hands for both.
Yeah, maybe we see our first flop. I think limp check is quite possible.
There's the limp. And what do you think, Reuter?
I might ISO this one.
He says no this time.
Yeah.
Test
Fair.
the waters. Gonna be 3 big blinds in there. It's gonna be queen, 8-5 rainbow, gut shot for Reuter, nothing for Tang.
It's a tough one, eh?
It's a
It's a
tough
tough one
game.
to stop. It's a tough one to stop.
It's like you always had nothing.
Yeah.
Ranges are right. And here's the bet, 400K.
Think he might raise this one.
Yeah, it's quite credible to raise
Yeah.
any queen at this stack depth and big blind checking range.
You can
This
even
connects pretty well.
can even raise like a good 8, you know,
Yeah.
for value, like a jack 8 or a king 8.
There's the raise.
You know about this Reuter guy, don't you, Mustafa?
Yeah.
Check raise.
He's good in these shallow spots. Like his main game, I would say, like his strength is this, and he executed quite well.
And this is just kind of how you expect. Like when you're thinking of him playing well shallow, I imagine you're thinking he plays a very aggressive game, a game that's very willing to put the money in.
Yeah, to
Essentially.
found you know this line,
Yeah.
like to found balanced line, and you know to aggro your opponent range when he's wide, and has a deep understanding about what's up.
It's your biggest cash ever.
Me too. And I've been playing these for a while.
Nice. What's for me?
Also, I think he won the Millionaire Maker last year, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I remember. I was in Vegas. It was interesting because a lot of Europeans were following, of course.
Oh,
okay, we have some action.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What a spot for Danny Tang. Just needs to dodge the king, and he's going to have 11 million in
King ball.
chips. But if king ball comes, this tournament is over.
But Danny is very good at dodging
feel
kings
like-
in this spot.
I don't know.
Like,
this
he
time
has
I'm not
such
gonna
a great
do the
experience
whole-
at dodging the
Yeah.
kings, guys. You have no clue.
I feel like it's been going that well. I should continue, but
Don't worry, bro. He's on you. He's on you. This one, the highest card is gonna be a jack. I'm telling you.
Highest card is a jack.
The highest card is a jack.
You got deck reads, my friend? Let's see. Highest card is an ace.
Very complicated.
Ace is low in Badugi. Depends which game you're playing, you know.
I
A little
see.
bit, a little bit more to watch.
Yeah. Okay.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's too quick.
I wouldn't mind.
What do you think?
I mean, either way.
You look at Danny Tang with the experience, you know. He's keeping him out to focus on the king, so he knows like all the old school trick.
I think he's convincing Reuter to not even call for
Focus,
his own
yeah.
card. Like,
yeah, experience is coming in place. He's pulling all the old tricks. I see him. I see him.
He got the heads up 11 times.
26 BB.
3 outs once to end this thing.
All right. Danny, can you hold? And it's the queen of spades. And
I was wrong. Queen high. I was wrong,
it's
yeah.
okay. You can be wrong sometimes. But you were right that Danny was going to dodge the king. So here we are.
It was the only chance he had was like 4 hearts or like a straight with a king, but no king on this board. No.
Other ways to win only, right?
Yeah.
So we do have a real match now. Immediately we got a double within the first few hands of heads up. It's going to be 11 million versus about 29 or so.
It's time to bet live on Danny. Now, guys, bet live on Danny. It's
like watching the tennis. You see the underdog up a set. All right, time to bet on
time
the
to bet
underdog.
on Danny.
Didn't take you for a tennis better, Randy.
Oh, just a little bit here and there.
Always revealing a new layer every couple of days.
I like the underdog. You get more value on your money.
The Nanonoko story goes deep.
Yeah, it sounds like he has a lot of sharp friends that made him bet the underdog for a long time. Yeah, I've been there.
Hey, these are secrets.
Yeah. Think about it. What the bookies want to win? The underdog. And Randy is the original bookie, you know. Nanonoko. He used to book everybody 25 tables all day.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was the bookie.
Booking
the house,
online,
you know?
six max, yeah.
Ace 8 for Danny Tang. Let's see what game plan he's going to go with off of the deeper stack.
Yeah, you'd expect more small raises now that we're a little deeper, but limping still like a huge part of the game plan.
I mean, with this combo, I think having a limp strategy is relatively good, keeping it that way. Also,
Going for a limp shove, maybe.
Or make top pair, top kicker when it checks through pre-flop.
Could be a big betting spot for Danny.
Yeah, and I don't think he's gonna found the fold. Like, it's a bit weird, but 10-3 has backdoor straight, has an overcard.
I like how ambitious you are.
You're
Heads
very
up.
optimistic.
This is good. Yeah.
We're here to play heads up or to fold heads up? What are you talking about?
Well, Reuter's gonna pass, maybe with a suit.
Yeah, with a backdoor.
I do say this a lot about heads-up matches, though. The players who, like, if you see something like that and you're thinking optimistic thoughts, like, this is a good sign for your success in heads-up matches.
Hey, in heads up, you need to put the money, guys.
You
like,
keep battling.
You're trading chips, and you need to put chips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like quizzes, Mustafa? I got a quiz question for you. Okay, so you're the #1 on Italy's all-time money list. Everyone knows that. But do you know who #2 is?
I think Enrico.
Enrico Camoshi?
Or
No.
Dario.
Dario Sammartino, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, so you got it wrong.
No, I got it wrong, but I think, I mean, skill level, Enrico is really good, and he will get there, and he's playing really high, and I really like Enrico. But I'm also #1 in Africa. Full continent is me.
Serious?
Yeah, I'm a Moroccan origin.
Ah, I did not know.
I actually had only Moroccan passport till I was 18. Because in Italy, it's different. You don't get birthright, but you get it at 18, no criminal record. And yeah.
Pretty cool that you can be #1 on multiple countries.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a whole
#1
continent.
Habibi, guys, is here. #1. Also Middle East, you know, they're Arabs, so put me there. 2 billion people. The big boss is here. I leave Europe to Adrian Mateus, you know, like he can take it. I focus on my continent.
Of course. Danny is in great shape to win another pot here.
Yeah, limped pot. More suited hands than, well, I mean, there's always more offsuit hands in the overall range, but Danny is a favorite to check his suited hands pre-flop. So a lot of flushes. Reuter certainly can't range bet a board like this. He just checks back with bottom pair.
I mean, also his hand really likes check. Like
yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. His range has to do a lot of checking, but I think his hand specifically wants to do only checking.
Yeah.
So it's
and it's a, I mean, it's not ahead right now, but it's a clean bluff catcher.
Yeah.
Danny never going to be bluffing with an ace or a 4. A lot of straight draws and flush draws available.
Also, he removes 7x on the range by this side. He doesn't have really many 4x.
Yeah, this is too big, you're saying?
Yeah. 10x, of course. Queen X. That's what he's saying. His value is like Queen X and 10x mainly. So it's, yeah. If you look the cards, he's relatively a fold, but in game, I think he's a pure call. And it's completely fine.
Clemens agrees.
Okay. Board's a little complicated for the pair of 4s now.
Even for Danny. I mean, he doesn't love this run out. His kicker is counterfeit, and Clemens will sometimes check back a queen. He's going to improve a lot on this run out.
Yeah.
With high cards. I don't think it's guaranteed that Danny bets. He might decide to bluff catch against single spade.
I think the best play for his hand is probably just to check. Because, I mean, there is also many 2 pairs that got there. There is also many hands that they can turn if against bet. You know, 1 pair with a spade can easy jam as a bluff.
He's going for value.
He stopped. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense.
40% pot. It's not an easy spot for Reuter. The bluffs are still there. I mean, you know, you can't look at this jack and think the draws have all completed. There's 8-6, 5-6, maybe even trash single spade like King of Spades 3 or 9 of Spades 6 or something.
Even 8-6, 8-5.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in this type of spots, it's always easy to find the right amount of bluffs. The problem is you cannot be calling every time.
Right.
So you need to make decisions, and this type of hand has to call sometime, but it cannot be all the time.
Otherwise, you're calling too much.
Yeah, and you have better calls. Like you have a 7x with a spade, you have 10x with a spade, you have so many. But you have a queen without spade that you played this way. Like, and you execute a very good fold. Like it wasn't easy.
Yeah, that's not an easy fold. You're getting a good price. Yeah. Your hand has good properties, but very good discipline from Clemens.
Thank you.
All right, guys. And you know what makes the players great here isn't luck. It's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room. And Juke Predict let you put that instinct to work. You can call on outcomes, sports, politics, world events. And if you got the read, go ahead and prove it.
Where I go to prove this read?
Danny with 6 deuce.
This is gonna be an interesting pot, I think.
Yeah, it's difficult board for Clemens to hit. You think Danny starts with a bluff?
Yeah.
With the pure trash?
Yeah. He has to stop this one, I would say.
I think it's okay to bet every... Oh, he checks it back. I mean, a delayed bluff, surely, at some point.
Yeah.
It's a good card for Reuter. Less things he loses to.
The good thing then he knows that, for example, he's gonna defend a lot of Jack X to, I mean, to all 2 barrels. He's gonna defend Jack X, so it can be a bit problematic. But I think having a massive range advantage maybe it's a mistake to don't stab this one, even if you don't have any backdoor. Or actually, it's easier because if you found a bit of defense from your opponent, you can just let go relatively easy. And I don't love the delay here because honestly, most of his Jack X are wanna bet the flop too. Like they're performing really well. The ace removal is so big in this type of situation that, you know, like you can even go for 2 streets value with the Jack.
So you don't think it's it just doesn't tell that consistent of a story here?
Yes.
Like he's repping very narrow.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, aces, of course, you know, ace Jack, whatever, but you can even stop those because all the backdoors are, you know, there is no fold of a backdoor in this situation. So I would prefer like a different line that is more constant in this situation, especially on ace Jack 9, but
maybe check down to the river and bet, or maybe start from the flop.
I like to start from the flop. I like
the 9 got counterfeited, by the way.
I like to put full pressure in these situations.
Wow, this is kind of sick. Reuter just plays the board.
He's gonna check it. Won't turn the hand into a bluff.
Yeah, that could have been interesting. I mean, Danny claiming to have a Jack on the turn, but probably never has an ace, or extremely, extremely rare.
Yeah.
But
it is a situation that you can value bet your king high, this one.
For sure could value bet king high.
Yeah.
I mean, Reuter has very few aces just based on pre-flop. We're only 30 big blinds deep, and it went limp check. You remove a lot of aces.
I mean, he has all the off part, you know, like the low ace 4, ace 5, you know, he's checking high freak, ace 7 off. He has a lot of aces, just that...
I like what Clemens just said. He says, I played the board, and I guess you do too, without even seeing Danny's whole cards.
Yeah.
He knew that there's no way it's like a 10 high or a queen high or whatever.
No. There was a little frustration in Danny's check. I think that it's not saying your whole checking range plays the board, but he saw the frustration check. It's obvious that he's giving up.
Yeah. Also, once he goes bad check on the river, you know, you have all the aces that play like this, and he could have still make a bluff, you know, like I think because your range is constructed way better than the check bet line. They're playing cards. They're playing cards. I like what I see. I like what I see.
Me too. They're not just playing cards for pennies. It's $1.2 million difference. They also get that extra large Triton trophy and that Epic X Jacob & Co. watch.
And a Mustafa hug for the winner. Like, I'm going to go there, handshake for the second, big hug for the winner. You
that's why they're really playing.
Yeah. You see, they're already smiling thinking about it.
No, I only looked at you.
Okay.
Just mixing it up a little bit by looking at you a little bit.
Okay.
I'm flattered.
Don't make them blush.
Danny getting a read on this button limp.
Going to play a single mystery card by accident. Who's the favorite? King Deuce or 9 other?
Feels like a flip.
Come on, you got reads on these situations, Mustafa.
It's complicated. I would like the 9 other, to be fair.
Me too.
Especially now. Yeah, especially now. Even on flop, I think.
Whether he's got it or not, he's probably going to be the winner, whether he's bluffing with the gut shot or has a
I mean,
piece.
we can play with one card this spot. Like the 9 is the 9 is enough, guys.
Yeah,
the 9 is enough.
Danny.
No, Danny, the 9 was enough.
Maybe he has a pair, that's why he's checking.
Yeah, I almost read his hand as stronger now that he's checked.
9-5?
Yeah, 9-5, 9-6 makes more sense.
9-5,
or maybe even 9-7 trapping, but like
Nah,
9 deuce feels
stabbing.
impossible.
Build pot.
9-7 is stabbing.
That makes sense to me. Okay, so if he checks, we're going to assume he's got the 5 or the 6 to go along with the 9.
Or maybe even the king.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Double check. What do you got? He can't even see his other card, can he?
I guess we will never know.
We're never gonna know. Oh no! I'm so mad. Danny should be penalized here. Come on, just flip it over. Show one time.
I don't think the dealer's allowed to do that right now.
Come on.
I don't think that would be a very good scene.
We would appreciate it. Who's in the booth with us? It's Mustafa Kennett. And if you've got anything to say about him, let us know in the chat and I'll relay the information over.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I take the moment to apologize for whatever I did to you. Everybody, you know.
You're shaking.
I was shaking.
I was
yeah,
shaking.
yeah,
You
yeah.
look at me.
Yeah.
You're shaking.
Not shaking anymore.
I worked on.
Yeah, you're chilling now, man.
You remember that?
Yeah, yeah, I remember. I said I'm in this hand to protect my friend.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, CK. Yeah, I remember.
They're so laxed out there. But the gap is closed quite a bit. It's 14.5 million versus 24 million now.
Yeah.
Got a real match here. Best hand belongs to Clemens. He's got the bottom pair.
I think he's gonna go check.
Looks like that so far. The deuce is actually going to give Danny a pair.
Now we see what Clemens gonna do.
Weakish kicker, but certainly could have the best hand.
Feels
I
like
mean,
a favorite to keep
theory-wise,
checking
I
down.
think you mainly want to check, but you can exploit and bet in this type of situations, I think.
You think Danny will just rarely check back Queen X, not so many 8s either, and
Yeah, I can see some 8x and I can see some 4x, but Queen X is too good. You know, like there is so much, we get so much action from 5-6, 6-7, 9-10, Jack-9, the pairs, the the backdoors.
It's a nice idea too if like King High and Ace High hands are so common just because they've missed the board, right? So if Danny almost never bets Ace or King High on the flop, it's like overwhelming part of his range compared to everything else.
And they have a tough spot, especially the King Ice on the turn is a tough spot. Ace High also like relatively tough.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. No value gotten on the 10 of Hearts River. Reuter just shows down the winner for 3 bigs.
I mean, I think theory-wise is completely the play, and I like it. But again, some people like for sure prefer to exploit small bet the turn. And you can also get in some weird lines where you can make really good bluffs, where in reality,
Back then you haven't started to play.
you know, you blocker the really strong
Maybe it
hands
was
with
right
the
before
4,
my
and
first strike.
with the 7 you can
okay,
blocker a lot of straights, so you can get really nice spots where you check jam or do stuff like this.
Jeju was
But
right
generally
after.
it's a value.
We flew from Taiwan to Jeju.
Right.
Eight five suited.
There is this dynamic that actually betting small on the turn, it saves you really large sizes on the river. I don't know. Like you
Because you
bet,
think like betting doesn't get raised so much.
doesn't get raised so much and frees the action on the river. On the river, gonna go check so often because your range is completely different, so he cannot attack you. You know, in a way. In some situations, it happens that, you know, by stabbing the turn, like you're gonna save, you know, overbets river, or like, you know, because if he goes check and my opponent has an 8 and the river is blank and is capable, he can start to overbet this stuff, and you are in a tough spot. You know, where if you stab, this is never happening. He has a pure check back with 8x unless he exploits, try to sim value bet. So he makes the aim of the game in a different, you play a different node. But, you know, if you handle it good, it can really bring you a lot of upside.
I like this idea. I think it's just good reminder to the folks watching at home to just like get out and try stuff. You know, you don't learn how people are going to respond to different sizes, different lines, unless you try stuff that's not in, you know, your solver. It's unless you try stuff that's not standard, what everyone else is doing.
I mean, also there is some people that are really comfortable to play
What
out
plays
of
did Menu make
standard.
again
Like
this season?
me, I'm one of these
Menu,
guys. I
what
really
plays
like
did
to
they
do
make this
stuff
season?
that are
Oh,
I
wow.
know that
Must be
work
pretty
and are
happy,
not standard.
Yeah.
And you have many
After
guys
back in the
that are like
Champions
that, and you know they win. They know what they do.
Yeah.
They
Who
did
did
it
you
for
like
20
again?
plus years, and
Is that a Bremen?
you know they know the spot they takes, and it's tough to play them in certain
You don't know
notes.
Bremen?
You know.
Oh, no. You know.
Ooh, ace jack and ace 4.
Oh, you
Two
cannot
solid
understand
hands.
He's
Around
gonna
a
mix a raise.
Yeah, looks like the raise, given the orange chip. It's funny because Reuter raised the last hand. Maybe he's like, I want to start raising too.
Don't think Reuter has to go broke here. Like,
No.
Solver might 3-bet jam, but I think calling is perhaps the play.
Yeah, I think he should pure call.
All in.
Oh, he's going to
jams.
jam,
Running
and this is amazing
let's
for
go.
Danny Tang.
Fuck.
Bad word released from Reuter.
It's hard. Was this the first button raise from Danny too? I
Yeah.
think it's like it's not a bad dynamic to attack. A lot of times the first raise is weaker.
Yeah, I personally
I'm ready for
don't like
four.
this.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't never like generally if it's the first time I want to see how he reacts, how he implements this raise.
Sure.
I want to get data
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
after I will pure jam this. But first raise I like to be more conservative in this type of
Yeah.
situations. But Clemens is really studied guy and he knows what to do, and when he's very solver oriented and very theoretical, so I understand completely why he does this. But then he's a very experienced player, and I can see he being super value heavy and not having many raise folds there.
Onto a flop, ace 9-6. So Clemens still needs to find the 4 to get lucky and take out Danny Tang.
You think he's gonna get it?
King or a queen seems fair.
I kind of like this match to continue, not gonna lie, as Danny requested.
Okay. So Jack. No.
Hey, there's other ways we can continue. We can have more sweats still.
Okay. So 6.
Yeah, 6 would be
6.
really nice.
Yalla.
Allow the king or queen to chop it up later, but it's going to be the 3 of clubs, so just the 4 for the winner.
Yeah, it's definitely Reuter better half. Best half.
I used my
better
one
half.
time here.
Really?
I haven't used it.
He's using his one time
He
right
used
now.
it before. He used it before.
Oh.
I was at the table. He used it. We were rolling 3-way. He used it 26 left. I was there. I witnessed.
He trying to scam the poker gods for one time once again. Let's see. Will he be granted? Nope.
The 6 was in the air. The 6 was in the air.
He shouldn't have used this one time.
Yeah, that was
because
if he
it
already
didn't
used
exist.
it. Oh,
He can't use his
He
10th
was
time.
his heads up one time. His heads up one time.
Well, the landscape has changed, hasn't it? Danny Tang has got 24 million in chips, and Reuter has 16.
Danny fucking Tang. No, joking.
Can we censor that?
I love the guy. I love the guy.
We got to talk about the angle, though, for Clemens Reuter. He was a massive chip leader, right? And now he's a dog in terms of chips. How does he kind of recover in this spot? Did he press it too much,
I don't know, like, when we spoke at the beginning where experience will be a factor, and I told you, like, look, in the beginning, I don't think, but later if you double up can happen. And I was really referring to this type of spots that, theoretically is a clear jam and is fine, but I think well-experienced player, I don't know, they wouldn't jam that spot because it feels weird. It's the first time that he raises, and I want to give him the doubt of the truth, the first time at least. When someone switch pattern, I tend to be on the tight side. I tend to see 5 cards and make a decision,
Fair. Blinds are 250, 500, 5-4 suited for Danny Tang, and
He's tough,
He's tough, and he's feeling good.
Yeah. Feeling good. Playing good. He busted me from one tournament, and I got my revenge. I busted him here from the main, the first bullet. But then look where he is.
Look where he is
Look
now.
where he is. And I'm here with you guys. Unbelievable.
It's a good day.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh my God, unbelievable flop for Danny Tang. He just flopped the joint.
Danny Tang.
Man from Hong Kong.
He spent a lot of time in the UK too, I believe.
That is true.
Like
I actually went to his place in Manchester a long time ago.
Yeah, because poker-wise, I remember him coming out from a UK kind of group, and then he remembered his route and went back to Asia. But generally, I remember he was actually part of the Charlie Carter coaching.
Was he?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
He really grew very quickly in terms of just, skill level, talent. I've seen him grow.
Yeah, same for me. I see him a kid playing $200, and now he's there.
I know.
So
$100,000
very nice to
buy.
see. Very nice to see.
He's going to try to get some value out of King 6, which is middle pair strong kicker. Third pair, I guess.
Also, like, he's a great role model, especially for the Asian market. Like, his attitude, like the way he's always in a positive vibe. He's always happy to share with people and with his competitors. So, big praise to him as a person, as an ambassador, as a player. Only have good things to say.
He's not sharing this prize pool with Reuter at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, also Clemens, like, he's there because he did his work, he did his homework, he's working hard, and, I'm very happy to see these guys fighting.
Pretty annoying river card for Danny now that there's a 4-liner out there. Harder for him to get paid by worse. Of course, he loses to a 9 now.
I think he will get paid. Like, it's really hard to fold a pair hand after he went check. Like, you need to bluff catch some of those. And
there was a turn barrel.
Yeah,
pretty,
1.2 on the turn.
Yeah, Danny led turn for 1.2. Not quite pot, but I think.
A cute bet.
Yeah, that's why you see him betting so small here. I agree. If it checks down to river, he could even get paid for a big bet. But now he's betting 20%, trying to convince Clemens that he still has a bluff in his range.
Very nice fold given the price.
Yeah, very nice fold.
Just because the price is good doesn't mean you should take that price.
I mean, he's been having a tough heads up. Card-wise, he's been on the wrong side every hand. Let's see how he's gonna keep his composure and heads up just a few hands. You're always there. Be positive, lock in, and it's still definitely doable.
I do think it's possible for Reuter to still be in a good headspace because he's seen in all the big confrontations, he's seen Danny's cards and he's seen like, oh, okay, like you got dealt the winner. There has yet to be the kind of spots that are really tough. I think is when you have a pivotal decision and you don't get info. You learn nothing about your opponent from the hand, right? But he's learning a little about Danny's strategy. He's seeing the cards.
I mean, it's really how he's gonna rebounce about the ace-4. That can go in two different ways.
The pre-flop shove, yeah.
But Clemens has is one of the guys that usually gets back into it. Like he's emotionally.
Or Doyle Brunson.
Yeah, he finds the bluff ISO here. He's gonna get that through.
Nice.
You gotta represent.
This is what I mean. He's back. He's locked in. So.
Got a match.
Yes, we got a match, Clemens. We got a match. You got this. Come on. Danny, you too. Show us some poker, guys.
You should be an announcer for these matches.
I know. I have a great future. When poker gonna start to go bad, I'm gonna join you here for the Italian African market. In 7 languages I can speak, so we will figure it out.
Oh, that's good.
Gonna make poker great again.
There's just gonna be one stream, all languages, only Mustafa.
One word. One word.
We don't need 7 different streams. We can use one with just you. Time to raise, Danny.
Let's see what size Danny comes with here. I think it's his first ISO look at 30 big blinds deep. Could go like 4 or 5x. Could even move all in, but I think 4 or 5x is more common.
Yeah. I mean, against this stack size, I can see even 3.5x and doing it a bit more higher frequency and try to attack the wide range a bit more.
Yeah, you like the idea of just forcing overfolds or attempting to force overfolds.
And I don't mind playing post-flop a polar range. Like if he goes limp, ISO call, and then, I don't mind. Opponent has to do really tough calls. And, it's in this situation, heads up. but it's different strategy. It depends also on which frequency you want to do it. You know, if you want to do it high frequency, the 4-5 BB starts to become really pricey, where the 3.5 you can do it a bit more often.
Right.
Some solid hands here, and sometimes we even see threes open jam, but I guess maybe a little too deep to do just that.
Yeah, I think for 20 bigs, definitely, this is a bit much.
Yeah, 26 BB. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take a limp pot here, pocket threes and ace-5 off.
I like it. I think it's well played by both.
So far. Onto a flop. This is a fun one. Paired board, threes could get counterfeited by the 7, but the threes are best at the moment, but it is 60-40 in terms of equity. I mean, he can get called by worse with a bet, right?
Mainly worse, yeah. I think he should bet this one. Value protection.
A little bit of both?
Yeah. The clear value against the range, and your hands really benefit about a bit of protection. So it's fine.
I think both players feel a little bit under-repped even, and based on pre-flop action, they're two very strong hands on the paired board.
Yeah.
So the king of spades, another way to counterfeit the threes.
No, not as much value in either hand.
No, because also the floats has a lot of king x. Like he's mainly king x, not many ace x, so it's a pure check and
try to reach showdown.
Yeah, happy, reach showdown happy, or even relatively good bluff catch on the river when goes check check.
Depends on the card.
Yeah.
Let's see, what is that card? It's a 10 of spades. That's actually a complicated one because some of the check calls are gut shots and they get a piece.
Let's see if Clement's gonna turn this one. Like if he turns it, it's really interesting. He has the ace blocker, like 8-9 pure, 10x pure.
He just checks, yeah. I think it's, again, like theoretical choice to check. He has worse hands to bluff for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe he could find overbet river or something, but it's a reasonable play by both.
No, I agree. Like the standard is for sure check, your hand is so good, but you know, you can find some exploits to make fold like a worse ace under pairs. Like he's, yeah.
For me, the demeanor of Danny Tang has actually changed because when that hand checked through, he said ace high. He just kind of kept shaking his head and then revealed his threes. Like he's razor focused, doesn't want to chat anymore. He realizes he's got the lead and he just needs to grind his opponent down even more and just hold that title soon.
Yeah, I mean, Danny is an animal in these situations, and he's one of the guys that he really delivers when he plays. He's really locked in, and you know, he's a good deliver. You know, like he's one guy in game. Maybe theoretical is a bit worse than others, but then when he comes to game about execution, he's up there. So
you know what he's bad at though? Scanning
tennis.
both of his whole cards.
Tennis.
Danny is bad at scanning both of his whole cards.
Also tennis.
And tennis.
Tennis, yeah. I saw some, yeah. I tried to make him famous this trip with some tennis clips, and they went viral. So I have to be honest. He had great success with my followers playing tennis. Yeah.
All right. 4 of diamonds is, I would say, above average with a hidden card on this board, against Queen 3 at least.
I mean, to be fair, we are always taking one card of Danny against 2 of Clemens so far. You know, when we saw one card, it was always, well, good enough.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Whatever Danny's other card is, he's pretty unlikely to fold. There's a couple of cards. Yeah. Maybe, you know, offsuit 10, offsuit 9. Sure, he folds these hands.
Yeah. Offsuit deuce, maybe.
Oh, yeah, he could have deuce or 3.
Yeah.
Okay, makes the check call. Deuce shows up. It's a pretty fun one for Danny Tang's mystery card.
Yeah, maybe he has 4-6, turns a better draw.
Maybe he has a pair. We don't know.
I can see Clemens going for a big bet here. Huh?
Oh, it's got those properties, doesn't it, for running like the no equity bluff. The Queen of Spades is a nice card to block backdoor flush draws. Yeah, something like Queen 10 that would call again.
Even the 3, paradoxically, he let you bluff a lot of rivers.
Yeah,
because,
on blocker.
He's a relatively good straight blocker to have. And
that's a big bet, 2.75.
Yeah. I like it. He did a nice line.
Yeah, polarized turn bet is standard when it's like brick, disconnected, right? No straights or flushes are possible, and I think Reuter can go as thin as like ace-8.
You think he's then if he has like a 6 or like a 3, something like that, he can found nice check jams.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, he's continuing. Now what do we think the other card is?
A jack, a 8,
Or
deuce of
maybe
diamond.
maybe a diamond. Could be like king of diamonds. Like this hand is good enough to call.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Deuce of hearts. Will we see Clemens follow through on a bluff with queen 3 high on this card?
I think he's gonna do it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I like the 3. I don't like the queen of spades. Danny has some folding hands that include queen of spades. Oh,
Wait,
no
he
way,
has
they're
what?
going to chop?
Queen high? He has queen high.
Queen of diamond?
Queen of diamonds?
Are you kidding me?
No. Wow.
Queen high.
Chop it up.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I would love the check jam with queen high there on the turn.
So he had queen 4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he maybe could have gone for it. It's a little uncomfortable when you don't have a straight draw. Like, it's not that much equity, but losing to queen 9 and queen 10 seems like a problem.
Yeah. And you make 4 doors.
I don't know. Never mind.
Oh yeah, I
On the
think,
river,
yeah,
I
without
expected
flush
you to
draw.
And you blocker them, but you make them
Yeah, I
fold.
mean, when you say
But he
queen
also
high,
has a lot of king x or queen x or like random bluffs that I think he's was a nice play to check jam there, you know.
Yeah.
Especially when he shoots that sizing.
Wow, what a showdown. I enjoyed the half mystery hand.
Yeah.
We should try that sometimes, like an official mystery hand where we show one card.
Well, it's interesting because that hand, if Reuter had jammed, he would have closed the gap tremendously. And if Danny Tang had check jammed a turn, he would have an even bigger lead. But here we are, 54 versus 26 bigs. Still playing for almost $1.2 million more on top of the guaranteed payday of 2.377. But that doesn't include the extra large Triton trophy for the main event and that Jacob & Co. Triton Epic X skeleton watch. And a handshake or photo with Mustafa Kanat. That's worth the most. Priceless.
I do think that, just to extend that conversation on Reuters river check for a second, having lone queen of spades, I think is just not bad enough to shut down his bluff. Like if he had queen of diamonds, it's worse because it's the front door flush draw. There's more combos of the front door, and it's hard to have 0 suit blockers on a double flush draw board. It's very rare. And you're gonna have to follow through the uncomfortable blocker sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. Also, like, I mean, he's one of the best bluffs he can have when he decides to take that line on the turn. Like, it's very important to don't have diamonds in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
The queen is a bit bad to have, but I think he was fine to execute. And Danny, he's folding, I think, 8x. Like, he's relatively hard to execute the call there.
Very hard to call 8x, and some jacks will just raise the flop, so there's far more 8x than
It's
jack
a very
X.
complicated hand, I would say, and it's very hard bluff to execute on the river, but I think he could have done it.
Yeah.
He could have done it. And his image, too, in a way, I mean, when he played big pots, generally river all-ins, he generally tends to have it, and it's really hard to call there.
Yeah, you think Reuter could... Like, he has this solid image. He's not perceived as someone who's all that aggressive, so he's not going to get hero called as
he's definitely
much.
aggressive. He's definitely, you see.
But never overdoing, like, yeah.
So Danny bet the turn 500K, got called by worse, and now he paired the 5, so he actually beats king highs.
It's a weird one when you have the king in your hand, trying to figure out what you're targeting for another street.
That's his problem, not mine. So let's put out some chips.
I went big size.
Yeah, he did. 1.7.
This is the second time that Danny has gone for thin value when we maybe thought, oh, it's a little bit too much. I think it's a nice game plan to come with in a heads-up match.
Yeah. It's definitely never a leak to value bet a bit more thin than than being too tight and having too many checks.
Yep.
Like, especially heads up, you're playing for the win, and it's good also to have your opponent see that you have this type of. It's very hard to bluff catch.
Yeah,
so
becomes way harder to play against.
I don't love the size. I would have go for 1.2, something a bit more small, but I think it's fine. Also winning no showdowns, like having the doubt that you're bluffing, like having. He plays big mind games in these situations.
I think that's really relevant. You know, I've been in heads-up matches where you feel like, oh, I'm getting run over, but you don't see the whole card, so you literally have no idea. It can really get in your head.
We don't see the whole card. We see one card.
even we are lost sometimes.
Like, Danny, how you do it? Danny, come on.
It really has been going Danny's way. Big lead now. 28 versus 11 million. Still though, Clemens, even though he's the shorter stack, has 23
how they
bigs.
put that watch next to you, like, and you are heads up, and only one guy is gonna take it. Like, why they do this to people? You know, like it's same in Vegas when they put the money, and anyway, it's not the money you're gonna take. You need to go to the cage. That money is.
Is it just me, or is the trophy and watch going closer to Danny every single hand at the moment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially with 9s versus Queen 3 offsuit.
And the trophy is huge. I'm not sure Clemens can hold it. You know, like they start to do it bigger and bigger and bigger for big guys like me, Danny. Hopefully one day I will get one.
So Danny gonna ISO from the big again. Pocket 9s this time.
Danny really has steamrolled this heads up.
Yeah,
it's only been about 15 hands. It looks like Clemens won
distribution.
like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think Clemens has won 3 or 4 pots out of like 15 hands. It's a very tough position to be in.
Yeah. I mean, heads up is this way, you know, like there is not much you can do. The edge is so thin, and
You're winning every hand.
you are the best player in the world
Winning
against
every
one
hand.
of us. You're gonna have 56, 40,
Trying really hard.
44. Like, you know, that's the win rate if you're crushing somebody. So
yeah.
Even Clemens said right there, you're winning every hand, but Danny's saying, I'm trying very hard. He's focused, and now we've got the good hand for Reuter.
Could be same result as the last pot in reverse.
Yeah,
Sevens
well.
is good enough to go for the small raise. It doesn't need to shove.
I mean, for example, already the fact that he's doesn't consider the king 3 on a raise candidate.
Yeah.
Like, he makes you realize that the ace 4 was relatively, you know, because
Yeah,
he's
it's a good option, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good option for raise folding.
Yeah, especially against this stack that is 20 BB is a great option. You know, like you want to put pressure, you want to. The blockers are very relevant in this stage more than pairs in some ways. 3-400 more. Heads up, of course. Like pairs are.
Yeah.
But
This spot is part of why it's a pretty strong hand to end up limp folding. I think it's the right fold.
Yeah.
Once you face this action, but it ends up not feeling so good to just pitch your king high, not even see a
I
flop.
mean, but you see the control and like they executed, and he was completely fine with it, and you know, like I'm sure he's happy that he didn't raise it, and he for sure considered both options.
Yeah.
But I would say experienced heads-up player, he would probably raise this combo at this stage. You know, after whatever happened, the only raise you will switch and start to raise a lot, especially when the only raise went that way. But
Beautiful hands here. 7-6 suited and King 10 offsuit. I'm curious to see how Danny reacts with King 10 from the big.
Yeah.
Above average hand, but it sucks to raise fold this too.
It does.
he has a really great checking spot, you know, like it's the best hand you can have, and like, you know, king ice and 10 ice.
He just kept it simple. He's like, all right, I'm going to lean on this guy. He has no idea what I have, and I'm going to keep jamming. He'll never see my cards.
Yeah, and this is the thing, when with big blind ante, you know, when he's 20 BB against a deep stack, you win 3-4 hands, and he has 5 BB, you know, and you need to be very aggressive. Like, if he has it, he has it, you know what I mean. Worst case, you have 30-40%.
Big blind does add up, and it comes every single hand. Well,
every two.
every two. Oh, I would think I would know the
you
rules.
didn't been playing heads up for a while, but yeah. Every single hand if you play 25 tables, yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Ace Jack and Ace 7. I could see chips just going in.
Was 32 table or 25?
It was a lot. 24 or so.
25. No, I think your record was more.
Yeah.
Like when you did like the day.
Is he going to get trapped right here with the limp?
It's hard not to jam this. 20 BBs with any offsuit ace. Very hard not to shove.
Yeah.
All in. He is
yeah.
snapping it off. Here it is. This could be the one. Danny hasn't lost an all-in yet.
I mean,
and heads
Danny
up.
is a great ace jack player, you know, like it was his hand.
Best ace jack player in the world.
Let's see if he's gonna do it.
He feels the moment. 21 million chip pot, and Clemens realizes this could be the end for him.
Deep breath for Danny. We know how much he meant to him.
Oh, the rail needs to
gotta win one of
support
these, huh?
Reuter now.
Yeah.
We need a 7.
The charm.
It's a very big moment for both of us. I would like to win, of course.
Danny
I
would
think it's a
love to
bigger
win.
moment for Danny, for how, you know, of course, Clemens wants to win, but you know, we know how much Danny.
It means so
He's
much.
ambassador of the Triton. He's been here from day one. He's, you know, he's the circuit who made, like, for example, me, EPT is like he's what made me, and for him, it's Triton for sure.
Well, we could chop it on this board if another 9 shows up, and there are ways where the 7 could make a straight.
Let's see.
Let us see. 2 cards to go. Important one coming on the turn. There's Alec Theologist and Leon Sturm. They want to see a 7. Rooting for Clemens Reuter. Turn card is the 6 of diamonds.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all,
Not
is
bad.
it?
Maybe we got a bit more heads up.
We
Few
could.
chop cards. 6, Queen, King.
9.
9.
There's so many chop cards. 32% of the time,
Ace.
we will chop it up.
3 7s for the win.
Is Clemens going to keep this heads up going? Or are we going to crown a champion here in the 100K main event? Are you guys ready?
The Asian Musketeer.
The Asian Musketeers. Here we go. River card. The 3 of clubs.
Danny Tank did it. Oh my God.
He can't believe it.
Yeah, what emotional moment.
Look at that. That is so emotional. Look at him.
Yeah.
He did it. Danny Tang. 2019. He showed up. Played in Montenegro.
I ran insanely well.
Heads
Heads
up.
up,
Runner
I
up.
fucking
Here.
keep having hands. Just one pip better than
2026.
you. Unlucky,
He's
man.
the winner.
Keep going, man.
Very good, very good. You deserve it.
Oh, father and son moment. Father and son moment.
No,
Wow.
I one shot that before.
$3.5 million for the main event champion. Danny Tang came back as the underdog going into the heads up. He can't believe it.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Really big one for Danny Tang.
Great score for Clemens. What a player.
no idea.
Great. I'm sure it's
I
just
have
the
no
beginning.
idea.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna be back.
You heard some encouragement from Danny as they
Yeah,
embraced
yeah,
after
yeah.
that,
Like
right?
this-
Danny saying, I had 1 pip better, you're playing great, keep going, keep going.
This is what I mean when I say about Danny. Like, he's always a great sport, and you know, he cares a lot. He's a great competitor, but he's always there supporting everybody, and he's a honest. You know, he meant it when he say it. You know, it wasn't just
Very
just a
genuine.
television moment. No, he completely meant it, and yeah, I have chills, guys. I'm really happy for him, and thank you for having me here.
Everyone was very happy to see him here, and Danny Tang taking out that phenomenal final table. So many epic hands, and welcome back to the booth, Mustafa Kennett, our guest commentator here. Any closing thoughts about just this tournament, everything in general here for your experience
I
at
mean,
Montenegro?
Triton is great. I love the location, the landscape, and you know, the organization. Luca, Sunny, they're making a great job, and you know, I'm very happy to compete here. Like, I think it's the you know, the Champions League of poker in a way. You guys do a great job in the comment. I finished to play. I go back to my room to watch, and yeah, I'm really happy to support and be playing here. You know, like
Really happy to have you here, Mustafa. How
Thank
about
you,
that
guys.
heads-up match, Rabbit Chow?
I mean, incredible. Danny, we talked a lot about performance, right? Mustafa, I think, nailed the dynamic in that match. Just it was, you know, once Danny Tang got that first double up, it was experience. Of course, it was a amazing run of cards, but you could just tell that execution was a huge factor down the stretch. Danny Tang did. I mean, it just put on a show. Amazing performance.
Yeah, he's going to have $3.5 million. He's going to have an extra large trophy adding to his title collection. He's got 6 titles now at Triton, and obviously getting that Epic X watch is amazing for him. Look at that, $27 million in earnings. I believe it doesn't even include the 3.5 he just won, so he's going to have about $30 million for Danny Tang. I mean, look, It has been a great performance. It's great to have you, Mustafa.
Thank you, guys.
And we have an opportunity to hear from the winner. And then we'll see you guys tomorrow for more 150K championship. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, right next to me is our 100K Hold'em main event champion, Danny Tang. Danny, look, before I even want to start this interview, I've got to ask, coming into the heads-up game, even the final table, you had this level of zen and peace, and also in your eyes, I saw conviction. It was nothing that I've ever seen before. What was going on mentally for you today?
It's a little bit strange compared to the 30K a few days ago. I don't know why. That day I was a lot more tense, and yeah, that it didn't go my way last time. But today, redemption, and I couldn't have done. You know, I guess whatever poker God had for me, the story was beautiful, and I don't know why. I came in with way less pressure today. You're right. Good read. Yeah, I don't know. I was very calm. I had no pressure on myself. I feel like I had less expectation, but obviously I wanted to win too, and I'm glad I did it.
Look, that was probably one of the best redemption arc in poker history. It's been 2.5, almost 3 years since we've seen you up here doing an interview like this. Your 6th trophy, first main event title. Danny, first, yes, no limit title, you're right. But Danny, what is even going on in your head right now, man? Like, tell me about it.
Honestly, I'm so speechless right now. Like, 同埋其實我唔係好想用英文講，因為我啲英文唔知點解而家緊張嘅時候會甩甩咳咳，但係好想用翻中文講翻多謝。呢幾日我特登用廣東話 did some content, and my Instagram has just been blowing up with like support messages, and I'm glad 我話我要揾大家一齊集氣去攞第6個冠軍，而今日真係做到，我好多謝大家。
Let me just give a quick translation if I could. You know, Danny was just saying, you know, he's been making a lot of content in Cantonese recently in the past few days, and he's been trying to gather all the energy from around us, you know, to get this 6th trophy. And Danny, I think you got it, man. All right, let's talk about this final table. Let's talk about this heads-up game. At what point did you know I might just take this 6th trophy home?
When I went down to 7 BB after bluffing Wang Ye earlier, I was like, oh man, I blew another, you know, chip lead, another good spot. But then I got lucky. I kept myself together and kept fighting. And I said to myself, if I can double up once, I'm in this. And eventually, cards went my way. And even at the heads up, I was a huge dog. I was saying to my friends, I have no pressure. I don't know why. I really came in just, you know, play and chill. And honestly, obviously, when I start to take the lead heads up, I don't want to have expectation again, but I could feel, you know, it was going very smooth. I had 1 pip better than him. I was just making hands, and yeah, I mean, he's an incredible player, and just cards went my way today. Yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest.
All right, man, look, you told me off camera that you have a great support system in poker, you know. Just now, when we were showing down, we saw Kiat, Punat running in, cheering you on, and they had to quickly run back for another game. You know, we know that you have a great support system, but there's someone special that I really want to shout out to, because for the past few days, I've seen her by your side, day in and day out, especially at this final table. She was just cheering you on with you through the ups and downs, your partner, Katie. Do you have anything special you want to say to her, man?
I love you.
All right, Danny, finally, Triton Ambassador, 6th trophy. You must know what it's like playing on this stage. Tell us, what is the Triton experience like?
I really don't know. You know, when the commentator or the host basically said, like, presented me when I was walking out, and she said, the Triton blood or something is in my blood or in my veins, and I couldn't have worded it any better. I love Triton. I cannot. My career would not have been where it is without Triton, without Mr. Paul and just the whole Triton family. And I would guarantee anyone that comes here to play this game, to just come and play. This is the best place to play poker in the world, and bar none. And I'm glad I can represent the brand.
All right, look, Danny, I know you had a final request. Let's make this quick. You wanted for us to do something. What is it, Danny?
Now it's awkward.
Now it is awkward? Come on now. Okay, all right. 1, 2, 3. See! There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite our Senior Director of Live Events, Mr. Luca Vivaldi, onto the stage to give Danny his extra large main event trophy, and also our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Epic X. Ladies and gentlemen, your main event champion, Danny Tang.